for auction coverage everywhere. Welcome to Oorah's 2017 auction, home of 50 awesome prizes. 6 tickets to Israel, a new galley shaitel, and dozens of piles of cash. A great Amex gift, a grocery bill lift, weekly winnings to add to your stash. A lighter for Shabbos, no diner for Yom Tov, a brand spanking new minivan. A family vacation, enrich an organization, a trip to Israel with the fam. Or do it l'shma, or do it to win. Shotgun get so you'll get red. Circus in Israel, a renaissance shaitel, a college degree with no debt. Only $5 a prize. Your own safer Torah pay is Rabbi Yeruchim Silber, the world's biggest check in your hands. 5 KVs, a gift card, a MasterCard gift card, and once again 36 grand. Fly to Israel 12 times, that's a dozens of times. 600 a month is for spare. Helicopter of Israel, a Jacqueline shaitel, support your new couple for years. Ounces of gold, 24 karat gold. The shelves full of stories I'm told. $18,000 and for you, math scholars, the jackpot is where you will fold. 18777 auction. Cash for a decade, a gift card that's prepaid, a necklace that glams to your look. Shopping in the city, a bracelet so pretty, a 5 5 is checkbook. 100 times your donation amount can win you a full 50 grand. Megabucks, what? Say that again, can win you a full 50 grand. A bracha that's priceless, a car that's the nicest, new clothes for the whole family. Pay your mortgage or rent, or pay off your debt, a fine furniture shopping spree. Oorahauction.org. A kosher adventure vacation whenever, a savings bond from the U.S. An Amazon gift card, a 4K Discover, a shaitel so you can impress. A grand 50 prizes is what this comprises, so choose all the ones that you like. It's so hard to pick from, these prizes so awesome, so pick all of them if you like. Oh, Fiveish and Oorah here once again in auction 2017. Be smart to your part, and maybe this time. Be in it to win it, it takes us a minute, 1,000 in winnings, 5,000 ticket at Oorahauction.org.
The following hour is brought to you by Oorah's Holiday Retreats Division, a rejuvenation for the body and soul, a yuntiv experience for the family. The Zone, so much more than just a camp. Ask the Rabbi Live, where no question goes unanswered.
Good Tavach, everybody, and welcome to the 2017 Oorahthon. Yeah, let's hear for the 2017 Oorahthon. My name is Elchanan Schwartz. I'm here with my co-host for this hour, Rabbi Avi Schnall. Rabbi Avi Schnall, a beloved volunteer and friend of Oorah, one of the founding forces of Chill Zone, which he helped grow into a national program with over 40 locations across North America and Israel. Now, the dynamic and energetic director of Agudas Yisrael's New Jersey office. Congratulations on that. Rabbi Schnall has co-hosted the Oorahthon for several years, and we're glad to welcome you back on stage. This is going to be a tremendous night. Over 50 different prizes. Over 50 different prizes. You know, last year, someone won $50,000.
That's right, $50,000.
$50,000.
One person.
One person, yeah. Win the Powerball, and they have to split it with 150 people. So welcome, Rabbi Schnall. Thanks so much for joining us. How are things that are good?
Things are great. It is so exciting to be here tonight. And maybe I'll introduce you.
Oh, yeah, that would be great. That would be
we are joined tonight with Rabbi Elchanan Schwartz, originally from Cleveland, Ohio.
True.
Is a multi-talented, longtime friend of Oorah,
yes,
and has been hosting the Oorahthon since its inception. How many years is that now?
I believe it is 16 years.
16 years on
since,
the radio.
I think
Yearbook.
In those days, it was just they had it on the. It wasn't so much a radio; they just telegraphed it. Across from the Europe headquarters in Litta.
In Litta, yes. Yeah. And he is a man of many voices and best buddies with Fiveish.
Yes, me and Fiveish go back way back.
Rabbi Schwartz has been involved in Chinuch and Kiruv Chakim in many capacities for many years. He is a licensed mental health counselor.
True.
Okay. The director of crisis intervention at Bina, maintains a private practice in Far Rockaway and Brooklyn, and auctioneer par excellence.
And I will tell you that soon to be opening a private practice in Lakewood, New Jersey.
Very exciting.
We're moving in August.
Wow, so good luck to you.
Yes.
Welcome to Lakewood,
because of one of the other crises that we'll discuss later on, which is the Brooklyn housing crisis. We'll be moving to Lakewood to contribute to some of the Lakewood crises. And also Fiveish is here. And now Fiveish has been involved with Oorah ever since he was printed. He is famous for the Fiveish dance, his multiple roles on the Shmorg, and for making everybody happy. So we'd like to give you a special thank you to Fiveish for joining us this evening. Let's hear it for Fiveish, everyone. And thank you. I know he had a very important meeting at the Mint, and he skipped that just to be able to, he was actually supposed to be on the Trump trip to Saudi Arabia, where they love Fiveishes, and he skipped that in order to be able to come here and be with us this evening. So we're very, very appreciative. Now, Kinderlach who are out there, I will tell you that we are now opening up the Fiveish hotline for all Fiveish machers. You can call right now, 732-FIVEISH, 732-FIVEISH, 732-5-ish, to play the Fiveish trivia game, and you will win all sorts of Fiveish paraphernalia, Fiveish socks, ties, hats, T-shirts, and just remind your parents, Kinderlach, as you begin to call in, that they should call in and 1-877-7-auction to donate and to possibly win some fantabulous prizes. So all Kinderlach should be getting their phones out. If you, of course, you don't have your own phones, that would be
And I think
terrible.
all the Menalim, all the principals told the parents before Shabbos that tonight the Kinderlach could stay up late.
Till 11.
Till 11.
Till
Till
after
11,
the
there's no
Fiveish hour.
problems of school tomorrow.
That's right.
All bedtimes are pushed off till 11 o'clock.
But at 11, Fiveish will say goodnight,
And then we go to
Kinderlach
sleep
always
nicely.
listen to Fiveish,
Yes.
and that's it, boom. Fiveish will not, even my kid who's over there, he's going 11 o'clock, boom, he's going to hit the pillow and he's going to be out of it. So that's really exciting. Listen, everybody, we're really excited. We have a tremendous program for you tonight. We have a panel coming in to discuss the tuition crisis. We have all sorts of fascinating people who are going to be here, some Kiruv interviews. We're going to be picking prizes, actually. So if you're the type of person that doesn't like waiting up till 3 o'clock in the morning to hear all the winners, we're actually picking a couple prizes throughout the course of the show.
Throughout the night.
So we can do that. So, you know, you could, I think the Shaitel, I think one of the Shaitels were.
Some of the other prizes.
Some of the other prizes we're picking
so many
earlier.
great prizes.
A lot of that, just tons and tons of prizes. So we're really excited to be here. Just getting started. Call in 1-877-7-auction to donate. All the Fiveish machers, get on the phone. We'll be back in just a short second for the Fiveish trivia game.
Hidden treasures, unsurpassed thrills, world famous. Fiveish, do you know what this means? We're going to the biggest, best, most famous amusement park ever.
The Great Gewaldig!
I totally, cannot go on a vacay. What a trip.
But if you both cancel, I'm all alone!
Shmorg 9, a family favorite with over 4 hours of fantabulous entertainment.
No human has ever swum and touched a huge crocodile in the water and not been attacked.
And Chazal tell us many important things about fear of animals.
Get your Shmorg 9 for free with your $50 donation to the Oorah auction.
Celebrate with Oorah. There's a shine on our face as we talk on the phone, learning with our Torah mates.
Buckle your seatbelts, wave goodbye to your surroundings, and sit tight. Fiveish will be your tour guide as we follow some of my exceedingly cool and rather crazy friends all over the world.
Visit oorahauction.org or call 1-877-7-auction to make your donation, and your Shmorg 9 will be in the mail.
You ready?
And we are back live at the Oorah headquarters, the Oorahthon. And now it's time for you Fiveish machers to have the chance to call in to speak directly to Fiveish.
I am just so fantabulously excited to be here this evening to speak with all the Kinderlach. And by the way, Kinderlach, tell your parents that if you have not yet gotten this year's Shmorg, you can get it right now tonight if you make a donation of $100 or more. You will get a free Shmorg, which is thousands of hours of wholesome $50. Excuse me. I was trying to rip you off. I'm sorry. $50 or more, you get a fantabulous Shmorg. Includes all 3 When Zadie Was Youngs,
Oh, that one's 100 there. Oh my, I am just all over the place. Listen, call up, give $180. You'll for sure get everything that we offer, and that will just be wonderful. So are the Kinderlach on the trivia? We have Nechama on the line who is going to try and answer some questions. Let me pick up the phone here. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, who is this?
Nechama.
Nechama, where are you from, Nechama?
Bayswater, New York.
Bayswater, New York, our first ever caller from Bayswater. And are you a Fiveish fan?
Yes.
And would you love to win a Fiveish paraphernalia type prize?
Yes.
Okay, I will ask you a question. Did you see this year's Shmorg or not?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. We'll ask you a non-Shmorg related prize. A question. Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. What is Fiveish's favorite color? A, blue, B, green, C, pink, D, yellowish, orangish, reddish.
B, green.
Excellent! Oh, how'd you know that?
I don't know.
Oh, you just had an instinct. Well, congratulations, Nechama. You've won a tremendous Fiveish paraphernalia prize. So good for you. And tell your parents to get you the Shmorg. Tell your parents they got to get you the Shmorg right away. It's really awesome,
I will.
and you don't want to miss it. Okay?
Okay.
And send regards to Rabbi Foyer there in Bayswater. Tremendous rabbi.
Thank you.
Very good friend of mine. Okay, do we have any other Fiveish machers on the line? Shmuel is calling from Flatbush. Agudavak, Shmuel.
Agudavak.
How old are you, Shmuel?
22.
22? Seriously?
Yeah.
It's never too old to be a Fiveish macher.
Okay, I guess it's
never
not
too old.
I guess so. Okay, you ready to answer some heavy trivia here?
Yes.
I got to find a bit of a little more. Did you watch the Shmorg this year, Shmuel, who's 22 from Flatbush?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
What yeshiva do you go to, Shmuel?
I used to go to Darche and South Shore.
Darche and South Shore. Wow, that's a lot of yeshivas. Okay, here's a tough question for a 22-year-old Shmuel from Flatbush. How many sides does an octagon have?
One.
An octagon. How many sides does an octagon have? Should I give you some choices?
Yes.
Let's try to help him out with this Fiveish.
A, 3, B, 8, C, 5, or D, all of the above?
5.
5. That is correct. Congratulations, Shmuel from Flatbush, who's 22 and used to learn in Darche and South Shore. Congratulations, Mazel Tov. You have won a fabulous Fiveish paraphernalia prize. Okay, who's next on the line? We have another Kinderlach. These guys are calling it Shlomo Zalman. That's a chashuv name. Shlomo Zalman is calling in. Where's he from?
Lakewood, New Jersey.
Oh! Lakewood, New Jersey! Oh, that's great! Oh, that pumps me up. How you doing? What cheder do you go to?
Shagasarye.
Oh, Shagasarye! I love that cheder. Oh, that's the best. Okay, you ready? Did you see this here, Shmorg?
Yes.
You did. Okay, we're going to ask you a question from the Shmorg. You got to know your Shmorg to answer this question. Oh, here we go. Which one of these was not an extreme Fiveish on this year's Shmorg? Which one of the following was not an extreme Fiveish on this year's Shmorg? A, jet skiing, B, snowboarding, C, biking, or D, fidgeting?
Fidgeting.
Fidgeting is correct! Ha ha ha! Mazel tov! Mazel tov. And you know, by the way, that we are in the middle of discussing with our manufacturing company in China about mass-producing Fiveish fidget spinners. You know that is happening. But congratulations, you have won a fantabulous prize. Yasher Koach and Mazel Tov, and go Lakewood Shagas Aryeh. Okay, who else do we have on the phone this evening?
Bye.
What? Oh, bye. Oh, that's so nice. Such a polite boy from Shagas. An anonymous caller. Ooh, scary. What? What? A good fuck. Who is this?
Zelig.
What?
Zelig.
You gotta lower your radio in the background.
I think his name is Zelig. I think he said his name is
Zelig,
Zelig.
you gotta lower your radio because it creates a tremendous vortex of
Okay.
sound. Okay, Zelig, you ready?
Yeah.
Where are you from, Zelig?
Baltimore.
Baltimore. What yeshiva do you go to?
Oorahthon.
Oorahthon. Tremendous. Did you watch this year's Shmorg?
Yeah.
You did. We will give you a question from this year's Shmorg. A question from this year's Shmorg. Okay. Did you watch Beryl and the bus driver on the Shmorg?
Yeah.
Okay. Why was Beryl going to Yehupitzville in Beryl and the bus driver, starring Rebbe Hill, on the Shmorg? A, he needed a vacation. B, he had a shidduch date. C, he was going to be the mohel at a bris milah. Or D, none of the above.
C.
C, he was going to be a mohel at a bris milah. Congratulations! Baltimore wins. Baltimore wins. Hooray for Baltimore. Mazel tov. Mazel tov. That is wonderful. Congratulations. You will win a fabulous Fiveish paraphernalia prize. Reminding all the Kinderlach to call in at 732-5ish. That's 732-348-3474. Or call 1-877-7-AUCTION to donate today and get your free shmorg. We have another caller on the line. Shia and Panina. Hello, Shia and Panina. Good vach. How are you?
Good.
Good vach. Where are you from?
New Jersey.
From where?
New Jersey.
Rabbi Schnell, did you understand that?
I heard New Jersey. That
Yes.
much I heard.
From
Woodridge, New Jersey?
Lakewood.
Lakewood, New Jersey. All right.
And what yeshiva do you go to? What yeshiva do you go to?
Torah Menachem.
Torah Menachem! Ha 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 ha! Wonderful. Wunderbar. Did you watch this year's Shmorg?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question from this year's Shmorg. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, if Fiveish, I love this energy here from Torah Menachem. If Fiveish went to Eretz Yisrael and could take only one thing with him, what would it be?
Here.
A what?
Could you give us choices?
I can give you choices?
Ooh.
Okay,
He's a
would he
negotiator.
take Kiruv Rechakim? Would he take a pot of cholent? Would he take a suitcase filled with Fiveish paraphernalia? Or would he take stuff to signs to use at a protest in Eretz Yisrael? Or D, all of the above?
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
Well, which one is it? 1 or 2?
Is it 1 or 2?
2 statues. Fiveish stuff.
He would take what? Fiveish stuff? That is correct. He would take Fiveish stuff. Mazel tov. Mazel tov. Mazel
Great
tov.
job. Great job.
Congratulations.
Torah Menachem.
Great job from Torah Menachem. Mazel tov. Mazel tov. Mazel tov. Okay, do we have any more Fiveish machers on the line? We have... Whoa. Esti from Lakewood. Esti Agutavach.
Hello.
Hi, how are you, Esti? What yeshiva do you go to?
Benos Devorah.
Benos Devorah? Who's in charge of Benos Devorah? Whose school is that?
Notice.
Who?
Notice.
Rabbi Notice!
Rabbi Notice.
Do you know that I went to yeshiva together with Rabbi Notice, and he was in my class? Did you know that?
Yeah.
You can ask. You did know that. Oh my goodness, that is not very well known. Good for you. Did you watch this year's Shmorg?
No.
You did not. I will ask you a
but we didn't watch it yet.
You got it, but you didn't watch it. Now, why would you do that? You must have gotten it right before Shabbos. Okay, so I would like. Here's your question. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, say this together. Say this fast 5 times. You ready? Fiveish fries, Franks, and flips fries. Fiveish fries, Franks, and flips fries.
Fiveish fries,
Franks, and flips fries.
Flips.
You're almost there.
I don't have what I'm supposed to say.
What?
I didn't get what I should say.
Fiveish, fries, Franks, and flips fries.
And flips fries?
Yes. Say it quickly together.
Start from the
Fiveish,
beginning.
fries, Franks, and flips fries.
Now say it 5
Fiveish,
times.
Fries, Franks, and flips fries.
Fiveish,
Fiveish, fries, Franks, and flips fries.
One more time.
Fiveish, fries, Franks, and flips fries.
Congratulations, Mazel Tov.
Franks, and flips fries.
She's still going. She'll just
Great
say it all
job.
night long. Mazel Tov, you've won the tremendous paraphernalia prize. And now we go to a commercial break. We'll be back right back after this with some more Fiveish trivia.
So you're the famous Ellie from all the tapes. From the fire in the Mr. Blister pencil factory. To Cousin Lemel's bar mitzvah and Anshe Kartoffel.
Introducing the newest episode of the beloved When Zadie Was Young collection.
Come let me tell you about a shtetl called Kretschmir.
A little hamlet with a flavor all its own.
Watch your favorite characters come to life with lessons, songs, and hours of entertainment.
A pogrom against the Jews of Kretschmir, just like in the good old days, when we used to run through the streets, lighting their homes on fire, tearing down their doors, ransacking their shops, and running off with all their money. A pogrom! A pogrom!
Get all 3 episodes of When Zadie Was Young, now available with your $100 donation to the Oorah auction.
Hey, you over there! Stop! In the name of the government!
Oh no, Russian soldiers! What do we do?
Visit oorahauction.org or call 1-877-7-AUCTION tonight. Your last chance to receive this amazing collection of timeless tales.
And we are back with Fiveish. How's it going, Fiveish? We had some really great callers. Lakewood, Baltimore, all over the place. And I'm hearing from our producers, the lines are off the hook. Thousands of calls are coming in of Kinderlach throughout the country that want to speak with you, Fiveish. Isn't that amazing? And of course, remember, this is the last chance. All the Kinderlach, tell your parents, this is the last chance to get the shmorg. $50 for the shmorg, $100 gets you not only the shmorg, but it also gets you When Zadie Was Young. I think it's all 4 episodes of When Zadie Was Young, a great, important thing that all of us need to have. Last chance to get the shmorg. And Fiveish, I think we're going to go now to some more callers that are on the line that want to speak to you.
We have Aaron on the line. Aaron, good Shavach, how are you?
Yeah, good to watch, Fiveish.
And where are you? Where are you calling from?
From Lakewood, New Jersey.
Lakewood, New Jersey. Lakewood again. I love Lakewood. And what yeshiva do you go to?
I go to Yeshiva Katana.
Yeshiva Kitana of Lakewood, New Jersey. And
I want to know if you could put it for me for the Oorah auction.
If I could what?
Put in for the Oorah auction for me.
You want to put in for the Oorah auction?
I want to know if you could put it for me.
Oh, I can't put, no, I cannot put in for you. You have to ask your mommy, your tati, or your rebbe to put in for you. They are all qualified to be able to put in for you. Your mommy, tati, and rebbe. Would you like to have a Fiveish trivia question?
Yeah.
Did you watch the shmorg or not?
No.
You did not. Shame on you. Okay, now, name the 5 boroughs of New York. This is our favorite question. We ask it every year. The 5 boroughs of New York City. You ready?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, yes.
Far Rockaway.
Brooklyn, Far Rockaway, yes.
Is that right so far?
Oh, yeah, for sure, yes. Brooklyn and Far Rockaway. What else?
Bronx.
The Bronx.
And
got 2 more.
Williamsburg, sure. And?
5 boroughs.
The 5 boroughs, yes. So far you have Brooklyn, Far Rockaway, Bronx, Williamsburg.
I don't know.
What's the most famous borough?
It has a park.
Queens.
The
Queens. Excellent. Okay, congratulations. Have you ever heard of Staten Island, by the way?
Staten Island.
Oh, and Staten Island. Have you ever heard of Manhattan?
Manhattan's one of the 5 boroughs.
Yeah, it's one of the 5 boroughs. It's the biggest. It's a very important one. So it's Brooklyn, Far Rockaway, Bronx, Williamsburg, Queens, Staten Island, and Manhattan. Those are the 7 boroughs. Anyways, Mazel Tov, congratulations.
Can I get a big prize?
Could you get a big one? You know what? I'm going to put you through to my assistant, and they're going to take good care of you and get you a tremendously awesome, wonderful prize, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, have a good luck. Who's next? Yehuda is on the line. Yehuda, good luck. And what yeshiva do you go to, Yehuda?
Lakewood Cheder.
Lakewood Cheder! Ho-ho! I feel the Kedusha over the phone line. Okay, you ready? Did you watch the Shmorg?
Yes.
You did? They let that in Lakewood Cheder?
No.
I don't want to get you in trouble. Okay, you watched the Shmorg. Okay, very, very good. You ready for the question? What is the Great Givaldic? Is it A, an ice cream flavor? Is it B, a super duper fun park? Is it C, a mark on a report card? Or D, the name of a local Lakewood day camp?
B.
B, a super duper fun park is correct. Lakewood Cheder wins. Oh, they win.
The Lakewood boys are doing a good job tonight.
They are representing like nobody's business here. The Lakewood Kinderlach. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, who else is on the line? We got Chayla from Lakewood. Chayla from Lakewood. Good Chayla.
Hello.
Hi. What yeshiva do you go to?
Oros.
Oros. And where do you live?
Lakewood.
And we're in Lakewood. Which neighborhood?
Central-ish. Like around Central.
Central-ish. Where do you daven?
Zichron Pinchas.
Zichron Pinchas. Tremendous shul. I know it well. Okay, did you watch this year's Shmorg or not?
No.
You did not. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, here's a good question for you. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Which Yom Tov is coming up next? A, Lag BaOmer Day, B, Shabbos Kodesh, C, Shavuos, or D, Tisha B'Av?
C, Shavuos.
Oh, excellent! I'm so happy that a kid in Lakewood would know the answer to that question. I think that was from the Arizona section of questions. But good for you. You got an easy one. Mazel tov. You should be zoicha legadlo ben Torah lechuppah l'maasim tovim. And who else is on the Fiveish line? 732-5ish, 732-5ish. We have someone else? Rachamim. Oh, wonderful. Rachamim. Rachamim Agutvach, where are you calling from?
Flatbush, Brooklyn, New York.
Flatbush, Brooklyn, New York. Excellent. Flatbush, Brooklyn, New York, United States, North America, world. Right? If you want to really get specific.
Yeah.
Yes. And what yeshiva do you go to, Rachamim?
Ateret.
There we go. Wonderful, wonderful. And what shul do you daven in Flatbush?
Yad Yosef.
Yad Yosef. This is just wonderful. And did you watch the Shmorg?
Yes.
You did watch the Shmorg. Now, good for you. 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 Okay. Which island did Eli in WZWI think was named after him and called it Ellie's Island?
Ellis Island.
Ellis Island! Correct! Correct, Mazel Tov. You should be Zoicha to Simcha, Brachas, Yeshuas, and Parnasa, and you will also get some fabulous Fiveish paraphernalia prizes. And who's on next here? We have just a whole line of Kendall waiting to speak to Fiveish. I feel like a Hasidic Rebbe. Oh, this is just great. Okay, who's on next? Anonymous caller from? Agutavach, you're on the line with Fiveish.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, hi, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
What's your name?
My name?
Yes, your
Fitterman.
What?
Benjamin Pitterman.
Oh, Benjamin Pitterman. Yeah, okay, great. And where are you from?
Where am I from? I'm from Lakewood, New Jersey.
Oh, of course you are. Well, congratulations for that. Did you watch this year's Shmorg or did you not?
Yes, I did.
You did. Okay. Which of these four animals from the living Torah world is the heaviest animal? Is it A, a frog, B, a camel, C, a bear, or D, an elephant?
An elephant.
Oh, what about Kishrin? Oh, that's excellent. Great job. You have won a fantabulous prize. Okie doke. Do we have someone else on the line here? Look at that. We are burning through these questions, reminding everyone out there to tell your parents to call 1-877-7-AUCTION and donate $50 to get the Shmorg, or donate $100 to get the Shmorg plus the Zadie Was Young, all three Zadie Was Young DVDs, and that is just wonderful. So tell your mommy and tati to call right now and donate. Plus, you can possibly win a fabulous prize like $50,000 or like a bazillion tickets to Eretz Yisrael or Fiveish cash or ounces of gold for the whole family. All sorts of wonderful prizes. Plus, you will be helping to support Kiruv Rechakim and the way it's meant to be. And I just love Kiruv Rechakim. Everybody knows I love Kiruv Rechakim. So hooray for Kiruv Rechakim today. And we have some more callers on the line. We have who? Bubby is on the line. Agutavach Bubby.
Bubby, this is Bubby Hannah. Hi, who's this? Fiveish?
Yes, this is Fiveish.
Oh, I can't believe it. You actually picked up the phone for me?
I did.
I'm so excited. I can't believe I'm talking to Fiveish. Oh, my grandson loves you. He's a Down syndrome boy. He's 5 years old. He comes home from school and he says, Fiveish. He only wants to hear Fiveish.
Oh, that's really wonderful.
He loves you. He dances to the music. He can't wait.
Well, I am so excited to hear that, and I bet he would be thrilled if his Bubby got a trivia question right and won some Fiveish paraphernalia for her anicle.
Oh, I don't know if I could do it, but I'll try. I don't know. Maybe he'll know the answer, but I don't know the answer.
Well,
go ahead.
I'll try and give you something easy.
Okay. Easy.
Something easy for Bubby. What's your anicle's name?
His name is Ellie.
Uri. Okay, let's see if Bubby can win something for Uri. Let's see. Ellie. Oh, I'm sorry. Ellie. So let's see if Bubby can win something for Ellie. Here's the question. You ready? What is the best way to enter the Oorah auction? What is the best way to enter the Oorah auction? Is it A, by phone, B, by mail, C, the website, or D, any way you enter is great? Anyway, Mazel Tov, Bubby. You have won some tremendous prizes and paraphernalia for your anicle, and he should be zoiche to have lots of simcha and nachas mimher via menu. And reminding everybody out there that anyway is great, whether you do it by mail, though honestly, if you do it by mail tonight, we probably won't get it in time. So don't do it in mail this evening, but you can mail in for next year's, or you can go at oorah.org, oorahauction.org, or you can call in at 1-877-7-AUCTION to donate tonight. And now we have someone else on the line. Shloimi from Brooklyn. Agutavach Shloimi. And what yeshiva do you go to in Brooklyn?
Square.
What?
Square.
Yes.
Oh, great! Finally, we have some Hasidic people getting on the line. I love that. I love that. And did you watch the Shmorg?
No, we just donated now.
Ooh. Oh, what did he say?
He just donated now.
Oh, he just did it now. Okay.
Perfect.
So I'm going to give you a tremendous question. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Which of the do you know the Fiveish song?
What?
Do you know the Fiveish song?
Not really.
Not really. Do you know how to make cholent?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me how to make cholent. That is your question.
Put in beans, potatoes,
and
Volodosha spice.
Oh, he knows! knows. He knows. He wins. Give him 2 prizes. To Shmuel, I believe that's Shmuel from Brooklyn, who learns in Skver, who knows that you make cholent with beans, potatoes, and Vladoshka spice. Mazel tov, simchas and nachas. Let's hire that kid right now. Wow, that's a true fan. Okie dokie. We have Yitzi from Lakewood, New Jersey. Yitzi, agutavach. And where do you go to yeshiva, Yitzi?
Toras Emes.
Huh?
Toras Emes.
Toras Emes! Wonderful. And what neighborhood do you live in?
Sterling Forest.
Where? Florida?
Sterling Forest.
Sterling Forest! Tremendous, tremendous. And did you watch the Shmorg or not?
Yes.
You did watch the Shmorg. Well, that is just wonderful. Okay. Which song was sung in the Oorah Hanukkah concert on this year's Shmorg? Which of the following songs was sung in the Oorah Hanukkah concert in this year's Shmorg? A. Misha Nichnas Adar. B. I Have a Little Dreidel. C. Man Ishtananana. Or D. Happy Birthday.
Have a little dreidel.
Oh, that's correct. Mazel tov, simchas, nachas for you and the whole entire mishpacha. Sterling Park is representing this evening. So congratulations to them. We have one more coming up here. Aaron from Lakewood. Aaron from Lakewood. Agutavach. How are you? Aaron. Aaron, you got to turn your radio down. Aaron, you got to turn your radio down, otherwise it creates an extreme vortex.
Okay.
Okay, Aaron, you turned your radio off?
What?
You turned your radio off?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what yeshiva do you go to?
Toras Menachem.
Toras Menachem. This is the second Toras Menachem boy we have had this evening. And did you watch the Shmorg or not?
No.
You did not. Shame on you. Okay. Let's see. What is the gematria of the letter Hey?
5.
5. Correct. Toras Menachem.
Toras Menachem. Great job. Great job.
You know, I really like that. There's such these. You know, we have these really difficult questions, and the Kinderlach. I mean, they are just stepping up. I am so excited for the future of Klal Yisrael when a boy who's in yeshiva in Lakewood knows that the gematria of the letter Hey is 5. So great for him.
Great job, especially Toras Menachem. That was fantastic. And I think we're going to go ahead now to a commercial break, and we will be back soon with Fiveish with some more questions. And all you Fiveish makers, stay on the line.
World famous Fiveish. Do you know what this means? We're going to the biggest, best, most famous amusement park ever.
The Great Givaldig!
I totally, cannot go on a vacay. What a trip.
But if you both cancel, I'm all alone!
Shmorg 9, a family favorite with over 4 hours of fantabulous entertainment.
No human has ever swum and touched a huge crocodile in the water and not been attacked.
And Chazal tell us many important things about fear of animals.
Get your Shmorg 9 for free with your $50 donation to the Oorah auction.
Celebrate with Oorah. There's a shine on our face as we talk on the phone, learning with our Torah mates.
Buckle your seatbelts, wave goodbye to your surroundings, and sit tight. Fiveish will be your tour guide as we follow some of my exceedingly cool and rather crazy friends all over the world.
Visit oorahauction.org or call 1-877-7-AUCTION to make your donation, and your Shmorg 9 will be in the mail.
And we are back. We are back with a couple more questions for some of you Fiveish makers. Maybe Yeshua, maybe Tzvi, you know who you are, who I'm talking to. Maybe you can have a chance to talk to Fiveish. And we're going to go now to our next caller. I think they are on the line. We're going to check with our producer. And yes, there's somebody on the line. There's a Mordechai that wants to talk to Fiveish.
Well, good Javach Mordechai, and how are you doing? Lower the radio, Mordechai. Lower the radio.
Great.
Mordechai, are you here?
Okay, one second.
1 second, he tells me.
Oh boy, 1 second on radio. We got like hundreds of thousands of people that are tuned in. But we'll wait for Mordechai.
Good Javach Mordechai.
From Lakewood.
What yeshiva do you go to in Lakewood?
The Lakewood Cheder School.
The Lakewood Cheder School. Hine Matov Umanayim. We welcome everybody to the Hyatt in Princeton, New Jersey. So sit back and enjoy us, Lakewood Cheder boys, and join us as we sing Hine Matov Umanoim Noim. Do you know that? Do you still sing that in Lakewood Cheder?
Not really.
No, when I was a yingle in Lakewood Cheder, that was what we sang for the tremendous, gewaltige Lakewood Cheder Matzav Zach, dinner or stuff. Anyways, I reminisce. Okay, what was your favorite fort in Extreme Fiveish this year? This is an opinion question, so there's not really a right or wrong answer. Was it?
I didn't watch the Shmorg this year.
You did not watch the Shmorg.
I'm noticing a pattern of which yeshivas in Lakewood are letting the kids watch the Shmorg and which ones are not watching the Shmorg. Do
you know the Fiveish song?
There's a pattern there.
No.
You don't know the Fiveish song. You didn't watch the Shmorg. Okay. Is it... Okay. What is the name of a 5-cent coin? Is it A, a fiver, B, a silver dollar, D, a nickel, or C, a dime?
A nickel.
A nickel is correct. Wow, these brilliant boys from Lakewood Cheder, they just knocked these questions out of the park.
Now tonight, besides, everyone's important for all of us to hear this tonight at the Oorahthon. In addition to having all the great prizes, in addition to all the great hosts and program and interviews, we are also going to be having throughout the night, Fiveish, you ready for this one? We're going to be having throughout the night a live siyum, a siyum taking place here at the Oorah headquarters that will be celebrated by our very own Oorah Torah mates. Some of the siyums are going to be on Aleph Beis. Some of the siyums are going to be on Gemaras, on Mesechtas. We're even going to have a siyum on all of Shas taking place here tonight that is going to be done by the Oorah Torah mates. So whether you're tuned in, streaming live, or with us here tonight, please join along as we sing and dance in inspiration. And now we go live to the first siyum celebration in progress this evening. Mazel Tov, and we go to the siyum. The base medrash.
Good Tvach, everyone, and welcome to Oorahthon 2017 as we celebrate an evening of siyumim. Now, these siyumim are not just any siyum, not to chas v'sholom make light of a regular siyum. Of course, a regular siyum is a very chosh of a thing. But tonight, as we celebrate the siyumim of many, many Torah mates, the people that are fortunate enough to be part of our Torah mates program. Currently, we have over 7,000 people that are learning everything from Aleph Beis through Shas and Paiskim. Can you imagine if you walk into Beis Medrash with 7,000 people learning the Kol Teres Gevaldik? Just imagine how many siyumim take place over the year. So tonight, as we are celebrating the siyum of Mr. Moshe Strassman and Rabbi Mordechai Rosenberg. By the way, Mr. Strassman is a regular at the Harav Chaim Minsa Shir every Tuesday night at the Torah spot, and I get to see him there every week. So as we're celebrating their siyum, we're not just celebrating their siyum, which of course is a momentous occasion and in its own right is worthy of a huge celebration, but we are also celebrating the siyumim of many hundreds and hundreds of Torah mates over the past years. So now I'd like to call up Rabbi Shimon Beer, one of our veteran Torah mate coordinators, who was an instrumental part of the siyum to introduce the Messiah. Rabbi Beer.
Baruch Hashem, we have with us two very, very special Torah mates. We have here Mr. Moshe Strassman and Mordechai Rosenberg. Moshe has been part of the Oorah family for over 30 years now. And he's built a beautiful family, and Oorah is proud that they have a small part in that. He's been learning together with Rabbi Mordechai for close to 5 years now, and it is really a beautiful connection that they've made. I'd like to ask Moshe and then Rabbi Mordechai to come up here and tell us some of their feelings about the learning that they've done. Moshe?
First of all, I want to thank you for inviting me to this beautiful ceremony. And I want to thank Rabbi Mordechai Rosenberg, which is my teacher. He's a wonderful teacher, very energetic, and also very patient. And because I learned all the Torah with him in Gemara, my life is different. In a day I don't learn, I feel like I'm having an empty day. And when I have an empty day, I'm not happy. And many times when I have tzures, all kinds of tzures, we all eat and we have tzures, all kinds of tzures. And I learn with them a little more, and all of a sudden everything goes away and everything is nice and smooth. So I hope we can continue this relation, and I hope more Jews going to do what we do. And thank you very much to Oorah for the wonderful program they do. Thank you.
First of all, I want to give a Kodesh HaToif for the wonderful, gewaldige job that Oorah does with the ganze Chevre van Oorah and Rabbi Mintz and whole Mishpucha. And it's mezaken me with a tremendous mitzvah. I don't know if I would have done it. I've been learning chavruses. I've been involved in the kibbutz for many years. Personally, not working for organization, but I find it this type of learning is much better. And I have to say that as much as Moshe feels he's getting from it, I'm getting it much more. The simcha of learning with somebody who I see is growing in Torah and Avodah and Yiddish Shamayim. We started learning the last couple of years, Gemara, Rasha, and Tosfos. And I always tell Moshe, I see day to day, he's getting a Gemara cup. He's able to, these kashas are amkis, the kashas, Baruch Hashem. But every time when we look into the Gemara, one of the main things I try to teach him, the hashkufa from what we're learning, what it means to be a Yid, Aminas Elakim, Yiddish Shemayim, not just learning, which is important because the only way you can get these things from Torah and Avodah. So, as I said, in the mischus that many of these chavruses that exist, the Oorah and the schus and the gewaldige avodah that they do, they make kidduv. Let's hope in that schus we shall have the schus, the Mashiach, that Kain will come, we could have mamish. A good Tavach.
The beautiful relationship that is built through Torah mates is really something special. It is truly something to celebrate. We will be celebrating here, and you should be celebrating together with us at home, together with David Gabay.
Mazel tov on the siyum. We're all so excited to partake in this awesome occasion for you. Sim should be Matzliach. It's Hashem should bring Mashiach.
Yehirotzoi milvonecho, Yehirotzoi milvonecho, Vishetishre shechino b'masei yedechem. Yehirotzoi, Yehirotzoi milvonecho, Yehirotzoi milvonecho, Vishetishre shechino b'masei yedechem. Yehirotzoi, Zamavax Matzliya, V'revevevex Moshiya.
Continues. Your donations are coming in. The phones are off the hook. 1877 auction. So far tonight we have already received. These are all $100 donors plus. Ahuz Rosenblatt from Rockaway, Albert Halawani from Brooklyn, Arnold Elstein from Philadelphia, Abby Rosengarten from Brooklyn, Abby Rosengarten from Chicago, Abby Rosengarten from Toronto, Avram Schwab from Suffern, Ben Yaxel from Flushing, Benjamin Schreitel from Lakewood, Ben Steed Weiss from Irmont, Beth Enterprises from Brooklyn, Brian Gasser from Beechwood, Chaim Chaimus from Muncie, Chana Steger from Brooklyn, Chana Lagwitz from Brooklyn, Chava Matt Perry from Brooklyn, Kai Cohn from Yerushalayim HaKodesh, Kai Stam from Brooklyn, Daniel Fuchs from Brooklyn, Devar Buxan from Brooklyn, David Lichtenstein from Lakewood, David Udman from Baltimore, Ellie Nagel from Brooklyn, Ellie Nagel from Lakewood, Ellie Salter from Brooklyn, Elizabeth Bar Chaim from Brooklyn. All gave $100. Chaim Schwartz from Brooklyn, Heshi Friedman from Brooklyn, Heshi Fisher from Brooklyn, Isaac Shapiro, Israel Lustein, Jeffrey Beer, Joe Lefkowitz, Joseph Schnitzer, Joseph Schwartz, Joseph Gluck from Spring Valley, Josu Gluck from Brooklyn, Larry Bernstein from Brooklyn, and remember, the Jacqueline Shatel will be raffled off in just a few moments. I believe at 11:35 we're going to be raffling off the Jacqueline Shaitel. So, Tante Hindi, this is your last chance to enter the raffle. You've always been telling Uncle Chaim you want to get a new Shaitel. This is your last chance, Tante Hindi. 1-877-7 auction. Uncle Chaim, remember that. 1-877-7 auction.
And I just want to say good night to all the Kinderlach. Thank you so much for calling in. We really appreciated that you called in. It was just wonderful. And all you Kinderlach who couldn't get through, like Bracha Kranzer and all her friends from Detroit who were trying so desperately to call in, well, I'm sorry you didn't get through, but your father actually has my number. So tomorrow afternoon, you can call in and take care of it. Thank you, Kinderlach, for calling in. Good night. And now we end with your bracha. Hamalach HaGoel Osi Mikol Rong. Yivarech Es Haniarim. V'yikarei V'ahem Shemi. Uv'shem Abosai Avraham Yitzchak V'Yaakov. V'yidgu Larov. B'kerev Haaretz. V'mehera V'yameinu Amen. Agut Anach.
Goodbye, Mandy. Bye, all you Kinderlach out there listening. Oh, and anytime.
You've taught us all about the Torah.
You bet your boots high.
Can't wait to do this all again.
Oh, we sure will. Next year, I think so.
Thank you, Fiveish, for so much fun.
Oh, and anytime.
Glad to have you as a friend. You've taught us all about the Torah.
You bet your boots high.
Can't wait to do this all again.
Oh, we sure will. Next year, I think so.
Songs and laughter for everyone. Learning in the special Fiveish way.
Learning in the special Fiveish way. Thank you. Oorah auction on 570 WMCA New York, 1079 WMDI Lakewood, and our flagship station 770 WABC New York. Also broadcasting live at Oorah.org, your most trusted source for auction coverage everywhere. Welcome to Oorah's 2017 auction, home of 50 awesome prizes. 6 tickets to Israel, a new galley shaitel, and dozens of piles of cash. A great Amex gift, a grocery bill lift, weekly winnings to add to your stash. A lighter for Shabbos, no China for Yom Tov, a brand spanking new minivan. A family vacation, enrich an organization, a trip to Israel with a fam. Or do it l'shma, or do it to win. Shop and get so you'll get red. Circus in Israel, a Renaissance shaitel, a college degree with no debt. Only $5 a prize. Your own safer Torah pays Rabbi Yeruchim, the world's biggest check in your hands. 5 KVs, a gift card, a MasterCard gift card, and once again 36 grand. Fly to Israel 12 times, that's a dozens of times. 600 a month is for spare. Helicopter of Israel, a Jacqueline Shaitel, support your new couple for years. Ounces of gold, 24 karat gold. The shelves full of stories untold. $18,000 and for you math scholars, the jackpot is where you will fold. 1-877-7 auction. Cash for a decade, a gift card that's prepaid, a necklace that adds to your look. Shop big in the city, a bracelet so pretty, a 5 OK 5-ish checkbook. 100 times your donation amount can win you a full 50 grand. Megabucks, what? Say that again. Can win you a full 50 grand. A bracha that's priceless, a car that's the nicest new clothes for the whole family. Pay your mortgage or rent or pay off your debt. A fine furniture shopping spree. Oorahauction.org. A kosher adventure vacation whenever. A saving bond from the U.S. An Amazon gift card, a 4K Discover, a shaitel so you can impress. A grand 50 prizes is what this comprises, so choose all the ones that you like. It's so hard to pick from these prizes so awesome, so pick all of them if you like. Oh, Fiveish and Oorah here once again in auction 2017. Be smart, do your part, and maybe this time. Be in it to win it, it takes us a minute. Thousands of winnings, 5,000 ticket at Oorahauction.org.
This next Oorahthon segment has been sponsored by Oorah's Tuition Fund, because public school is no place for a Jewish child. Oorah's Holiday Packages Division, making Yontif in thousands of homes. Ask the Rabbi Live, where no question goes unanswered.
Good to welcome everybody and welcome back to this year's Oorah auction. 18777 auction is the number to call. I'm here with Rabbi Avi Schnall, my good friend. We're going to be joined very shortly by Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss and Rabbi Heshi Forrester as well. We have a very exciting hour coming up this hour. We're going to be actually drawing the Jacqueline Shaitel Prize very soon. Very soon. So we're going to start drawing some shaitels. A very nice looking shaitel, by the way. If you look at the if you look at what's in the auction book, it's really, really nice. Cut to your specific length, whatever you want. We are just not getting involved. We give it to you. You can cut it. It could be mamish short like anything if you want. So that's certainly wonderful. We're going to talk a little bit about the tuition crisis facing some of the schools. We do a CM every single hour with special entertainment like we just had with David Gabay. We are actually going to be joined by Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss very, very soon. And we have the Shark Take segment coming up this hour. So 3 of the members of the Oorah staff are going to compete for the Shark's money. They're going to try and sell their program to him, and we'll see which one what he does. And that's part of the Donor Decide program that we have here at Oorah, where you could actually decide which of Oorah's many programs you want your donation to go help, which is, I think, is really wonderful.
Because Oorah is not just about Kiruv Rechakim. There's so many programs that Oorah offers. I think the number was like 40, 49 programs, camp, chill zone, packages, and it goes on and on and on. So when you give, where do you want your money to go to?
That's right. From cradle to the grave, we Kiruv Rechakim you all the way through.
All the way
through. We came in Mekarev, the peds to the geriatrics, as they say. And now we'll welcome in a very special friend of Oorah, Rabbi Heshi Forrester, who's, besides his day job as the assistant principal of Yeshiva Tiferes Yisrael in Flatbush, Rabbi Forrester dedicates much of his time to Oorah in a volunteer capacity, and now he's actually recently joined Oorah's board of directors. And Rabbi Forrester lends his charisma and commanding presence to help run several of the Yom Tov at the Zone family events. Good vach, Rabbi Forrester, and welcome.
Good vach, Rabbi Chanan. Good vach, Rabbi. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here.
And that's really
such a pleasure.
Amazing that you go up to the Zone. I think a lot of people don't realize that. How many programs are there in the Zone up through the year? It's not something that the Zone is just a summer camp. This is really an entire year long project.
The Zone is called much more than a summer camp because that's the easiest and simplest way to describe it. If you're going to start describing all the programs that go on in the Zone, I think we're never going to end.
We'll have to have like multiple Oorahthons just to get
every week
of what's going on.
Every Motzaei Shabbos.
I would do this every Motzaei Shabbos.
I would do it also. Yeah, it's lots of fun. I'm not sure if people would donate every Motzaei Shabbos, but you never know. And I don't know if we could get Fiveish every Motzaei Shabbos. He is very, very busy. So welcome to you. We have also together with us tonight someone who is, I believe, the only other person who has been here since the inception of the Oorahthon, and that is our Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss. He has graced the Oorahthon with his distinguished and inspiring presence from the beginning. He's always had a warm friendship with Oorah and is a close Talmud of Reb Chaim Mintz. He is the Rav of Agudas Yisrael of Staten Island, a renowned speaker and a Marbitz Torah whose shiurim are listened to by thousands. It is an honor to hear a few words from him tonight. What we're doing is we're going to be going to Rabbi when we feel that we need a burst of inspiration, a blast of inspiration. We will go to Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss, who will be mechazik us and give us koiches and give us inspiration and ruchniistikkeit.
And it's a pleasure once again to be joining you at the exciting annual Oorahthon, this year Oorahthon 2017, with the help of Hashem. My name is Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss, and I'm joining Rabbi Elchanan and other wonderful hosts here this evening, and we have such an exciting evening planned for you. But before I even begin, the thing I'd like you to do first, if you haven't done it yet, is dial 18777 auction and donate to Oorah. Now, why am I speaking for Oorah? I mean, there's so many more important people that could get up by these microphones. Well, I'm involved with Oorah for 43 years. That's right, back when I was in Yeshiva of Staten Island, learning by Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, Zecher Tzadik L'Bracha, Zchus Yogen Aleinu. Rabbi Mintz then, as now the Menal Ruchni of the Yeshiva, has started this organization. It wasn't even called Oorah yet, to help get children that were in public school into yeshiva. But he had the idea that it's not enough to do that. You have to create an entire package. You have to make sure then that the home that the child comes from should start being more kosher, should start having a Shabbos. The parents should become knowledgeable. They should have a Yom Tov. They should have a Yom Tov experience. And thus started the Oorah umbrella. Why do I call it the Oorah umbrella? Because Oorah grasps and embraces the child from every direction. And that means that volunteers go down to build a sukkah. That means getting a very exciting Hanukkah package. That means taking care of Mechiras Chametz. That means coming down and koshering the kitchen. Now, Oorah has, when you have an organization, it's special when it never stops. It never rests on its laurels. There's always something new. As Oorah has grown over the years, they keep on adding things. Oorah has always helped with tuition. That's why we ask you, 18777 auction, to help us, because we're putting children in yeshivas all over America and all over the globe. And 1877 auction, it's so exciting. For $5, you could perhaps win tonight. It'll be announced tonight. $5. You could win $36,000. You could win a Sefer Torah. You could win 12 trips to Eretz Yisrael. You got to be in it to win it. 18777 auction. Of course, I'm not looking for you to only give $5. $5 is a start. But we need your help. We know that for many of us, growing up, our summer experience has been incredible. Incredible. Right? A summer, if we have a summer, it remains with us our entire life. And sometimes friendships created during the summer last for a lifetime. So therefore, Oorah has now their sophisticated camp up in the Catskills where they make memories, they create friendships for these children that they introduced to Yiddishkeit. And it lasts for a lifetime and adds so much spiritual meaning to their lives. It's a spark plug that can't be imagined. All of this is expensive. 18777 auction, oorahauction.org. You got to be in it to win it. Yeah, you could win a Grand Caravan, not a lease, to own it. There's so many things that you could win here tonight, but you got to dial 18777 auction. Now, let me give you a little inspiration. That's my job over here. I am a rabbi. So let me tell you that people just traveled all the way to Meron to go to the grave of Rab Shimon Bar Yochai to get inspired. People traveled to Lezhensk to get inspired, to have Yeshuas. Well, I want to tell you something. We know that Hashem judges us midah keneged midah, measure for measure. So let's say there's somebody out there who wants to have a child. Well, help an Oorah child, and that should be a schooler to have a child. We'll talk more about this, but time is running and there's so much more to do. Care of interview coming up. 18777 auction.
Rabbi, how do you explain the discovery of 230 million-year-old dinosaur fossils according to the Torah?
What's wrong with marrying a non-Jew who's a fine person?
We mentioned that the reward is for how much Torah is learned. Isn't it for the quality, not the quantity?
What is the Jewish view on global warming and environmentalism?
My question is that the world was created through the blueprint of the Torah. Why is the Yetzer Hara so much more powerful than the Yetzer Tov?
An online question. Why does Rabbi Min say Shabbos and why does my rabbi say Shabbat?
The Mishnah says, do not befriend the government. What advice would the rabbi offer to Jared Kushner?
In my Chumash class, we learn about a bunch of different Mefarshim. They all have like different opinions on certain topics. So how do we know like which one is correct?
I'm going to ask Rabbi Mintz, and whatever Rabbi Mintz tells me to do, that's what I'm going to do.
A person is starting to become religious. So what's the first area they should start focusing on?
Torah mate.
Good Tavach, everybody, and welcome back to the Oorah Radiothon. That Ask the Rabbi is really something.
I'll tell you something, Elchanan. Last week, I had the opportunity of going to Ask the Rabbi in Staten Island at the Torah spot, and I witnessed it live, what goes on there every single Tuesday night at 9 p.m. And if you're not able to go to the Torah spot in Staten Island, you can watch it on live on Oorah's YouTube channel. You can watch it at oorah.org, OORAH.org, every single Tuesday night at 9 p.m. You can submit your questions beforehand, and these are real questions from real people, and you get real answers from Rav Chaim. It truly is a gem that Oorah offers to all of us.
Did you actually ask any questions?
I actually did ask a question.
Really?
I actually did ask a question, which we are not going to be bringing up tonight. We have much more, many more discussions that we will be discussing tonight, wishing Christ and all sorts of very important things.
Sounds intriguing.
But the question that I did ask, I actually did get an answer, like everyone gets an answer, and it was an excellent answer, and it was an inspiring answer, and I'm happy I went.
So wonderful. So live on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. on oorah.org. They can go to participate or view Ask the Rabbi. And I just want to remind everybody that we are closing down the drawing for the sheitel in just a few moments. So if you want to call in now and get in for that sheitel, if you feel like you need a new sheitel, this is the time to do it. So call up right now at 1-877-7-AUCTION. And it's so nice to have Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss back and hear those wonderful, inspiring words about Kiruv and Oorah and Lag BaOmer.
43
and
years.
What? 43 years.
43 years.
Yeah,
I didn't
it's
know
amazing.
the was that old even.
Yeah, he goes way back from when Oorah was a fledgling organization, and it's really been just marvelous. So those you want to call in right now, 1-877-AUCTION to put in for that, and we're going to draw that prize live on the air very shortly. And Rabbi Forster is here with some very special guests.
Shavua Tov, Good Tavach. We're joined here by our wonderful friends, Mrs. Irit Goldman and her two beautiful children, Yael and what's your name?
Gilad.
Gilad. Wonderful. How old are you, Gilad?
10.
Wow. If I'm not mistaken, Mrs. Goldman, am I correct that it's just about the time Gilad was born that your relationship with Oorah began?
Yes.
It's about 9 or 10 years?
Yes.
Wow. Give us a little bit of an idea. Tonight is not just about supporting Oorah. Tonight is also celebrating Oorah. So here's our chance to get a little bit of a glimpse, a real live glimpse of what Oorah is about. I understand you're involved in many of the different Oorah programs.
Yes, I did.
And you're very courageous.
Still am.
You're very courageous for coming on here live in person. You're very courageous for everything that you've done, the lifestyle changes that you've made over the years through Oorah. So give us a little bit of an idea of how this relationship began back in 2008.
It started when my daughter Yael needed to go to start schooling, and we purchased a Jewish school in Harrisburg, and we wanted help from Oorah for the Jewish school, but we didn't do it eventually because my husband got sick, and I needed to take care of him. So Oorah starts sending us a sukkah. They send us that we can celebrate Sukkot.
Wow. And
every holiday we're getting a package.
Oh, wow.
And the kids they love the packages.
I was just
that
going to ask,
getting.
is that package just for you or is that for the children?
No, that's for the children. They're excited about it. The only one they're not opening right away, it's the Pesach one, the Passover.
Oh, wow.
Because they know that there is a matzah shmura inside, so they don't touch it until Pesach.
I've been told by others that get the holiday packages that the holiday begins the day they get the package.
Yeah.
That's when the excitement begins.
Yes, that's
okay,
true.
I see that happens in the Goldman home too.
Yes. And I joined Torah Mate in, I think, like maybe I don't know, 10 years ago, 9 years ago. In that time,
So
just
you've been
for
learning-
me, just for me, you know, for having some more Judaism and
Beautiful.
remember how I grew up. So I need to remember things and passing it to my children, because I believe to be a Jewish, it's not a choice, it's a right, and it's very, very special for me, the Judaism, and I want to keep it for my kids.
Wow,
So
that's beautiful. So you've been a Torah mate since?
Since about 2008.
So that's, wow, we're talking about almost 10
Yeah.
years.
Almost
Wow.
10 years, yeah.
That's
about 10
beautiful.
years, yep.
Okay, have your children gotten involved in any of the programming?
In the beginning, it was very hard for me because my husband is sick, but we started the chill zone, and I'm driving Yael an hour to go to chill zone once a week, and she's enjoying it. We tried it one time, and she likes it, so we
Sounds
continue
like it's
every
worth it.
week.
Where is your chill zone location?
Baltimore.
Baltimore, wow. Shout out for
Yes.
Chill Zone in Baltimore.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
chill zone Baltimore. And
That
actually,
both you, Gilad goes as well?
Giladi doesn't have it in Baltimore. He have it 2.5 hours away, so we didn't do that.
Oh, it's not worth that much yet.
That was too
Okay.
much driving, so we didn't do him. But yes, for her, and she likes it. And actually, they wanted. It was supposed to end in beginning of March, and I requested if we can extend it a little more, and they did for
Look at
another
that. So
month,
you customized the Chill Zone to
Yes.
work just for the Goldman children. Wow.
Yes, to have a little more because she didn't start right away in the beginning, so just have a little more.
So you got it
and she's enjoying
extended.
It. Yes.
Well, I'm sure it was worth it.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Fabulous. And I understand Yael is going to be joining the Zone this summer.
Yes, she is.
Is that the first summer?
That's the first time. Yeah.
Beautiful.
They introduced it in the chill zone, and she saw the video and talked to the girls, and she said, I have to try it, and I have to see how it is. So she's going this summer. That's the first time.
You know what I've been told from others that were part of Chill Zone and then went to camp. I've been told that if you can just picture in your mind that one Chill Zone session, whether it's an hour and a half, and just picture that for a full summer, whether it's a 4-week program or for the girls, they have the option of an 8-week program, and have that Chill Zone for an entire summer.
Yes.
That's a little bit what the Zone Summer Camp is about.
Yeah, she saw the video. She liked it.
That's beautiful. Wow, we're very excited. There's a lot happening up there. And how about Gilad? What's Gilad's plans for the summer?
Well, I'm doing a lot of theater summer camps, and I'm going to be doing a lot of shows this summer.
Oh, that sounds exciting, but just be prepared to be jealous at the end of the summer.
Because she's going to
You
come
realize
up
that.
with
Your
a
sister's
lot
going
of
to come home
stuff.
telling you all about camp, and you may feel a little bad. But you'll be all right. You'll be all right. There's always next summer.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And what are plans for schools at this point?
Well, both of them are, until now, they are in public school because it was difficult for me to drive them an hour away because of my husband is sick and I need to take care of him. So now I got to a point that I can do it because they have a caregiver. So they both going to start a Jewish school for the next school year in September. So we process in Baltimore. It's both going to be in Baltimore in the same school. So,
So they're going to be going to yeshiva in Baltimore?
Yes.
Wow,
yes.
that's beautiful. Give us a little bit of an idea of what your thought process is in this switch going from public school to a Jewish school. It's certainly not an easy decision.
No.
And we know even physically,
No,
we
well,
see it's not always
I
easy.
regret I didn't do it years ago. I have to say that. Judaism is very, very important for me that my kids will know more about Judaism because it's the place I'm living in. There is not enough Jewish people over there, so we don't feel the Judaism in the air like you feel when you live with a lot of Jewish people.
So you don't yet have that environment.
So I need to provide the environment. It's only in the house, so I'm trying. It's very hard to do it by yourself. So it's always good to have help, to get the environment more Jewish. Like if you get in my house, you will see a lot of Jewish stuff all over the place. And we celebrate all the holidays and Shabbos and Kiddush. He's 10 years old, but the last 4 years he's the one who's doing a Kiddush in the house. Because my husband, it's hard for him to speak, so he's the one who's doing the Kiddush.
Wow.
So he learned very young how to do the Kiddush.
So the environment was already set in the Goldman home. Something tells me that the entire neighborhood where you guys are living is going to change very soon, only because of the changes that you've made in your home.
Yeah.
You're a source of inspiration to me, to my co-hosts here. I'm sure you're inspiration to all our listeners and viewers out there as well. It's really, really,
Yeah.
really beautiful.
Yes. And I don't know what I will do without Oorah, because during all those years, Oorah really helped me, you know, to pass everything to my kids. And even now, when I'm moving them to a Jewish school, which is extremely expensive, Oorah's helping with the tuition. So it's like, it's a blessing to have Oorah in our lives.
Right.
We feel like
So we
Oorah is part of family.
That's what it is. Oorah is family for everybody. Everybody that's connected with Oorah,
Yes.
no matter what division it is, it's all one big family.
Yes.
Now, so you still have the drive
Mhm.
to school, but at least the tuition is a little bit easier because of Oorah's assistance. in
Yeah,
the
well, I
tuition
still
program.
have more to pay, but still the help that I'm getting from Oorah, it's something that I didn't have before. So it's already, it's like dropping it down a little bit for me. So it's good.
Give us a little bit of an idea. You've been a Torah mate for 10 years.
Yes.
How specifically has the Torah Mates program affected your family?
The first thing that happened is that my Torah mate, she's a wonderful, wonderful person. And when we start talking about things about Judaism, and I told her things that happened in my house where I came from Israel, and she told me stuff from her house, and I told her the thing that was hard for me in Shabbat is that I didn't have the warmer, because usually in Israel you buy it everywhere, and over here I couldn't find any
Wasn't
because
so
I'm
easy to
not
get.
living. She sent me one, and she
Wow.
sent me one right before Pesach that I can use it in Pesach and then continue
it
for the whole
throughout the
year.
year.
Yeah, and we're talking about a lot of things, even daily things. We very, very connected about the Judaism, and whenever I'm speaking with her, I used to pass it to my children. If it's a little bit more singing, if it's a little bit more reading and Tehillim and all of this. And actually, she told me about, well, your husband cannot do the Kiddush, maybe your son can. Talk to your rabbi. And I did talk to my rabbi, and he said, yeah, your husband cannot do it. So, yeah, it's affecting a lot. It's affecting a lot.
It sounds
it's a
to me-
relaxing time for me to do the Torah, you know.
Excellent. It sounds to me that your Torah mate is not just a learning partner.
Oh, she became
There's a lot
part
of
me.
social connection.
Yes, yes, yes. But the last year and a half, we didn't really connect with each other because she was busy with her family. So now I have a new Torah mate, which is a wonderful person as well. And I have actually two. I requested one more, so I have two of them.
Oh, two Torah mates.
Yes. So I'm
Wonderful.
doing two different things in 1 week. So it's fun. It's really fun. And actually, Yael's going to have a Torah mate soon too.
Right, she's going to get a Torah mate from
Yeah.
camp. And to all those listening, to all those viewing, if you have not yet called in your donation, now is your time. 1-877-auction, 1-877-7-auction. Call in for your donation. Call in for your shmorg. Call in to be part of tonight's auction. To be part of tonight, you can have a tremendous chus. You can be part of the growth of families just like the Goldmans.
And don't forget that third 7, that 18777 auction, 18777 auction. That could be a little bit tricky over there. So let's not forget that third 7, otherwise it won't go through. And this is your last chance to be able to donate tonight to help amazing, amazing, amazing families. And
we are closing, I believe, the auction for the shaitel. The shaitel for the auction is closing in 1 minute.
Oh, wow.
2 minutes. Is it close? I'm getting word right now. We're saying 5 minutes, they're telling me. 5 minutes, they'll be closing that down. So if you want that shaitel, and I'm sure you do, you got to call in right now at 1-877-7-auction.
Okay, it's been a pleasure. Any closing remarks? Anything you would want anybody else to hear? Anything you think would be an inspiration to others?
Well, I think what I feel that Oorah is for me, I know I'm not the only family that Oorah helps, and I believe all the other families out there that Oorah reaches feel the same way as I am, because without Oorah in our lives, I feel that it will be much less Judaism in my family because it's very hard for me by myself to keep it up. And Oorah really giving a big, huge opportunity to my children to feel more Jewish and get more Jewish
Excellent.
education.
Gilad, give us an idea. You must be a little bit nervous making the switch now throughout the summer, going to yeshiva next year. I'm not talking about the travel. I'm talking about the cultural difference. Right? How do you feel about that?
I have like mixed emotions about it. I don't know what to feel because I want to go to that school to learn more about my religion and everything.
That's the exciting feeling.
But I don't want to lose my friends from this school. So
I have a strong suspicion that you're going to make new friends.
Yes.
And I don't know
You're
that you
gonna
have to lose your
Jewish
friends where you are.
Yeah.
Excellent. What grade are you going into?
5th.
Wow, that's an important year.
Yes.
Wow, and I'm sure you've been doing well in school till now. Mom's not listening.
He's a good student.
And maybe after a summer of all of these entertainment camps, you'll be able to come to Oorah and maybe produce one of the future Oorahthons.
Yes, a future Schmorg actor right here.
You never know. A lot of theater takes place in Oorah. A lot of theater, a lot of opportunities for everyone here at Oorah.
Yeah.
Okay, Irit, you've been an inspiration to all of us.
Thank you.
Especially to hear everybody's here. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
From all of us here at Oorah, please send our best. And we wish a
Yes.
speedy recovery to your husband.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining. And for
Thank
all you
you.
out there, 1-877-7 auction. 1-877-7 auction.
In just a few hours, 50 lucky donors will have won hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of prizes. Be a part of it and enter to win. $36,000 cash, 50 grand in the Megabucks prize, 12 tickets to Israel, or any of the truly incredible prizes. Be a part of it, make a difference, and we'll be calling you with the good news really soon. Oorahauction.org.
One 877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Welcome to Oorah's Shark Tank. The battle for a cause.
You are wrong. Stop yelling and listen to what I have to say.
These program directors are fighting to win.
You'll get the most for your money when you invest in my program.
It's clear that my program is the program.
And win big.
Why give your money to something good when you can give your money to something better?
My dear friend, my dear shark, you're about to make a $500 mistake.
Welcome back to the Oorahthon 2017. The auction for the Shaitel is closing right now. We will have our first winner of the night in just a few short minutes. 1-877-7 auction. And now to one of our favorite features of the program this evening, the Shark Tank. The Shark Tank, or at least our version of it. Our first shark this evening is Committeeman Isaac Ackerman, who has been the mayor of Lakewood in 2013 and 2015, deputy mayor in 2016, and we're sure that he knows how to wheedle the truth out of people and make the right decisions. And we have three of our esteemed Oorah staff members here to push their agenda to the Shark Ackerman. And welcome to the Oorahthon.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here tonight. And yes, I hope to throw some hard-boiled questions at our three presenters, and I hope to make a good decision where I should give my money to.
Okay, and who's going first from our contestants this evening? Let's start with Rabbi Forrester. Rabbi Forrester, what are you pushing?
We're talking about events at the zone.
Uh-huh.
one of the crown jewels of Oorah's programs. Let me give you a little bit of an idea. Thank you so much for coming. And I appreciate the consideration. And give you a little bit of an idea of what events are like. There are many people that are learning with Torah mates. We just heard from a Torah mate, a 10-year Torah mate, and she was complaining about the environment of where she lives. There are people that are learning, and they're spending lots of time at their Torah mate learning. Their children may be in schools, and they're doing wonderfully. But what they're learning is theory. But then when they come home and they want to put that to practice, sometimes that becomes difficult. Events at the zone gives a family that opportunity, in a family style, come up to the zone, beautiful place to be, beautiful place to celebrate any Chag, any event, and learn how to celebrate that Chag in the real authentic Jewish way. Then they can then take that feeling, take that practice, and bring that back home. Now that they've seen it in action, they've felt it, they've actually lived it, now they can bring that home, and that makes their experience that much easier. It brings the theory of Torah to practice.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure what the format here is. Do I ask questions, or can I hear all three first? Or should I hear all three first?
I would say let's hear all three first, and then you can kind of skewer.
Because I have to take notes, and I have to figure out. I have to have what to base each one against. So otherwise, I may not have any questions. I may go through all three of them and say, look,
you're going to donate to all three of them.
Yeah, or just one.
Or just
because
one.
One just sticks out more than the
Someone
others.
might do just that miserable
is this
job.
donation a township donation, or this is a private donation?
Well, we're going to have to talk about that offline. Township donations we have to discuss
That
later.
reminds me, before you leave tonight, I have a couple of applications I want to discuss with you.
Zone changes, whatever you need. That's what I'm here for.
Isaac, you truly are a friend of everyone in Lakewood. Thank you for what
Thank
you
you.
do.
Okay, Rabbi Biederman.
Okay. Rabbi Forster discussed the wonderful experience of being an event at the zone. But what happens when you get home and you don't know what to do, or your kid doesn't know what to do? Nobody in your family knows how to celebrate. Nobody in your family understands exactly what Judaism is all about. And when you send your kid to a yeshiva, they get that education, and he brings it home. And he brings what he learns in yeshiva or in their day school home with them. And they bring home the meat and potatoes of Judaism, which is what they study in yeshiva. They get the fundamentals, they get the practices, they get the understanding, they get the all-around, everything about Judaism is in that school. Oorah has nearly 700 children enrolled in schools across the country, and our budget and our enrollment is up about 10% from last year.
Wow,
we
that's very
spend
impressive.
we spend millions of dollars a year, well over $2 million a year in tuition, not in auctions, but in tuition subsidies to put kids in yeshiva, kids that would otherwise be in public school. They bring that home. They have what to teach, and those children themselves will go on to build families that are well-founded and well-grounded and well-established in Jewish tradition because of that experience. Everything else is nice. It's wonderful. It's fluff and stuff. The meat and potatoes is paying for a tuition for a kid in yeshiva. That's the meat and potatoes of Judaism, and that's where you'll get the best bang for your buck.
Wow, it's heating up here. It's starting to get confusing. I thought I had an answer after Rabbi Forster, but now it's starting, I'll be honest with you, it's starting to get confusing for me. But
yes,
ahead,
you're right.
Rabbi
This is only the
Reichman,
beginning.
please. Rabbi
This is
Reichman,
only the beginning of your confusion.
Yeah, confuse me a little more, please.
Okay, first of all, Rabbi Isaac, good tvach, and it's always a
Tavach,
pleasure to see you.
tavach.
Being that we spent some time together in the zone campus.
Don't try to wheedle this in,
Maybe them in your
massage
hand, your
this.
chance.
Raj doing a great job. Continue. Don't listen to them.
Being that we spent some time together in the zone campus, I know where your heart lies, and you know what the campus, our zone campus, is all about. I don't have to convince you, but for the benefit of our listeners and viewers, as to why you're going to be donating your money to camp, I'd like to explain it to them. Well, first of all, the zone campus is a state-of-the-art. It's really a resort. It's not really a camp with all the amenities and exciting, great activities, including zip line, ATVs, horseback riding, alpine slide, batting cage, bumper boats, and the list goes on and on. And the reason why we invest so much to have this beautiful campus is because we want to give kids that are not yet from the opportunity to experience Yiddishkeit, the beauty of Yiddishkeit, the geschmack of Yiddishkeit, in a fun-filled, relaxed atmosphere, away from the pressures of school. We all know how pressurizing school could be, and many kids have a hard time in school, and they feel like you're cramming it down their throat. So you want the kids to be able to experience this wonderful experience.
We would never send kids to such a school.
They will have this wonderful experience away from the city, and sometimes they need that break from the family as well to be able to experience it without any pressure. And believe it or not, one of the most difficult jobs we have in camp is to hold back some of our campers. They experience such a beautiful Yiddishkeit that they want to dive in head first and start keeping so many mitzvahs that they see the staff members keeping. And we have to hold them back and tell them, slow down, take it slow, let's experience it and see what it's all about, and one step at a time. I just heard a story about 20 minutes ago from a veteran counselor of ours, Benny Ben Alil. He said the first week of camp, the junior division, one of his campers was homesick, so after curfew he took him out and he took him to the canteen, and they ordered up a nice feast from the canteen at night, and he was sitting with him on a bench and he was talking to him and he asked him, would you like to make a bracha? So the kid said yes, and he told him how to make the bracha word by word, and the kid said the bracha. And then he asked the kid, this camper, is this your first time making a bracha? He said no. He said, how many times have you made a bracha before? He said, one time before. He said, by the other counselor, every bunk has two counselors. Our co-counselor, he took me out last night also, and he also brought me food from the canteen. I made a bracha last night just to show you the devotion and care that our staff members have for our campers. And once they experience that, then when they go back to school and when they go to events, they look at it with a different way, and they're able to internalize everything else that Oorah does and that Yiddishkeit is all about.
Thank you. So I was right. When they come to events, that's when they internalize it.
The bottom line is they can go to all the events and all the camps, but they don't know what to do in real life until they go to yeshiva and they learn.
Oh my gosh. This is not...
In camp, there's plenty of learning, and then they keep up with a Torah mate throughout the year who constantly advises them and helps them and learns with them before every yontif, telling them what every yontif is all about.
And meeting other kids and meeting kids that live near them, and they get a whole social experience. And it's a whole different ball of wax, a whole year. 10 months a year, not 2 months a year.
So that's what's important. That's what's different about the zone. The zone is not a summer camp. The zone camp is the beginning of a relationship. Every camper in the zone camp gets a Torah mate during camp to learn every day for a half hour with his Torah mate, and then they keep up throughout the year.
What are you thinking, Rabbi Yeruchim? I mean, they all make strong...
Could we... Give him a bottle of Excedrin.
No, I mean...
Could we... Are you ready to eliminate one of the three? How about that?
Well, listen, it's very confusing. You know, I expected to have an easier time here because, especially since I've been at events already, and I spent time with some of them. I know Rabbi Biederman for a long time, and I figured whatever he's doing has to be amazing. So I figured somehow I'm going to be able to smell this out very quickly. But how about if I ask a couple of questions now and see if it'll help me make a decision? Because right now I honestly don't have one. So I guess we'll start with Rabbi Forster since he went first. So about events. It's very nice that you have all these events, and I'm sure they cost a lot of money. So why should I donate for you to have events? Why can't we just have people invite their Torah mates to their houses for Yantif or something, and then they'll get a real experience, and maybe they'll learn about Yiddishkeit better that way.
Believe it or not, that does happen, and that's how we know that the two don't compare, because there are Torah mates that do invite families over. And they have a great time. But try experiencing Shavuos, try experiencing Kabbalas HaTorah with 500 people, and everybody singing together, sitting around the table with 500 people, versus sitting around the table with 10 people. There's an awesomeness that doesn't compare. Or doing a mock Seder in school, or even a Seder in a home, doesn't compare to Rabbi Mintz's Seder at the zone.
Fair enough, but how about this? You have 500 people now. It might get a little impersonal, right? Like maybe do an event with 300 people, and then you don't need my money, right? I mean, maybe 300 people is better than 500. It's much more personal. I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking.
Well, we've done 300 and we've done 500, and the raving reviews speaks for itself.
Okay, fair enough. I've actually seen the 500, so I can't argue with it too much, to be honest. Okay, Rabbi Biederman. I have a question for you. Like, why pay for full tuition for children? Maybe pay for tutors for some of them. Tuition is very expensive. Maybe, I know back in the day when the Yidden came over from Europe, not all Yidden had the opportunity to have a yeshiva, a full-fledged yeshiva in their neighborhoods. So a lot of people after public school, they took classes in Yiddish either by private tutors, or maybe there was a day school in the neighborhood. Maybe we should set up day schools in certain places for a couple hours a day for after the children get home, and then maybe they'll be close to home and they'll be able to influence their parents. Maybe that's better.
That would be a great idea if it worked. Many of the actually, my wife taught in the Talmud Torah for a number of years, so we've been through the Talmud Torah experience. Those people that did send their kids to Talmud Torah, the few that it worked for, generally had very strong homes. And when the home was strong and the kid went to Talmud Torah, it might work. When the home itself is not a strong home, you need a full immersion experience. Public school itself, the influence of the public school culture, the kids they befriend, that whole culture is something that has to change. And when you have a paradigm change, and you move the kid to a yeshiva where there's immersion in this whole Jewish culture, and you want to not only have Jewish education, but you want to have Jewish continuity, Jewish affiliation, Jewish identity. When you have a yeshiva experience, you're taking the kid out of a absolutely negative experience and moving him to an absolutely positive experience. Even if you were to set up Talmud Torahs that would mitigate one aspect of it, would give them a little bit of an education. Also, generally, kids that go to public school are totally disinterested because they're interested in spending the rest of the day hanging out with their public school friends. They're interested in going to the park with their friends. They're interested in going roller skating with their friends. They're not interested in going to some Jewish religious class, like some bar mitzvah lesson, after their day in public school.
I have to agree with that. Yeah, you have to get them out of their environment into a full-fledged yeshiva environment. That is a good thing. But I do have another question.
Some really great questions from the Shark so far, as I see the program directors here really sweating. I mean, they're really grueling here. But for all those listening on the air, if you want to call in and donate, if you find one of the arguments compelling and you want to choose which program, or you don't care which program, you're happy with all of them and you want to donate, now is the time to call 1-8777-auction. Or if you don't care about Kira at all and you just want to win prizes, yeah, sure.
It's all about the prizes.
We'll take your money too, no problem. Call 1-877-7-auction, 1-877-7-auction. Just want to make sure to get that in there as people are listening to these wonderful, inspiring different programs.
Is there an online option?
I think there is an online option.
Oorah.org.
Yeah, I believe so. Okay.
Okay. Now I have another question for you. Why should I be giving money to your program? Why can't these yeshivas? Don't they see the importance of this? The yeshivas that you're sending to, why can't they offer free tuition? Why should I pay for that?
I think that's a great twist. I think Rabbi Schnall is working on that in New Jersey. But right now,
Rabbi Schnall has his hands full. You know how many things Rabbi Schnall is doing right now? I mean, how can he possibly do all that? How can you do everything?
His bosses would like to know.
uncut.israel.org. Okay.
Whoa. There is no such website. Anyway, it would be great if yeshivas could offer free tuition. There'll be a lot of heated discussion about that later, from what I understand. However, yeshivas right now have to pay their...
nothing about that discussion later. It involves yeshiva offering free tuition. Just saying. Just saying.
We can discuss it, but it ain't going to happen.
Yeah, we could discuss it.
Well, if they get vouchers, I don't know. But anyway, the reality is yeshivas are overburdened. Yeshivas are... You'll hear later from people involved in education, people involved in trying to help yeshivas. Yeshivas are overburdened as it is. Their resources are overtaxed. They're underfunded because they have to pay RAM salaries. It would be great in a perfect world if we could have free tuition for everybody, just like the public school system. But unfortunately, we can't tax everybody, and everybody's already paying taxes for the public school system. It would be wonderful if we could overwhelm the public school system and just make them Jewish schools and everything else. But as a public officer, you know that that's not a reality, and that's not even viable. The state can't fund religious education, and they don't. So what we have is a situation where we're paying for these rebbeim, we're paying for teachers, we have a dual curriculum, we have to pay salaries. That costs money. And yeshivas just can't afford to just give free tuition. They raise money to help subsidize this tuition. Oorah does drive a hard bargain and get subsidized rates for their tuitions. But these kids would otherwise, bottom line is, these kids would otherwise be in public school if we weren't subsidizing their tuition. And yes, yeshivas carry a good part of a good chunk of the burden of these children's tuitions, but our budget is still well over $2 million a year in tuitions.
Wow. Okay, I hear that. And by the way, you just scored 50 points by me because you called me a public official. You didn't say I'm a politician. That's big by me. You know, I hate when people call me a politician.
I know you're too long.
Okay, so on to Rabbi Reichman. You have so much staff. I mean, you have 684 students, I think, and over 500 staff members. Usually there's like a counselor and maybe 10 kids to a bunk. And here you have 500 staff members. You almost have more staff members than there are students. Like, why should I fund so many staff members? Why can't you just like skim it down? Maybe have 100 staff members and then it won't cost you as much.
Okay, that's a very fair question. Well, first of all our staff members are volunteers. It still costs money to have them in camp, but they're volunteers and they do not get a salary. And the reason why we have so many staff members are, first, number one, we want to be able to give special individualized attention for each camper. As mentioned before, we have 2 counselors for each bunk. Plus, we have many activities in camp that have to be run by staff. Whether it's zip line, we have to make sure the campers are going on in a safe fashion. They have 2 staff members where the kids are going on, 2 staff members where the kids come off to unhook them.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I could tell you that the zip line is very safe. I did it, and I tried to unhook myself so I could fall in the lake, but there was no way. So it's very safe. It's very safe.
Nothing like a personal experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, so this is just amazing. You've asked some really good questions. I think what we're going to do now, we'll give you a couple minutes to just consider which one you're going to.
One more important point. We'll take 20 seconds.
One more important point.
We want all our kids to have a Torah mate to keep up with them throughout the year. So our high staff ratio gives us that opportunity for every kid to have a Torah mate to keep up with them throughout the year.
Wow, I think I'm getting a headache. Wow, these are great answers, and I wouldn't mind a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
To think
So
about
while
this.
we're going to go to commercial, Rabbi Ackerman is going. After we come back, he's going to tell us which of these 3 programs he's going to donate. And no cheapos. No. Oh, I like everybody, and they're really all wonderful, and I'm going to divide it up. One. You got to pick one. And I don't
Unless he triples his donation, like you got last year.
No. It's like voting by an election. You have to pick one candidate.
You have to pick one candidate. So we're going to go to a commercial break and call right now 1877 auction. As soon as we come back, Rabbi Ackerman will have his decision.
Hi, my name is Jason Goodeman. I have 2 kids here at Little Star.
My name is Wendy. I have 2 children here.
My name is Lana. I have a little girl here. Her name is Claire, and she's almost 4 years old. It's absolutely amazing to be able to see her come in and happy and tell us all the things she did in school, all the holidays. It's just, it's me as an immigrant being able to learn with her, through her, everything that I didn't get a chance to learn when I was growing up in Russia.
Being part of Little Star is not just being a part of the school, it's also being a part of a community. We enjoy all the parties that we can go to, like the one this year we went to in Lakewood, the Purim party with Oorah.
I wanted her to be here as if her second home, away from home. Seeing how warm the teachers are, how loving and caring, and how much they love what they do.
My 3-year-old is davening, my 6-year-old, she loves to daven, and she teaches my son whatever he doesn't know, and they both teach me, and I love it. And that's one of the reasons why I started going and learning with the Torah mate.
You did great.
And welcome back to the Oorah auction, 18777 auction. We had 3 of our staff members here make presentations for competing for Rabbi Ackerman's money, whether it's tuition supplements, the camp, or the events. So, Rabbi Ackerman, you asked some good questions.
It's very hard for me.
What do you think?
This is not easy. You know, I know. I mean, camps are just a place where children could shine. And I will tell you, I'm going to give a donation to all 3, but I'm going to choose one. But camps are just a place where children could shine. It's such an amazing opportunity. As I said, I saw the camp. I've been at the events, and also Yom Tov is a recharge for Yidden. It's such an amazing thing also. But I have to say that I can't believe that we're actually taking children who never saw the inside of a yeshiva, and we're putting them into yeshivas. As a Frum Yid, that's what I have to go with, taking them out of their environment, as Rabbi Biederman said, and putting them into a yeshiva setting all year. I can't argue with that, and that's what I'm going to go with.
Very good.
Okay,
Tuition it is. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rabbi Isaac Ackerman, for joining us. Thank you, all of the staff here, for making your presentations.
I think we better get
in this Shark Tank segment. We're going to have another Shark Tank segment coming up very soon. Thank you all so very much. And now we actually have our first winner of the evening for the Jacqueline. For the Jacqueline Shatel.
This is exciting.
I think we have some. Hello. I think we have him on the phone.
Ooh, him, her.
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hi, how are you? May I speak with Faggy, please?
Oh, hi.
Hi, this is Elchanan Schwartz calling from Oorah.
Hi. How are you?
Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. What's going on?
I'm the first winner. How exciting.
Hey, you're the first winner. Do you know what you won?
I heard you say the Jacqueline wig.
Yes, you did. Aren't you excited to win a Jacqueline wig?
Very exciting, yes.
Well, I want to wish you a
Exciting,
mazel
yes.
tov and nachas, and thank you so much. When did you actually donate? When did you put in for the raffle?
I don't know, 2 weeks ago?
2
I'm not quite
weeks
sure.
ago. Okay. 2 weeks ago. Very good. So it's still at the top of the bucket. I like that. That's why a lot of people.
Maybe I'll win something else.
Maybe you will. Maybe you will.
Tuned. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. We're going to be picking winners all night. Congratulations to our first winner, Faggy Goldstein from Brooklyn, New York, who has won the Jacqueline wig. And isn't that really wonderful? We hope to be calling some more winners. Maybe in just a few short moments, we're going to call you. So pick up the phone right now and call 1-877-AUCTION, and maybe at 3 o'clock in the morning we can call you and tell you that you won 5 times your donation.
Wow.
Like the guy last year who put in $500 and won 50 times, not 5 times his donation, 50 times his donation. You win 50 times your donation.
How much was that at the end? The total
He
amount.
won $50,000. He put in $500
Wow.
and he won $50,000. True story, happened here last year. So 1-877-AUCTION, 1-877-7-AUCTION. Don't forget that extra 7. Call in right now. We're going to go to another Siyum back in our Siyum event room.
Welcome back to our Siyum celebrations. I'd like to call up Rav Chaim Leib Marmestein, one of our Chashuv Torah Mate coordinators who's been very instrumental in making this Siyum happen, to introduce the Messiah. Rav Chaim Leib.
Hello, we have with us here tonight Jonathan Silber, Rabbi Yitzchak Katzenstein, and Rabbi Pinchas Doppelt. Approximately 2 years ago, Jonathan, who is constantly searching and yearning in his learning and growth and commitment to Torah and mitzvahs, reached out to us that he would like to work on learning various areas of halacha as well as other areas of learning. And sure enough, within a short time, he started learning with Rabbi Pinchas Doppelt and went through a lot of laws of Hilchas Brachos. And sooner or later, he started learning with Rabbi Yitzchak Katzenstein, a little bit about 6 months ago. And they started learning Mishnayos, Maseches Rosh Hashanah. And Baruch Hashem, they're here tonight as they are going to complete Maseches Brachos. And I would like to introduce Jonathan just to share a few words of his experience learning with Torah mates.
It's a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate being invited down. I very much want to thank Pinchas and Yitzchak for learning with me over the years. It's been a wonderful experience, and I greatly appreciate their efforts. I can't thank them enough. I really want to thank my wife Jessica for being so supportive. When a lot of this hit her from like left field, and she's a wonderful wife to me and an Eishes Chayil, and I'm very lucky to have her, and I hope to continue on with the Torah mates. I expect to go on with the learning with my Torah mates. So thank you very much.
Chazal, our sages say, Harbe Torah lamadti Rabbi Sai. I learned a lot from my rabbis. Mechavreisa yoysa mekulam, and from my friends I learned even more. Umitalmida yoysa mekulam, I learned the most from my students. The question is, why did he learn the most from his students? The reason is because in order to teach somebody something or to give it over to somebody, it has to first be clear by you in order to give it over to the next person. I'd like to thank my Torah mate Jonathan for this opportunity that allows me to prepare and to give over to him in a clear way. I'd also like to thank Jonathan's wife for giving up on her time. They were able to learn together. I'd also like to thank our Torah mate coordinator, Chaim Leib. I'd also like to thank the whole Oorah for this wonderful opportunity. Yep.
Just keep in mind that as we're celebrating this Choshev Siyum, we're also celebrating the Siyum of many, many hundreds of Torah mates that have made Siyumim throughout the past year. And we are about to have some music and dancing, so if you are keeping the second half of Siyur and cannot listen to music now, please turn off your radio and shut your live stream. Take it away.
On 570 WMCA New York, 1079 WMDI Lakewood, and our flagship station 770 WABC New York. Also broadcasting live at Oorah.org, your most trusted source for auction coverage everywhere. Welcome to Oorah's 2017 auction, home of 50 awesome prizes. 6 tickets to Israel, a new galley shekel, and dozens of piles of cash. A great Amex gift, a grocery bill lift, weekly winnings to add to your stash. A Leichter for Shabbos, new China for Yom Tov, a brand spanking new minivan. A family vacation, enrich an organization, a trip to Israel with a fam. Or do it l'shma, or do it to win. Shotgun gets so you'll get red. Circus in Israel, a Renaissance shekel, a college degree with no debt. Only $5 a prize. Your own safer Torah pay is Rabbi Yeruchim, the world's biggest check in your hands. 5 KVs, a gift card, a MasterCard gift card, and once again, 36 grand. Fly to Israel 12 times, that's a dozens of times. 600 a month is for spare. Helicopter of Israel, a Jacqueline shekel, support your new couple for years. Ounces of gold, 24 karat gold. The shelves full of stories I've told. $18,000, and for you, math scholars, the jackpot is where you will fold. 18777 auction. Cash for a decade, a gift card that's prepaid, a necklace that adds to your look. Shopping in the city, a bracelet so pretty, a 5-okay 5-ish checkbook. 100 times your donation amount can win you a full 50 grand. Megabucks, what? Say that again! Can win you a full 50 grand. A bracha that's priceless, a car that's the nicest, new clothes for the whole family. Pay your mortgage or rent, or pay off your debt. A fine furniture shopping spree. Oorahauction.org. A kosher adventure vacation whenever, a savings bond from the U.S. An Amazon gift card, a 4K Discover, a shaitel so you can impress. A grand 50 prizes is what this comprises, so choose all the ones that you like. It's so hard to pick from, these prizes so awesome, so pick all of them if you like. Oh, Fiveish and Oorah here once again in auction 2017. Be smart, do your part, and maybe this time. Be in it to win it, it takes just a minute. Thousands of winnings, 5,000 ticket at Oorahauction.org.
The following Oorahthon programming is brought to you by Oorah's Chill Zone. Learning fun and pizza in 48 locations spanning the globe. Torah Mates. Who doesn't have 30 minutes a week? Oorah's Rebbitzins program. Guiding Balei Tshuva as they navigate through the Shidduch process.
Good Tavach, everybody, and welcome back to the Oorah Auction 2017. And just that we've already had one prize tonight. You can be a winner too. We're actually going to pick another prize very shortly, and that's the 4K Amex. $4,000 Amex gift card. That's going to be closing very soon. So if you want to make sure that you get in for that, call right now at 1-877-7-AUCTION. I have to make a tremendous apology. As we went to break last time, my phone started blowing up. Everybody I know, all CPAs, you know, Tzali, everybody was just calling me and saying, Elchanan, what's the matter with you? 50 times 500 is not 50,000.
It's not 50,000.
And I said, oy vey. I said that's that, and I took on my calculator just to check. And it's true. Right. They were right. Tzali was right. Who would have thunk it? That and actually, 50 times 50 times 500 is 25,000.
That's right.
So really, what the prize actually is you get 100 times your donation, up to 50,000. And last year, the guy who did it was the maximum. So it was 100 times. He gave 500. He won 100 times that, so he won $50,000.
But the maximum is again $50,000.
Maximum 50. If you put $1 million, if let's say Yehuda Rechnitz decided to give $1 million and he wants to win 50 times his donation, he's not winning $50 million.
No, okay,
so that's not happening.
So
but if you give 500, we can actually have you win. You can actually win 50. So that's really pretty awesome prize. Lots of other prize. $36,000 cash, a Sefer Torah. I mean, that's a beautiful prize. You could win a Sefer Torah. I mean, you not only you get to do a mitzvah. It's a mitzvah. You really have to. You know, it says you have to have a Sefer Torah. And people do all these cheshbonos and shtick how they're gonna be able to be mekayim that mitzvah. This is a way to be mekayim it right away. And maybe certain places can hold that if you just put in for this raffle, you have a psakim and see the Sefer Torah. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I wouldn't rely on myself. So we have that Amex, that 4K Amex, which is closing. 12 tickets to Eretz Yisrael. 12 tickets. You can go with your whole family. You know, you can bring your bubbas and zaydis or whatever, or if you have, your wife and your 10 kids can go Eretz Yisrael, or you could go 12 times.
Well, 12 times, that's also
You could go for like every yard site in Eretz Yisrael. You could just keep going back and forth. You have to go for, Meron, and you go for Rebbe Kiva's yard site, and Shimon HaTzadik, and you go to Kever Rachel, and Marasa Machpelah for Parshas Chayes. You can just keep going back and forth. So whatever it works. Those are just some of the prizes. Some more wigs. There's yearly cash. You can get. I thought my kid put in for this. Wow. My 7-year-old. He was very into this idea. You put in. You put in a ticket. It's only $5, and you can win $1,000 every year for the next 10 years.
Which is $10,000.
Yeah, it's a total. Very good.
Which is well, we got to make sure we're on target.
Sure, but I believe that comes. I'll check with the people, but I think that comes out to $10,000 total. But you get $1,000 every year. The way inflation is going, that last year it's probably you buy
one of my favorite
choices
with that is prize number 34, charity of choice.
Really? What is that?
Which means if, for example, I want to donate to an organization that I like, an organization, whatever it may be,
right,
and I want to donate money, but I can't afford, let's say, to give a $5,000 donation, If I win that prize, Oorah will donate to that organization $5,000. So let's say, for example, someone wants to donate to the Agudas Yisrael.
Or to Bina. Bina Stroke and Brain Injury Assist, a wonderful organization.
Both two fantastic causes.
Right, or relief.
Or relief from many of the other ones that you can donate to.
Right.
And if you win this prize, Oorah will donate $5,000
to whichever organization you want.
Whichever one you choose.
Just one, or you can do a couple. How does that work?
That's actually
$5,000 to one organization. Now, do you get the covered?
I believe you definitely get.
You get the covered, or Oorah gets the covered.
You get the honoree.
Meaning, let's say I want a $5,000. I put a $5,000 ad in the Mir Journal. Let's say. So now it will say from Elchanan Schwartz, or will it say from Oorah on behalf of Elchanan Schwartz?
From Elchanan Schwartz, sponsored by Oorah.
Because you know, like Oorah, sometimes they give you these. They used to give out the free gifts, right? They used to have like these silver challah boards. And as the host of the show, I would sometimes get the silver challah board. So I would kind of put it out of my house. Everybody should see how nice I am. I have a silver challah, but it always said on the bottom, Tiskul Mitzvahs Oorah. So everybody knew that this was sponsored. So I want to know, if I put the money in the Mir Journal, let's say I give, someone wants to give Bina Stroke and Brain Injury Assistance, a wonderful organization that I happen to work for, or Agudas Yisrael, the organization you have to work for, that $5,000 tzedakah, is it going to say like on behalf of, Durch Oorah, or is it not? What do you think?
I think it's not going to say it.
You think it's not going to say it?
I think it's not. It's like the Sefer Torah. If someone gives it, are they going to say, Sefer Torah nichtav al yedei v'Oorah? No, it's the same exact concept.
I bet it's going to say. I'm kidding. Oh my goodness, I'm getting messages over here like you wouldn't believe it. Okay, but those are some of the prizes. Listen, they're excellent prizes. No one has better prizes than this, and the fact of the matter is no auction anywhere in the world has the $5 prize. That's where Fiveish is from, but people don't realize that. That's why Fiveish is a thing. We don't have a thing with $5 bills. It's because every prize for the auction is only $5. Now, you can put in $1 million more if you want, but if you want to put in one prize like my kid and put in for $1,000 a year, you can put in $5 a prize. So you can have a Sefer Torah for $5. You can have a $5,000 donation to a wonderful organization to like Adopt a Kollel. $5,000, you can give that on your behalf.
And this is the last chance. Right now is the last opportunity.
Chance.
People have to go in and donate. So remember, 18777 auction, that third 7, 18777 auction. This is the last opportunity. It's right now 12:15. The lines are going to close down shortly. We're going to be calling out one of the prizes momentarily. So as we continue to go through the night, this is the final moment to be able to donate and to be able to be eligible and have the possibility of winning one of these 50 prizes. About 50 is a tremendous number.
Yes,
I don't remember
a lot of prizes.
Seeing auctions that have so many prizes, so many good prizes,
and
only for $5.
It's the best. It's clearly just the best auction there is out there. No, what can I say? And we're going to talk today as we're getting ready as to proceed. Usually at part of the Oorah auction, we try and talk about something that's a really hot topic in Klal Yisrael at the time, and that's somewhat related to one of Oorah's programs. For example, for the last couple of years, we had Rabbi Katz, Freddie Friedman come in, Shatchanim, to discuss the Shidduch crisis. Now, and because that's related to Oorah's Rebbitzin program, which has a lot to do with Shidduchim. This year, we heard from Rabbi Biederman before, one of the programs that Oorah does is gives out over $2 million a year. That's $200,000 a month for 10 months, $200,000 a month. Sally will tell me if I got the math right on this, but $200,000 a month for 10 months a year. It's over $2 million, over $2 million in tuition for people. And part of the reason for that is because tuition is very expensive. And apparently there are people out there now that want to call it a tuition crisis. So we're going to have some people here and come to address and give us their thoughts on this tuition matter. Anybody who wants to email in some questions to be discussed by the administrators or the askanim that are going to come in and discuss this can email in their questions at talktuition@oorah.org. Talktuition, TALKTUITION, talktuition@oorah.org. So we're going to be starting with that just very shortly. And I know you work for Agudas Yisrael. What are your thoughts on this issue?
Obviously, this is a huge topic, an emphasis on the word huge, because it really is. It really is a crisis. It's not something which people are exaggerating and saying, oh, there's a crisis. There really is a serious...
And why is that? Why is it a crisis?
The crisis, I want to give you an example, Acharon. You have some people living not necessarily in the tri-state area who have tuition bills. They're not, even if you look at the tri-state area, Lakewood, which is considered to have a low balling tuition cost, $6,500 a child, and someone has 4 kids in yeshiva, $6,500 times 4, putting you on the spot now.
Oh my God.
It's a lot of money, that's for sure.
That's for sure, that's a lot.
It's a lot of money, it's
Yeah.
tens of thousands of dollars. And this is not tax deductible, it's not a write-off, it's money that you have to give from whatever gross you have. And families are struggling. Yeshivas are struggling. Sometimes the yeshivas need so much money. Yes, yeshivas need money because they have to pay salaries. And let's not kid ourselves. The staff of yeshivas, whether it's the Rabbeim, the teachers, the administrators, are not making mega salaries. They're not coming home with these, tremendous salaries. You can say maybe we can cut and try to shave off a little bit. Rabbeim are not getting paid enough. Teachers are not getting paid enough. Tuition is too much. So the imbalance is something which has evolved into really what's today called a crisis. Families can't afford it. Yeshivas are struggling to pay the bills. So where do you turn? Turn to the parents, increase tuition, more money? Do you turn to the yeshivas, take away, let's make the salaries lower? So what do you do? So there really, really is a real crisis. And it's everywhere. It's not just.
So you're not saying that the tuition is too high. You're not saying that the yeshivas are spending too much. You're saying the fact of the matter is just the way it is. Tuitions have to be high, and that's still not enough. As we speak with Rabbi Avi Schnall from Agudas Yisrael, a former Oorah employee here at the Oorahthon 2017 at 187 and current Oorah
volunteer, my greatest pride
at 1877 auction. 1877 auction. We're talking about tuition, which is related to one of Oorah's programs, where Oorah supplements tuition. For that, and those are your thoughts on the tuition crisis. We're going to have a lot more to talk about with that. If you have any questions, you can email them to talktuition@oorah.org. Now we're going to go back to our esteemed Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss for another burst of inspiration, which will be followed immediately by another Shark Tank. That and lots more coming up on Oorahthon 2017.
So exciting.
Once again, my name is Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss, and one of the things here at our flagship station in Lakewood is that we have it set up that you could see all the people calling in. And the boards are filling up with people that are smart enough to know that tonight we're going to answer, before this Oorahthon is over, we're going to tell people that they won $36,000, that they won a Grand Caravan, that they won 12 trips to Eretz Yisrael. But you got to be in it to win it. 18777 auction, 18777 auction, oorahauction.org. But you also have to know that you're a winner even if you don't win a Grand Caravan, because you helped a child go from public school to yeshiva, and you helped someone get into the zone in the summer, and you helped somebody get a holiday package. Now, for dramatics and for entertainment, we're going to have a segment this hour called the Shark Tank, where some knowledgeable Rabbanim are going to battle for a philanthropist's money. And they're going to be arguing which is more important, Oorah's holiday retreats, Oorah's tuition, Oorah's camp experience. But of course, it's only dramatization. You know that all of these things are important. I mean, if the child doesn't go out of public school to yeshiva, it's never going to start. And the summer experience, there's nothing like it. And of course, the holidays are our injection for the whole year. And I know, because I have people in Staten Island that have gone for a Pesach retreat, and they say, they're flying. They're flying for weeks and weeks after coming back, because Oorah, they just know how to do everything. Spirituality, and of course the Gashmias is also unbelievable. But all of these things are extremely expensive. Imagine tons of shmura matzah, not pounds, tons. 18777 auction. We talk about the holidays. You know what it means when people get Hanukkah packages in the mail? This talking about Hanukkah reminds me of a childhood memory when I went out in a car with Rabbi Mintz. And we went to the not religious neighborhoods in Staten Island. And he told me to keep my eyes out on the windows if I see a Hanukkah menorah. And if we saw a Hanukkah menorah, we pulled up, and I was carrying a blue wrap package, and he was carrying a pink wrap package, and people opened the door very, very with trepidation, you know, and Rabbi Mintz would say, "Happy Hanukkah, do you have a son? Do you have a daughter?" And it was in the 70s, and we were carrying Cabbage Patch dolls, even though they were backlisted in Toys R Us, 500 people waiting. He had it, or he had a Super Nintendo with Space Invaders, and he would bring in the package, and the girl would open up, "Mommy, a Cabbage Patch doll!" And then Rabbi Mintz would say, "Does your child go to a Jewish school?" "No." "Well, don't you want your child to have Jewish pride and know what it means to be Jewish and be amongst other Jews?" And that's when it would start. And from there, it went to helping the parents to know how to keep Shabbos and to sending them Shabbos packages. I remember going over to Oneg on 12th Avenue. It's not there anymore. But Lou Palgan and Oneg, and he would have ready for me packages for these families. 1-877-7-AUCTION. Oorahauction.org is the way to go to help these things be a reality. And I was talking before that let's say you have children, you want Yiddish nachas. Mida keneged mida. You help these children, you'll have Yiddish nachas. That your children should always give you complete nachas in what they do. If you have a daughter in the house or a son that needs a shidduch, well, help Oorah children, and you'll be zeicha to have good grandchildren. And that's the way to go. But you got to be in it to win it. 1-877-7-AUCTION and Oorahauction.org. Oh, we're hot by the clock. Shark Tank coming up.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss. We're actually a slight change in schedule. Instead of going to Shark Tank right now, we're going to continue talking about the tuition crisis that we mentioned. And as Rabbi Schnall laid out so eloquently before about the high cost of tuition, what, if anything, can we do about it? We have two wonderful guests online now to discuss this. Rabbi Moshe Bain is the president of the Orthodox Union and is a senior partner at the international law firm of Ropes and Gray and heads its department of corporate restructuring. Rabbi Bain has lectured and written extensively on issues relating to the American Jewish community and is co-founding editor of the journal Klal Perspectives. He is joined on the line by Rabbi Yeruchim Silber, who has a wealth of experience in Jewish communal work, now as the director of the New York Government Relations of Agudas Yisrael of America. His many years of advocacy and cooperation with local officials and government bodies make him well suited for his efforts on behalf of yeshivas and other community issues. Good Tavach, and welcome to Rabbi Bain and Rabbi Silber.
Good Tavach.
Good Tavach.
Good Tavach, Rabbi Bain. Good Tavach, Rabbi Silber. I'm not sure if I hear you so well, but I'm sure you hear me. I wish the volume by me was a little bit louder so I can hear you clear. Thank you so much. Our producer is working on that right now. Rabbi Yeruchim, we know each other quite well. Rabbi Bain, we've met several times. Obviously, the tuition crisis. This is something which is big. This is something which is affecting everybody. We had a few minutes before to talk a little bit about, very, very briefly, about, is this real or is it not real? I guess maybe we spoke about that different people could have the opportunity to send in questions. And before Shabbos, lots actually of questions were sent in from people that were excited to hear about the fact that finally tuition crisis is being brought to the front lines and giving everyone the opportunity to be able to send in their questions, and maybe my issues could be addressed, or my questions could be talked about online to all of the thousands of listeners and viewers that are listening right now to the Oorahthon. So, Rabbi Bain, I'll ask you first. One of the questions was sent in, which really is a most important question, is that we know there's a crisis, but not necessarily does everyone recognize how far-reaching is this crisis. Is this something which only affects those living in the tri-state area? Is this something which affects those living in California? Other communities that have found some way to deal with it, whether it be the Chassidish communities, other out-of-town small community schools that have found their way to deal with it, that perhaps we could learn from. As a communal crisis, what can you tell us, for all of us listening from across the country, and there really is a viewership tonight, and people listening literally from coast to coast, especially at this hour, from coast to coast, tuning in live, hearing what's going on. Is this affecting everybody? Are there communities that have worked something out that we could learn from? Or no? The answer is this is a crisis, and all of us are suffering from this.
Well, first of all, good luck and shkayach on raising such an important issue that is worthy of wide-ranging communal discussion. I think the question of whether it affects everyone, first of all, as a kehila, as a community, we're all affected if there's anybody who's affected by it. And there certainly is no doubt many, many families who are. On a community-by-community basis, there are different needs in different communities. Some communities have lesser expectations and needs for their children than others, and therefore the kinds of solutions that you are referencing may be more palatable, but wouldn't be appropriate for others. I think everybody's struggling and everybody's trying to address the issue. The issue really differs, however. Even though it's an issue everywhere, it differs by community. For example, in many communities, it's purely an economic shalom bayis type of problem in which families are struggling, tensions rage because of it, competition among competing needs are being struggled over, and that's a real serious problem. There are other parts of our community, however, where it's a religious problem, meaning that there are many communities, perhaps of lesser commitment, who are simply taking their children out of day schools and putting them into public schools because of the high cost of tuition. So for those communities, it's not only an economic issue, but from the community leadership perspective, they have to view it as a real deep and very threatening religious challenge. But then we have other kinds of consequences that the tuition problem have created among us. For example, we all know that as parents, one of our primary needs as human beings is to take care of our families and to address their needs, housing, clothing, food. And one of the needs that we are desperate to take care of on behalf of our children is their learning, their Talmud Torah, preparing them for a parnasa. And when we're faced with a tuition structure that simply doesn't allow us as parents to satisfy that need, that creates a tremendous sense of frustration and a question of self-doubt. And that creates a whole other range of consequences other than the financial struggle. And finally, and one of the other parts of the problem that I find very troubling is that it creates a sense of distance between the community and the individual. In very many instances, people feel betrayed by the community, that expectations are imposed. They enter into struggles with their yeshivas about the tuition and the scholarships they might be entitled to. They look around and they see other people who enjoy tremendous luxury while they're struggling to make ends meet, and then imposed on yet more by the yeshivas and day schools to pay tuition, and that creates a sense of alienation. So all of these problems all have to be considered when we talk about what we're calling here a tuition crisis.
Rabbi Bane, thank you so much for clarifying this in such an eloquent way, because it's true, it's not just a tuition crisis. It comes about, and it has its reach to so many different areas, like you said, the shalom bayis issue, and the religious needs, and the competing needs, and so on and so forth. It really is much more than just a simple coined one-term phrase, tuition crisis. This is really a communal crisis on so many levels. Rabbi Silber, you've been involved in communal work for a very, very long time. And perhaps, maybe, unfortunately, this communal crisis, maybe now we'll coin it, some people tend to think this is about yeshivas, it's for the administrators, they have to deal with it, they're the ones that have to raise the tuition, and they'll have to figure it out. And me as the regular guy, I pay my tuition, I do my dues, and I'm done. But then again, we're suffering. We have these high tuition bills. We have all these other challenges that Rabbi Bane mentioned. What can you tell our viewers as on a communal level, part of the communal obligation, what could we do? We're not the administrators. We're not the lobbyists. Maybe some of us, most of us, are not the lobbyists sitting in state capitals trying to get some government funding. What could the average person sitting at home, getting every month those tuition bills, figuring out how am I going to pay this, and they ask, what could I do to help? What could we tell those people, the masses, what they could do to help with this tremendous crisis?
Yeah, well,
first let me say it is a major communal issue. There's no more important issue, and look, we know there is so many tzedakahs, there are so many important issues, and so many things, but nothing, absolutely nothing, is more important than chinuch, than Jewish education. Look at America. Look at this country 70, 80 years ago when there were barely any yeshivas. How many people, survived? I mean, I survived spiritually from those generations, and look at the difference. I just recently heard a story just a few days ago from something that a quip that was made by the Brisker Yeshiva in Eretz Yisrael by Rabbi Moshe Meir. He said that he has a lot of American boys come to him, and almost every boy has a story about a grandfather who may have lost a job because he wouldn't work on Shabbos, or a grandmother who had a tear-stained Tillim who would sit and cry over her when she lit the Shabbos candles. And he said, why does every American boy have a story? And the answer is because those are the ones that survived. It's only the grandchildren. They all have stories. Only the grandchildren of the, not only, but primarily the grandchildren of those people, those who were Moshe Nefesh, those who didn't succumb to temptation, to work on Shabbos, and you knew if you didn't work, you would lose your job. Those grandchildren who are survived, and that was during a time when there were very few yeshivas. Look at the difference over the last 70, 80 years. How the landscape of America has changed with all the founding of yeshivas and day schools. So it is certainly a communal responsibility. There's been many ideas with community-wise, where there's been ideas of people dedicating a portion of their, whether it's 1% or 2% of their stock of money to yeshivas, of communal funds. There's been a lot of talk about that, and government, and government could play a part of it as well. Look, I tell you, I can say for New York State, which I'm most familiar with, spends $26 billion on education. That's besides the localities. New York State itself spends $26 billion. The non-public school, which the yeshivas are part of, is about 11% of the school population. New York State total gets about, this year we got about $300 million. Well, it's fine, it's wonderful, and we appreciate it, but it's really a drop in the bucket, and there's so much more that can be done over the years. There are voucher programs, there are tax credit programs that can really be done to alleviate this problem of tuition. So, as a community, we need to make sure it's a community on top as a community obligation. We need to get more federations involved to understand the importance of education, and we need to work with government more to see what we can do.
Rabbi Yeruchim, I'll just jump in for a minute here and mention this important point you just brought up about government involvement and government funding. Both you as well as Rabbi Moshe Meir, together with the Orthodox Union, have done tremendous amounts, talking about tens of millions of dollars that have funneled into the yeshivas, whether it be in New York State. I know personally, I'll speak in New Jersey. I have a tremendous covet to work together with Josh Kaplan, newly hired in the Orthodox Union in the New Jersey end, and we've, together with different individuals, Gary Sher and the like, and we have tremendous community leaders, Ralph Zucker and Dovi Gross, and all the other different people that contribute so much on the government end to get as much as we possibly can from the government funding. And how government funding doesn't happen by itself, it only comes about through the grassroots effort. And if people ask, what could I do to contribute to the tuition crisis? It's a simple question back to them. Well, have you called up your senator? Have you called up your assemblyman? Have you done your part to try to get whatever we can from the government? But with all the government funding comes the third question. And, yeah, I'm sorry?
Have you registered and have you voted?
Exactly, absolutely. A politician, a government official that hears the needs, all they care about is, did you vote? Is the Jewish community that's asking for these vouchers, scholarships, funding, are they a voting community? And that's really what matters. But here's going to come the next question. The next question will be that, so yeshivas are collecting tuition. Parents are giving tuition. Yeshivas are raising funds. The government is giving so much money. But yet there still seems to be a shortfall. So how do we understand that? How do we figure that? You talk about these big, huge numbers, $100 million cap funding and $100 million mandated services, and now there's STEM funding available. Immunization funds were quadrupled this year due to your efforts, and so on and so forth. But yet yeshivas are still struggling. So how do we comprehend that it's a crisis? Yeshivas need the money, but yet they're charging tuition and they're getting so much from government funding. How do we comprehend this this paradox. Perhaps, Mr. Rabbi Bane, you would have some insight on this.
Well, I would suggest that you have to look at it from two perspectives. Number one, there often is raised the argument that yeshivas are just spending too much money and we're providing too many high-end components that we really can't afford. I would argue quite to the contrary. I would argue that we're not spending anywhere near enough money on tuition payments or collections because yeshivas need to do much, much more.
Rabbi Bane, I'll just clarify that one point, just to give you some numbers so people can understand it. In New Jersey, the state spends on a student in New Jersey between local, federal, and state dollars an average of $22,000 a child. $22,000 on average, some locations are more. So even if yeshivas were collecting tuitions from every student at $20,000, they would still be falling short of what a counterpart in public schools are receiving. Just to put that, just to understand how big of a number and how much we're falling short in providing for our students.
And they're spending that kind of money, whether it's $20,000, $22,000, $24,000, on a secular education alone. While we're trying to not only provide secular educations, but limudei kodesh, which dominate our curricula.
That's right.
And not only that, but we're also facing the hashpah issues, the outside influences that through our yeshivas and the chinuch process, we're trying to immunize our children. That's an enormously intense obligation that we have as yeshivas and day schools. So all of those components require a significant outlay, and I don't think we're actually outlaying enough. So I don't think you could look at the issue that way. But I, with all due respect to our entire discussion, I'm speaking to myself as well, I don't know that it's us askonim who really the question should be posed to. Because when HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends a challenge like this to a kehillah, to a community, there is more than the pragmatic dimensions to it. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is clearly saying to the community, there's something that you have to be doing on a spiritual level, on a religious level. This is a communal-wide problem, and we're not addressing it on a religious basis. So, of course, we should do all the donations and all the askonis and all the lobbying, but we have to look at those efforts as a form of tefillah, a form of prayer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Look how much we're trying. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you have to help us. And maybe we're not trying enough. Maybe we're not spending enough time making phone calls to legislators. Maybe we're not spending enough time dealing with grassroots efforts and voting. And maybe we're not donating enough to yeshivas. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu is saying, until you start doing your part, how can you turn to me and expect me to relieve this problem? So I think we have to reorient the conversation to some degree to look at all the responsibilities we have, but understand that those responsibilities are not going to be the direct source of the solution. The solution is going to come from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but we have to make these efforts as our tefillah and our hishtadlus for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to give us the relief that we so desperately need.
That is an excellent point, and so important for everyone to hear, to understand what we need to do, what we need to be doing. That it's not just, to talk about it, it's not just to complain about it, that tuition crisis, communal crisis, however we want to coin this, really needs to be at the forefront. And just to remind all of our viewers, this is the Oorahthon, and this is your last opportunity to be able to donate to the Oorah auction, 1877 auction, 50 prizes, $36,000, up to $50,000, 100 times your donation, shaitos, gift cards, so on and so forth, 50 prizes, 1877 auction, Oorahauction.org, Oorahauction.org. And we're going to go back to our two guests that are on the line. This really is a fascinating conversation. Again, Rabbi Bane, Rabbi Silber, thank you for volunteering your time and dedicating your time and bringing this important conversation to the forefront. And, Rabbi Bane, you mentioned before that we're not providing enough. We're not providing enough. But then again, maybe we're providing it to some people might say that it's trips, and then there's science lab, and then there's a computer lab. And when I was in school, I didn't have a science lab. And when I was in school, I didn't have a computer lab. So, Rabbi Yeruchim, maybe you can fill us in a little bit over here and give us some insight. How do we make that balance? How do we make the balance to make the decision to say parents are struggling, the community is struggling, but we want to give our children an education? So do we go ahead and say we're going to cut some of the areas of education? Maybe we shouldn't have a science lab if we can't afford it, and not charge parents the extra $200-300 we have for tuition. I'll give you an example. Some things last year in New Jersey, I'll speak on New Jersey for a moment. Last year in New Jersey, there was a school that hired security guards. They felt that there was so much going on in the country. The parents were nervous, the school was nervous, and they hired security guards. It was a large school. They hired 4 security guards. The cost of the school was a little bit more than $250,000. And I spoke with the school administrator and I said, where are you going to get $250,000 to pay for these security guards? And his answer to me was, I have no choice. I have to hire security guards. How could the yeshiva today, wherever this yeshiva was, in North Jersey, we're exposed, we're on a big highway, people see us, it's a crazy world, it's a dangerous world, things are happening, I have to keep my kids safe. Where am I going to pay for it? I have no idea. I says, but bottom line, what are you going to do? You're going to have to pay the bill to the security guards. Where's the money going to come from? And his answer to me was, he looked me in the face and he says, it's going to go on to the parents. And the parents are going to have to cover it, and we're going to have to raise our tuition. Now, after a long year of a lot of efforts, we were able to pull off, due to the help of many people, a new security funding in New Jersey, that particular school, with the help of legislators, not the help of legislators, but the leadership of the legislators and Askanim, that school received about $100,000. But they were still left with a $125,000 bill. So do we tell this school that we just can't afford it? It's just too much. And our parents can be willing to say, let's take a little bit away from the education, but stop charging me tuition. How do we make that balance?
Yeah, look, there's no across-the-board answer. And obviously, each school, each yeshiva has to make the decision and determination what works best for them. Science lab maybe is very important, may not be for everybody. Security, I will say in most cases it's not a luxury, it's really a necessity. And if Chas v'Shalom, God forbid, we were to have, Hashem Yishmor, one serious thing with no security, we would never live it down. So obviously that's something that's very important. But listen, we want professional rebbeim, professional teachers. Parents are demanding it. Parents want top-level chinuch for their children. I remember when I was going to yeshiva, we didn't have that. Many rebbeim were people who had they said some with no other talents. Be a rebbe, you can't do anything else. Today, rebbeim are very talented people and people that could probably be successful in many other fields and choose to go into this field, and they're not compensated nearly enough. That's important also. There's been a drive for the last few years there's been a rebbeim fund put together to try to get more money, deservingly so, to our rebbeim. But really, each yeshiva, each school has to make a determination what's best for them to find that balance. There's only so much you can put on parents. There's different communities. Some of the Hasidic communities have more of a kehillah structure, so sometimes less of a burden on parents, because the kehillah itself will feel responsibility for all the yeshivas and all the schools within the realm of that kehillah. But really, it comes down to each school making the determination where they can cut, where they can spend. You don't want to, obviously, there's nothing you want to cut. But look, when you have limited budgets and limited needs, you got to find the right balance somewhere and do what's most important for the chinuch.
It's a really, really hard decision.
Take it from there.
Yeah, it's a really, really, really hard decision to make. Obviously, I guess I'm very thankful that I'm not in that position that has to make that decision. But these are all such important topics. This is a priority topic that needs to be discussed that is affecting and needs to be discussed by every community, by every family. And I just want to thank both of the guests, Rabbi Bane, Rabbi Yeruchim Silber, both of you that represent organizations that are doing so much in this area. And someone once asked me, and I think this is so important for us to hear, Rabbi Yeruchim and Rabbi Moshe, that someone asked, you brought yeshivas so much money this year, the security funding and this funding, but my tuition bill didn't go down. And my response to them was, exactly, your tuition bill didn't go up either, necessarily. That costs rise, expenses rise.
Small percentage that would have gone up otherwise.
Exactly. They talk about immunization. Immunization is something which yeshivas have to do. It's a cost to yeshiva. And now through your efforts, it's able to be supplemented. You talk about STEM education. It's something which children need, deserve, and have a right to. And now through the OU's efforts, some yeshivas will be able to tap in and have a reimbursement on that. Historic achievements that are really, really making a tremendous, significant impact in this crisis. But it is not solving the issue, and the conversation needs to continue. And we will continue the conversation in the future, in the next hour, I believe, there's going to be.
Yes, we will be continuing this all night long, and hopefully this is the start.
Just the start
of a community-wide discussion. We thank both Rabbi Yeruchim Silber and Rabbi Moshe Meir for coming on and bringing and so eloquently discussing this. If you want to help Oorah and help Oorah's program of supplementing and tuition assistance, you can call now at 1-877-7-AUCTION or oorahauction.org to make a donation. We're actually picking the next prize right now. The 4K Amex is being picked as we speak over in the next room by Avram David Munk and his able staff. Once again, Yasher Koyach to Rabbi Bane and Rabbi Silber. Thank you so much. Have a good Tvach. We hope to speak to you again in the future.
Yes, Rabbi Yeruchim, I'll see you next week.
And now we're going to go to the Siyum location for another wonderful, beautiful Siyum. Oh, wait. Can I make a comment? Am I on? Still on?
Good Vach, everybody. My name is Mordechai Beer. I'm a Torah Mate coordinator here for quite a number of years. And tonight, we're here to celebrate a Siyum on the Masechta Avos between Edward Schluper, and Rabbi Yosef Ephraim Gross. A truly exciting moment for us, for all. But equally exciting is that a short time ago in this very room, in this very office, Edward and Rabbi Yosef Ephraim met in person for the very first time. It was a pretty incredible meeting, the tremendous warmkeit and warmth they showed to each other. Rabbi Yosef Ephraim is a Belzer Chassid from Borough Park, who's gone through most of Shas with Dirshu. Edward is a prominent dentist in Randolph, New Jersey. Come together, as I mentioned, with such warmkeit. People of such diverse backgrounds have formed such a close bond. It was truly wonderful to see. And that, my friends, is really what the Torah Mates program is all about. I'd like to ask Edward to come up and share with us some thoughts on this momentous occasion.
Thank you, Rabbi Bear. It's great to meet you finally. Yes, I was new to the organization Oorah. Somebody told me in the synagogue about this opportunity to learn with somebody over the phone. It was in the back of my mind for a long time, since my high school. We had a teacher who told me, told the class, you want to improve your personality? Read Pirkei Avot. Well, I took it literally. I went to the bookstore, I bought a book, Pirkei Avot, and I started to read. I didn't understand anything. So I put it aside and left it maybe one time when I grow up, when I start to understand something. And years went by, and it was still on the back of my mind. I was interested in improving personalities, so I started to read different books, but still I wanted to improve. What was that Pirkei Avot thing? Until somebody in the synagogue told me about this organization, and Rabbi Bear called me out on the phone, asked me, what would you like to read? What would you like to study? I said, Pirkei Avot. And he arranged for me a Torah mate, a great Torah mate, Ephraim. And we started to learn once a week. And it opened my eyes. Ephraim is a great teacher, instructor. He has his sources all next to him. Any question that I have, I would ask him. And one subject led to another subject, and kind of puzzles that come together, and it fulfills you. It satisfies you to learn things that I never knew about Judaism. What is tefillah? All I knew, tefillah is some text that you read and you fulfill your requirement. I never knew what is kavanah in tefillah. He introduced me to the Shmona Esrei. All I knew was a Shema, you read the Shema, and that's about it. That's what I knew. Now I learned what is Shmona Esrei. And then, whenever I read the Shmona Esrei, I discover something that was hidden. It's like I found treasure. It gives such a satisfaction that I found treasure that I knew that was there. And it's exciting. And it's motivating. And all pearls of wisdom of Pirkei Avot, it gives you instruction and direction throughout the life. It gives you focus. You know how to respond, what to react, and it gives me peace of mind. And thanks, Rabbi Bear, for this opportunity. Thank you, Ephraim, for being there.
It's a great honor and privilege for us that we got to celebrate here tonight the Siyum of Masechet Avot, that we managed to make now our first Siyum together. Ehud and I, as partners of Torah mates, we're studying together on a weekly basis Masechet Avot. And tonight, as we heard before, it was a very exciting moment that the first time we met together. Being involved in the Torah Mates program, I watch from up close and admire the special work done by the special organization Oorah, which does everything possible to reach out to all these of Klal Yisrael that did not have a chance yet to Jewish education. I also feel special thanks to Rabbi Moshe Meir, who guides us and encourages us all the time to keep on. I feel it very important to bring out a point. Although it seems like I should have been the one that's teaching someone else, but actually, as Chazal says, as Chazal say, from my students, I learn the most. Several times, Ehud asked me some questions. And while we went into discussion to answer these questions, we reach a much deeper meaning in Torah and Emunah. That's something special about our experience in learning together. I will end off with a statement about my personal experience as a Torah mate. I would never have thought that I would be capable to reach such a success in this field. But, however, Baruch Hashem, we see amazing siyata d'shmaya, and that shows us that yes, you can. Thanks, and good work.
Okay, just a reminder, if you're keeping the second half of Sirah before the Yaakov Zionist band together with Uri Davidi starts the music, please lower your volume. All right, take it away.
ככה דובן אבל שמן ככה היה וככה זה גם על היהודים נשמה בוערת בכל מקום ובכל ארץ לא רוצה שיהיה אחרת יהודי אני זה משהו נצחי בני אברהם יצחק ויעקב בני שרה רבקה רחל ולאה בני אברהם יצחק ויעקב בני שרה רבקה רחל ולאה עברי אנוכי ויעש השם מלכי השמיים אני יורך 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 בני אברהם יצחק ויעקב בני שרה רבקה רחל ולאה בני אברהם יצחק ויעקב בני שרה רבקה רחל ולאה עברי אנוכי ויעש השם מלכי השמיים אני יורך עברי אנוכי ויעש השם מלכי השמיים אני יורך עברי אנוכי ויעש השם מלכי השמיים אני יורך עברי אנוכי ויעש השם מלכי השמיים אני יורך
Here we go with some of the names as we listen to this beautiful music. We'll tell you some of the people who have donated $100 or more. Menachem and Penina Schmuckler, Morgan, Yaakov Morgenbesser, Tzvi Skase, Shimon Abud, Yaakov Yosef and Chabala Abramson, Shoshana Abramson, Israel Auspresser, Yaakov Yisrael Babad, Jeffrey and Tova Bear, Yirmiyah Bosch, Shimon and Gittel Bender, Eliza Berenholtz, Razy Brisman, Mark and Alyssa Brodsky, Sarah Brody, Yoeli Brody, Chaya Cohn, Menucha Dadowitz, Yisrael and Rifki Deutscher, Zipporah Donner, Eisenstein, Elstein, Arnold and El, Leo and Gittel Pekita, Mayor Fisher, Mendel and Zipporah Fishman, Mordechai and Miriam Friedman, Yitzi Framowitz, Linda Gamarin, Eliana Garfunkel, Brian and Admit Gaston, Tova Gastworth, Hindi Geller, Chanala Gewurtz, Yoel and Chava Gewurtzman, Yoshua Gluck, Nussin and Libby Goldfarb, Penina Riemann,
Lawrence Margola, Liba Weinberger, Linda Gomarin, Mark Bratsky, Mayor Nissim, Mordechai Hammer, Mordechai Schechter, Moshe Israel Shavili, Moshe Shimoni, Moshe Tamasas, Moshe Weinship, Nachum Bander, Naftali Schwartz, Panita Agreement, Philip Stern, Razel Rothenberg, Rosalind Lepel, Sarah Halberstam, Sarah Kerner, Shaya Dov Schreiber, Shimon Bender, Shimon Brun, Shlomo Nissimam, Shoshana Abramson, Steven Simulowitz, Tova Trapp, Tzvi Nussbaum, Yaakov Landa, all have given $100.
Eliezer and Rose Grossman, Shmuel Halon, Nomi Harari Raful, Shalamet Heller, Israel Itzkwitz, Binyamin Jacobson, Chana Judowitz, Rifki Kaganoff, Yeshua L. and Sarah Miriam Kanerik, Sarah Kerner, Shmuel Klein, Tzvi and Hindi Cohn, Yocheved Korlansky, Yaakov Landau, Yehuda Lefkowitz, Binyamin and Judy Lefkowitz, Eliza Lyman, Schneur Levine, Aryeh Lipkovic, Chaya Maperi, Yaakov and Zahava Naftaliev, Eli and Fegi Nagel, Chaim and Shani Newhoff, Shlomo and Esther Nissenbaum, Mayor Nissen, Chaim and Esther Pachman, Chaim and Naomi Panet, Pinky Philip, Tzvi Pinson, Joel and Simi Klim, Elisheva Pollock, Moshe Chaya Leah Pollock, Avram and Chaya Reich, Chani Rosenberg, Yitzi Rosenberg, Ahuva Rosenblatt, Avi and Esther Rosengarten, and Razel Rothenberg.
And again, it's 1877 auction, 1877 auction, 1877 auction, and one more time, these individuals gave a $100 donation.
Sounds like white noise.
Yaakov Yosef Abramson, Yecheskel Wagner, Yechiel Balach, Yeshua Perlau.
Give it to Shia. Let's find out what happened.
Tratner, Yitzi Rosenberg, Yochanan Wahlberg, Yocheved Korlansky, Ziv, Weiner, Yaakov SS, Moses, Gambo, David Braffen, Jerry Glazer, Mendy Meyer, Michal, Klein, Ralph Jamal, Yeshua Hadri, Elisheva Kolevsky, Esther Fried, Manuel Wortman, Itchak,
my ear,
Fima, Avram Ben Eliel, Jacob
or
Jungar,
anybody talks.
Tuvia Goldstein, and Tuvia Goldstein, Zev Kornbaum, Vivian Resnick, Zlati Weinberger, Steve Kukovitz,
David and Achama Rothstein, Elliot and Esther Sabo, Baruch Aaron and Shandy Saffer, David and Shifra Salomon, Aryeh and Techia Sanders, Chaim Savin, Kobe Shachanau, Isaac and Rachel Shapiro, Dov Shiner, Mendy and Fegi Schonbrum, Shia Dov and Sippi Schreiber, Avram and Rechama Schwab, Naftali and Tzvi Schwartz, Yehuda and Chansi Schwartz, Yumi Schwartz, Yisrael and Leah Shapiro, Moshe and Shoshana Shimoni, Shmuel Silver, David and Joyce Silverman, Yosef and Zisel Silverstein, Nomi Schlenger, Yossi and Fegi Spitzer, Chaya Stam, Chana Steger, Sarah Lestein, Faye Stern, Stephanie Stitsky, Yaakov Sussman, David and Shandi Taub, Moshe and Rivka Tamasis, Benjamin Tritel, Moshe and Nadina Tyberg, David Udman, Shiffi Weinkrantz, David and Simon Weinberger, Liba Weinberger, and Zev Weiner.
And again, these are all
I need an earpiece.
$100 donors. Mr. Yosef Klugman from Miami, Mr. Eric Gross, Rabbi Shmuel Chaim Sharf, Mr. Menachem Fried, Mr. Moshe Reich, Mr. Jacob Kraus, Mr. Shmuley Rachis, Rabbi Yitzchak Banner, Rabbi Dovi Felder, Mr. Zev Woolman from Brooklyn, Mr. Malki Rosenberg, Chaim Master, Mr. Moshe Friedman, Rabbi Mrs. Yitzchak Galikman, Rabbi Mrs. Limela Kovalenko, Miss Cyril Steele, Rabbi Mrs. Yehuda Britvan, Mr. Chaim Lietner, Mr. and Mrs. Meir Shapiro, Mr. Avrami Leichenstatter, Rabbi Mr. Baruch Schechter, Mr. and Mrs. C. Platt, Mr. Pesach Rosenberg, Miss Chaya Senft, Yeshua Kaplinsky, Sarah Miriam Starmis, Mr. and Mrs. Nathan Berger, Miss Shandy Friedlander, Miss Ben Sion Turin, Mr. Ben Sion Turin, thank you, Mr. Sarah Gross, good buyer, okay, Mr. Shlomo Reeder, Rabbi Mr. Shlomo Gruben, Mr. Yoel Whitehouse, Mr. Esther Singer, Rafal Feivelson, Mr. and Mrs. Allen Sorkin, Miss Chaya Senft, have all donated $100 to the Chinese auction. Remember, 18777 auction, 18777 auction. Mr. Yeshua Kaplinsky, Yaakov Wolfen, Rachel Goba, Mr. and Mrs. Leiber Rumbelstein, Mr. and Mrs. Shlomo Gangola, Mr. Menachem Fried, Mr. Moshe Reich, Mrs. Nassim Aller, Mr. Yitzchak Kolavsky, Mr. and Mrs. Joel Berger, Mr. Mendel Kupfer, Mrs. Michael Lumner from Dallas, Texas, Shlomo Davidson, Mr. Libby Matias, Mr. and Mrs. Mordechai Brum, Mr. and Mrs. Noach Feynman, Mr. and Mrs. Shmuel Lasker, Mr. and Mrs. David Shrek, Rabbi Mr. Shmuel Lasker, Yisol Greenspan, Mr. and Mrs. Yoni Kom, Mr. Yisol Greenspan, Mr. Gabriel Elba, Mr. and Mrs. Chano Gerstein, Mr. and Mrs. Ben Stein Gorelick, Mr. Avi Levenbrown, Mr. and Mrs. Chano Gerstein.
Oorah Auction on 570 WMCA New York, 1079 WMDI Lakewood, and our flagship station 770 WABC New York. Also broadcasting live at Oorah.org, your most trusted source for auction coverage everywhere.
Welcome to Oorah's 2017 auction, home of 50 awesome prizes.
6 tickets to Israel, a new galley shaitel, and dozens of piles of cash. A great Amex gift, a grocery bill lift, weekly winnings to add to your stash. A lighter for Shabbos, no China for Yom Tov, a brand spanking new minivan. A family vacation, enrich an organization, a trip to Israel with a fam. Or do it l'shma, or do it to win. Shotgun get so you'll get red. Circus in Israel, a Renaissance shaitel, a college degree with no debt.
Only $5 a prize.
Your own safer Torah pays Rabbi Hermora, the world's biggest check in your hands. 5 KVs, a gift card, a MasterCard gift card, and once again 36 grand. Fly to Israel 12 times, that's dozens of times. 600 a month is for spare. Helicopter of Israel, a Jacqueline shaitel, support your new couple for years. Ounces of gold, 24 karat gold. The shelves full of stories I'm told. $18,000 and few math scholars. The jackpot is where you will fold.
18777 auction.
Cash for a decade, a gift card that's prepaid, a necklace that adds to your look. Shopping in the city, a bracelet so pretty, a 5-hole game 5 is checkbook. 100 times your donation amount can win you a full 50 grand. Megabucks, what? Say that again, can win you a full 50 grand. A bracha that's priceless, a car that's a nice new clothes for the whole family. Pay your mortgage or rent, or pay off your debt. A fine furniture shopping spree.
Oorahauction.org.
A kosher adventure vacation whenever, a saving bond from the U.S. An Amazon gift card, a 4K Discover, a shaitel so you can impress. A grand 50 prizes is what this comprises, so choose all the ones that you like. It's so hard to pick from, these prizes so awesome, so pick all of them if you like. Fiveish and Oorah here once again in auction 2017. Be smart, do your part, and maybe this time, be in it to win it. It takes us a minute. 1,000 winnings, 5,000 ticket at oorahauction.org.
The following hour is brought to you by Oorah's Holiday Retreats Division, a rejuvenation for the body and soul, a yuntiv experience for the family. The Zone, so much more than just a camp. Ask the Rabbi Live, where no question goes unanswered.
Welcome to Oorah's Shark Tank. The battle for a cause.
You are wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong.
The tension.
Stop yelling and listen to what I have to say.
You haven't heard me out.
The excitement.
It's clear that my program is the program.
The yelling.
I'm not going to raise my voice at you. It's simple logic.
You can believe in your mission, but can you sell it?
Here we are back at the Oorahthon 2017. Call in now at 1-877-7-AUCTION, 1-877-7-AUCTION as we begin our second Shark Take segment of the evening. I'm joined by Rabbi Avi Schnall, my co-host, along with our second shark of the evening, a good friend of Oorah for many years, who has joined us on the Oorahthon many times before to discuss shidduchim and the like. He is a full-service, dedicated shadchan for over a decade, and Rabbi Forster, that should be good for you in advocating for the Rebbitzins Shidduch program. But we'd like to welcome back to the Oorahthon a former yeshiva laner, Rabbi Tzadok Katz. Good Vach, how are you?
How are you?
You're doing well. Good. So now we have with us here tonight our three panelists who are going to compete for this shark's huge, humongous, ginormous donation. And what we'll do is I think we'll have you present. Rabbi Katz will ask some of his incisive questions, very straight to the point. If you read him weekly in the TED, in the Shidduch Forum, you'll see that he's very blunt, very opinionated, goes straight to the point. So we'll go ahead. We'll start with Rabbi Biederman. Go ahead.
Okay. Imagine 650 kids, or between 650 and 700 kids every week, getting together at 37 locations around the country to have a great time, to learn, to make projects, to engage with mentors from girls who are mentors. These kids are many of them are in day schools, many of them are in public school. They're unaffiliated kids, they're less affiliated kids, they're kids that don't have a strong background, most of them. They come, they get together with mentors who they could relate to, get together, have a great time, they get pizza, they have fantastic prizes, raffles, projects, and all this at the cost of under $10 a kid a week. In addition to that, many of these 37 locations, many of these 37 locations have a chill zone for parents, for moms, for dads, the parents who bring their kids. It's an opportunity to engage them directly. That's what Chill Zone is. Chill Zone is an opportunity for kids to get together, to live Yiddishkeit, to meet friends, to make friends, to get mentors, and to keep their connection all year round. And that's why I think Chill Zone deserves your support. It leverages a tremendous amount of volunteer work, so the costs are low, the overhead is low, and really you get great bang for your buck. Chill Zone's the way to go.
Sounds like sort of like Jewish socializing. That's what the
main
goal is, or the main goal is the learning?
The goal is both learning and mentoring. It's three things actually. It's learning, mentoring, and the kid feels part of something that's bigger than just themselves. For kids in public school, they're there on their own. Here they're connected.
The mentors are volunteers, or that's what part of the money is going?
Mentors are all volunteers.
So the main money is going for what?
Money is going for food. Money is going for some of the places, some of the locations. It's going to get the kids there sometimes, and it's going for fantastic, amazing, incredible prizes that are meaningful to these kids. They don't want Kogelach or Gedolim cards.
So far sounds good.
Very good. So we have had one presentation, and I remind everybody as you're listening to call in at 1-877-7 auction. 1-877-7
And they should give money to Chill Zone too.
Auction. You can give money. You can give money. We have the
and of course,
program.
shout out to Rabbi Schnall, who was the first director of Chill Zone, and to Chill Zone Staten Island, which I'm very partial to.
Very good. So you've made your presentation. Rabbi Katz asked his incisive, brutal questions. Also, you can go to oorahauction.org. Oorahauction.org. If you don't want to, be on the phone while this is going on, you can kind of.
You want to miss out on the action.
You can screenshot it and you can watch this at the same time. Rabbi Reichman, who are you representing today?
I'm going to be representing Torah mates. Well, first of all, Reb Tzaddik. When we were in yeshiva as Bachrim many years ago, I never envisioned that you're going to be sitting there as the shark, and I'm going to be trying.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
To get you a donation. Torah Mates is a program that's very dear to me. I had my first Torah Mate about 30 years ago when I was a young Bacher in Staten Island Yeshiva. Rav Chaim Min Shlita, Mashgiach of Staten Island Yeshiva, our founder and the manager of this organization, he asked me to come with a Bacher every night for a half hour during our lunch break. And this was learn with a kid actually who was in public school. And now this kid turned into a very
story.
Very here in Lakewood. So Torah Mates is very dear. This program is a program that encompasses everyone, all ages, from young children, boys and girls, to adults, to older men and women. It's a program that's not intrusive, it's not threatening to people. It's very easy for people that are not yet affiliated with Yiddishkeit to sign up. It's 1/2 hour a week in the comfort of their home. They can choose whatever time they want to study, whatever time they want to learn. They can choose the topic that they want to learn. As Hashem set them up with someone that suits them. Another point is that Oorah is very unique in that it has many organizations, many programs. We have many programs in our organization. Torah Mates is the program that is the glue that integrates all these programs together. Whether it's tuition, the tuition department, the parents of the kids that we're sending to yeshiva, they have Torah Mates. Whether it's camp, every camper has a Torah Mate. Whether it's by events, the last 2 events alone, Pesach and the Rebbitzins event, we just set up, 200, close to 300 new Torah Mates, people that have not yet been signed up for Torah Mates, signed up for Torah Mates. This is a very important, integral part of Oorah because it integrates and it connects all our departments together.
How do you know how much success you had with the Chavrusa program? I actually had a short time with Chavrusa, a Torah Mate. On my end, it didn't work out so good, but I heard overall it's very good. How do you measure your success?
Overall, it's very good. Currently, we have 7,000 people that are currently Torah Mates. And we have 12 Torah Mate coordinators. We have 6 men and 6 women. The men set up the men, the women set up the women. And besides setting them up and sending them svarim to learn, we also keep a constant connection with them. The coordinators are constantly calling up both ends of the Chavrusa Shaft to make sure everything's working out. And if there are any issues that have to be ironed out, they iron it out. And if for whatever reason...
The money goes for what? The money for your budget?
Money goes for setting up a Chavrusa Shaft, includes sending them svarim and follow-up. We have to pay tuitions for those that are setting them up. We have to pay...
So tuition's included in the Torah?
Salaries for those that are setting up and keeping up with the Chavrusas, and we send them svarim.
So the main cost is svarim and salaries. Coordinating.
So the average cost to set up a Chavrusa Shaft and send them svarim is $50.
Pretty cheap.
Yes, it is pretty cheap.
You got a good bang for your buck.
Yeah,
all the Frum Torah Mates are all volunteers. But that doesn't cost anything.
So far, sounds very good. And the Psei connection doesn't help because Kravitz was awesome.
Yeah, of course you're going to have to say that the Psei connection doesn't help. Doesn't mean,
No, because Kravitz also will have to give. Sounds very good. What's your
Rabbi Forrester?
Okay. Good Vach, Rabbi Katz. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you for your consideration. Believe it or not, I'm here.
He's also working hard. Very good.
Give me a chance. I'm representing.
Very good Mahalo.
I'm representing the Rebbitzins program, and I think that's because between the 3 of us, I look the most like a Rebbitzin. That's why I got that position. But all kidding aside, being in the shidduch business yourself, picture the following: a young man, a young woman, has worked hard. They're childhood life. Perhaps they went through the Torah Mate program. Perhaps they went through camp, chill zone. They did all the right things. They really worked hard to make changes in their life, and they're really working hard on themselves, and they would like to continue that. Now they're at a crossroads. They're at the age of Shidduchim. Two problems. Number one, they're lost. Where do I go from here? How do I make this happen? How do I make the connections? Who do I talk to? In the way we process Shidduchim, there is a lot of networking. There's a lot of information that has to be found. You need connections. You need to get to the right people. You want to get the right answers. You want to get the right information. Who do I turn to? How do I do this? People like this are lost. Number two, the second problem is we know the environment very much affects how a person acts, how a person behaves, and a person's hashkafas is very much influenced by the environment. Who more has an influence on a person than a spouse? This young man, this young woman wants to make sure that his or her spouse is the right person for him or her to help the individual grow in their spiritual journey. And if it's not the right one, it can be a detriment. How do I go through this? The Rebbetzins program has a huge crew of mentors, both for men and women, that will guide the young men and young women throughout the process, both the networking and the guidance. The mentoring is a huge part of it, to make sure that this is set up correctly, so that now, when they're at this stage in life, when they're actually going to set up the bedrock of their married life, this is going to be the foundation until 120. This is what they're going to grow with. This is what's going to set up their home. For them, for their children, and their future generations, the Rebbetzins is there to make it happen, to make sure that it's done right, and that's why we deserve your donation.
How many singles around are joined in Rebbetzins program?
There were thousands.
Wow.
Thousands of dates have already been set up.
Wow.
Thousands of young men and young women have already had the opportunity to make inroads in this process very, very successfully, Baruch Hashem.
Wow. It is, I think, Shad Chanas is from the most abusive jobs, emotionally,
and
mentally.
how would you know that?
That's what I was told by Rabbi Friedman and Rabbi Lowenstein, and so obviously this sells to me very much. I mean, in short, we have a choice of Shidduchim, learning, and Jewish socializing learning.
1 second, Reb Tzaddik. I know you're partial to Shidduchim, obviously, the being the successful Chashuv Shatkin that you are, but keep in mind. Keep in mind.
You had your chance to sell. You know, you
keep
can't
in mind.
come back later and try and add.
Torah
I'll give you
mates.
10 seconds.
Torah mates, besides learning Torah, it's also setting up Shidduchim. You're setting up Shidduchim for Torah.
I remember there was a guy in the dorm that used to always say that Chavrusas are Bashert. You know, so
pretty much up till now, is there one person you can eliminate and say for sure is not getting?
I mean, it reminds me, I remember the quote from, I think it was Stephen Wright, that if you have all the time in the world, then everywhere in the world is walking distance, right?
Yeah.
It all depends how much time you have. So if I'd have a lot of money,
right,
they're all three really beautiful.
But do you have a lot of money? That's
now, so if you have to zoom it down, the Gemara says that you're only allowed to sell a Sefer Torah for learning or getting married.
Uh-huh.
So that knocks out Rabbi
Biederman is done.
Yeah, okay. So, right, that's the Gemara says. So I think it's down to
So it's between the Shidduchim program, Rabbi
and
Forster,
the
and the Chavrusa program, Torah Mates, Rabbi Reichman. Rabbi Reichman really, really wants a win here. I can see. I can see. You should know he has not won.
Playing in 20 years. In 20 years.
Yeah, he has not won.
I haven't won anything in my life.
You never won anything. Okay.
We like the underdog. I would make some kind of compromise I think would fit everyone. That I think I'm going to donate my time to the Rebbetzins program. I'm going to come a volunteer now for the Rebbetzins program.
Whoa. That's big stuff.
This is heavy duty.
That's big stuff.
That has a big value to it. It says that the chesed with the guf is bigger than chesed with the money.
Yeah. Now I have a much better sales
is going to go to Rabbi Reichman.
So that changes the entire dynamics of the whole Rebbetzins program. Now I have a much better sales pitch.
Next year you'll see how it went.
Okay.
So is that considered a win for me?
And the donation goes to the
That is technically a win, Rabbi Reichman. Congratulations. You get the money. Rabbi Forster, you get the shotgun. Here we go. Another successful start. Call now 1-877 auction, 18777 auction, to donate to these or any of the other wonderful programs. Thank you so much, Rabbi Katz, our shark, for being with us. Thank you so much for your donation and for your time that you are going to be donating to the Rebbitzins program. Now we go for another burst of explosive inspiration from Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss. Shlita.
Once again, my name is Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss, Rav of Agudas Yisrael of Staten Island, a very small cog in the huge, huge organization of Oorah. And if you're just tuning in, perhaps, Oorah means to awaken, and that is what Oorah does to thousands of Jewish children. It awakens them to realize more about their religion, about the wonderful opportunities that are throughout the year, and as I told you, it's a Oorah kaleidoscope, and Oorah is with them all the way. You know, Oorah puts them, make sure they get into good high schools. Oorah makes sure that the girls, if they need to, go to seminary. There's Oorah programs in Eretz Yisrael. You know that Oorah also has, it's wonderful, Oorah has a Rebbitzin program, because a lot of times the Oorah children that grow up and that get ready to marry, they don't have parents with connections in the Jewish world, and they need help. So these Rebbitzins help them, and then they come home and they have somebody to talk to about the date, and it's amazing. And by the way, you can volunteer for a Rebbitzin program. You can volunteer for any of these programs, and the way to do that, of course, is to call the Oorah office at 1732-730-1000, 1732-730-1000 to volunteer if you want to volunteer, to be a Rebbitzin, to be a mentor. Oorah also has a wonderful internship program where they help their, especially their young men, and sometimes the young ladies, intern, and they work with Cars for Kids, and they get ready to know how to go into the world of business. So Oorah, Oorah just embraces you all around in every area. But the way to do it, to get involved, is by calling 1-8777-auction, 1-8777-auction, or oorahauction.org. Now, this hour, we're going to be talking about the tuition crisis. Yeah, we have all kinds of crises. We have a shidduch crisis, we have a parnasa crisis, and we have a tuition crisis. You know, when a family has a bunch of children and they don't bring in that much money, and the tuitions are $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 before taxes, you know, and it takes more than half the pie of their budget, that's a crisis. But you know, it's interesting. From a rabbi standpoint, you know, this week in the parasha, we learned about Shemitah. You know, in Eretz Yisrael, the Shemitah, every 7th year, we leave the land fallow. Isn't that amazing? You're a farmer, you have a big concern, and you have heavy equipment under lease, and you know, you have to pay that lease for heavy equipment even though you're not farming your land. And you have a bunch of workers that work for you, and you trained, but you tell them, listen, there's no week work this year. And they go, and you lose them to your competition. And you have huge bids to companies like Costco, who, you know, you have contracts with, and you tell them, sorry, I can't fill them this year. Well, then forget it. See you. It's a big challenge. And yet, we do it because we know Hashem will take care. That's what the Ramban says. Shabbos every week teaches us that Hashem created the world. The Shabbos of Shemitah once every 7 years teaches us that Hashem is running the world. And he says, don't work for a year. You're a farmer. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. It's the same thing with tuition. The Gemara says that everything is set for by Rosh Hashanah except for Shabbos and Yom Tov expenses, and except for Tzar's Banav, L'Talmud Torah, except for tuition. So Hashem says, well, I'll take care of it. Right? That's one angle of the tuition crisis. And that's our belief that we do what's right. We send our children for Jewish education, and Hashem will take care. Oorah helps those children get a chance to get a Jewish education that never knew from it, that were in public school. It's unbelievable what Oorah does. And then they give incentives, and they give more money towards the tuition if the father gets involved, if the mother gets involved. But in order to do this, it's oodles of money. Oorah needs your help. 1-8777-auction, oorahauction.org. The boards are lit up, but there's room to call right now. You know, it's getting closer to the time that we're going to pick the winner of $36,000. You know what you could do with $36,000? We're going to pick the winner of 12 trips, not one, not two, not three, 12 trips to Eretz Yisrael. You got to be in it to win it. 1-8777-AUCTION, oorahauction.org. Enjoy.
I'd like to give a special yasher koyach to Rabbi Avi Schnall, who was my co-host up until this point, and we'd like to welcome our co-host for the rest of the way. On my right side, a beloved friend of Oorah, who is well known to hundreds of Oorah volunteers as the zone camp director for half a decade. That's 5 years. Rabbi Avram Kravitz helped build up the zone and Chill Zone to what they are today. When he's not hosting the Oorahthon, which is most of the time, Rabbi Kravitz can be found working in the LSTA. I get to welcome Rabbi Kravitz, and welcome.
Elchanan, happy to be here, excited to be here, as this is Oorah's night.
Yes.
This is our night to help support the Moised. Before I go any further, 877-7-auction, 8777-auction. That's what we're here for. Tonight's the night to help.
And we're going to be drawing two prizes very shortly. The 4K Amex Visa gift card, the $4,000 Amex Visa gift card, which Amex, not Visa, right? Amex gift card, the $4,000 Amex gift card, as well as the Sukkot in Eretz Yisrael prize. Now, I know you're someone yourself who likes to travel to Eretz Yisrael frequently. Have you ever traveled there for Sukkot?
I have not traveled there for Sukkot. How many tickets is that? 12?
No, there's a different prize. That's 12 tickets to Israel. This is one person. No, I'm kidding. It's for you and for the immediate chevra. Can go to Sukkot in Eretz Yisrael. You go to a hotel, we fly you in. Of course, we're not going to let you go by yourself, but it's not for 12 people.
Okay, I'm very excited to.
So maybe put in for that. While you're doing that, we'll introduce our other co-host for the night, Rabbi Eli Baum, who has been a mashpia in who has been a mashpia, not bomb, like exploding boom, like boom, in the zone boys division for 10 years. He is a prolific Marbitz Torah. He gives a daily shir in Yeshiva Mayin HaTorah in Lakewood and writes the Halacha Berura column in the Yated and elsewhere. Rabbi Baum spends his summers in the zone providing guidance and motivation to our hard-working staff members. Good Tavach and welcome.
Good Tavach, Elchanan. Thank you. I'll say without large introduction, my claim to fame is really spending the summers in the zone. I've been there close to 10 years. I see firsthand the wonderful work Oorah does, and I'm glad to be here.
Well, it's great to have both of you, and now we're really at that point of the night where we really need everybody to start calling in because the phone lines are starting to get really jammed up. We want to make sure that everybody has a chance to get in for the auction for some of the 50. Now there's only 49 because we already picked the sheitel. So there's 50 prizes in total, 49 left. We're going to pick 2 more very shortly. We'll be calling some winners. And then later on tonight, we're going to pick all 47 other, let me check my math again, 50. One we did, we're doing 2 more. That's 47 prizes left that we'll be picking out later this evening. Wonderful, wonderful prizes. The ones we're picking out right now, Sukkot in Eretz Yisrael. What would you do with $4,000 on an Amex card, Rabbi Kravitz?
It would be spending money for my trip for Sukkot to Eretz Yisrael.
Oh, so you plan on winning both?
Correct.
That would be very efficient. You could have, I think we give you some spending money for Eretz Yisrael also, to buy like stuff on Malchi Yisrael. But also you say you could use that 4K, maybe you could...
Imagine how many shawarmas you could get for 4K.
Okay.
My mind's racing.
What would you do with the 4K in Sukkot and Eretz Yisrael?
I get into any gadol that I could.
How much does that cost per gadol?
I think that would cost more than 4K.
Yeah, that's...
Or maybe we'd get around. That's what I'm saying.
And Rabbi Bohm, like when you look through the prizes this year, what do you have your eye on?
My eye is definitely on the donor decides. I love the concept of choosing my donation to go to programs in Oorah that I see actually produce results.
So what would you decide? I mean, I know we're not doing the Shark Tank right now, but like we've heard presentations so far tonight for 6 different programs, the tuition assistance that Oorah helps with. We've heard for the zone camp, the zone events, Torah Mates, Chill Zone, the Rebbitzins program. 6 different pitches tonight. I think so far the winners were, I know that Rabbi Reichman won with Torah Mates from Rabbi Katz. And who won? Who was it that won with our first? The tuition. paying for the tuition. So those are the ones that won tonight. Which one would you give to?
It's really a
as the donor
tough. It's a
decides?
tough decision. I mean, you see all the programs that Oorah does. The more and more involved you get in Oorah, you know, like the first program I'm involved with is the summer, and you walk out of the summer and you say, "That's where my money is going to go because I see it firsthand." And then suddenly comes Sukkot, and you spend Sukkot in the zone. You say it's events, and it just never stops. So the most recent thing that I was part of was Pesach, being in the zone. And events, you definitely see life-changing, life-altering experiences of people walking through there. So I think I would choose to sponsor one of the events.
That's really, really good. And some of the prizes I know that I'm very into is the I like how they there's different ways to get money. You know, there's, do you want your money like one of the prizes, you get $1,000 every year for 10 years. I like that because I would spend it all right away. So that gives me you know, like if I win the lottery in general, I'm not taking the lump sum. So here it kind of divides over 10 years. Or you can get the $36,000 in cash. Or you can get 100 times your donation. 100 times your donation. We actually have a winner for the 4K right now. We have picked the winner for the 4K. So that prize is closed.
So I can't choose that anymore.
You cannot choose that anymore. But the other 48, you can get the Fiveish checkbook for $5,555 cash. It's $5,555. So you can get that. And here we have our first winner, our second winner of the night. Are they on the phone? We do not have them on the phone, but we're just announcing it? Okay, we're just going to announce the winner here of the 4K Amex gift card. The winner is from West Long Branch, New Jersey, Yohai and Ann Albo. There we go. From West Long Branch, New Jersey, you have won a 4K Amex gift card. So sorry, Avram. You're going to have to bring your own money on your
You
trip.
know what I
to
always
Israel.
dreamed of? Actually getting that call that you won. Like, what happens? Everybody goes crazy in the house?
Yeah.
We won $4,000. We won a trip to Eretz Yisrael. Support. You know, my kids are getting older. Support, help a young couple, or even your own family on their feet for $750 a month for a full year. That's a very, very good start. And, you know, you could be marbus, your own kids' Torah. It's an amazing thing. But all these prizes are all good and dandy, but we need people to pick up the phone and call 8777-AUCTION or Oorah.org. I think I'm using the right word. I hope I am. This is the time to stitz the Moisid, right?
Stitz the Moisid.
Right?
The Moisid stitzen, yeah.
This is the Zeit.
And some of the, I mean, you know, some of the prizes, and I know people like, you know, people, of course, they want to give the tzedakah, but there's some great prizes, some very practical prizes. One, yours to own, no lease, no nothing. We give you a 2017 Grand Caravan. 2017 Grand Caravan, that would come in very handy, fresh from the dealer, and you can use it. It's not a lease. You don't have to give it back. You can bang it up. No more of those, you know, when you have to return your lease and you're all worried, you're bringing it to the shop to fix it up, and they're going to, oh, this, you can clap it and bang it. It's yours to own. So that's really, really a wonderful, wonderful prize. So call in right now, 1-877-7-AUCTION. I can't say the number enough times, apparently, because you gotta, that's what you gotta do. There's people sitting home listening to their radios or watching on their computers, and they're saying, should I give, should I go? Yeah, now is the time to really call in 1-877-7-AUCTION, 1-877-7-AUCTION to really give. We're about to pick the Sukkot in Israel prize. We're about to pick that out to go to Sukkot and Eretz Yisrael hotel. So while we have them kind of churn up and tabulate and pick that winner out of the big, huge prize bucket, Rabbi Bohm is here with a fascinating interview.
Hi, it's great to be here together with you. Just to introduce, we have over here our new director for the Girls Zone Division. We have Mrs. Zisowicz, which is affectionately known in the zone as Mrs. Z. How are you tonight or this morning?
Yes, good Vach. I am doing well. Thank you. Very excited to be here.
Now, just to give a little bit of an introduction, you've been with the zone for quite some time.
Yeah, since 2009.
Since 2009, wow.
Yeah.
That's a long time. I believe you started as a counselor, and then you worked your way up to a division head.
Yes, absolutely. I was an IMD counselor. IMD stands for intermediate. I didn't make up the name, but it's one of our most popular divisions, 6th and 7th grade. And then I became an IMD division head. I worked very closely with Mrs. Gitti Mintz. I came back as married staff in 2015, I believe. And 2017 is my debut as camp director.
Debut as camp director. And I must say that I spent the second days of Pesach and Shabbos Chol Hamoed in the zone. And one of the uniqueness about the zone is not only do we have events for all the adult Torah mates and all those that are involved in Oorah, on Shabbos Chol Hamoed was a special Shabbos, which was for the girls' division.
Yes.
And I saw firsthand Mrs. Z, really the rising star in the girls' division, and seeing how all the girls were so inspired and how they loved that Shabbos.
They did. It was
talking about a debut, I think that was really the first experience stepping up to the plate.
It was incredible. The energy at a Shabbazon, as we like to call it, is something that you can't replace, you can't imagine. So it's really incredible. You get to see a lot of what our mission is. You see in real life, you see these girls come, they don't have a connection necessarily. People go to family for Yontif. This is their family. They're coming to family for Yontif, and they come to us, and we give them Shabbos, we give them Yontif, we give them that experience, the connection, that relationship with Judaism and with people, with mentors, with their division heads, their counselors, their mashpiyas, that they crave, because that is the connection that they need.
What I personally was inspired, I'm with the boys division in the summer, and having an experience to actually see firsthand the girls division, it was amazing to see how girls are so dedicated and passionate, and in a way they have something different to offer than boys, and that feeling, that passion, and that yearn to be together with the girls, and the dedication. It was just impressive, amazing to watch.
Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of connection, of relationships. That's what all human beings, but girls especially, that's what they crave. They want relationship. They need people to connect with, and that's the basis of our Torah program, which begins, it's born in camp. When the girls come to camp or they come to Chill Zone and they're paired up with a Torah mate, that is what camp is all about. It's not about our horses or our zip line or our workshops. They're fabulous.
It's the connection.
They're amazing, but the kids come back because their Torah mate comes back, because their Torah mate called them every single week, 52 weeks a year, and said, hey, I like you. I want to spend time with you. I want to have a relationship with you. Okay, so we'll go on the horses together. But no, they come back because of their counselors, their mashpiyas, their division heads, and most importantly, their Torah mate, because that's really, it's the relationship, it's that yearning, like you said, that they have, that they crave for a connection to somebody and to something real, which is Torah.
I can't forget the image. Right before the buses were departing, I saw two of the campers. They were literally crying with tears, hugging one of the zone staff member girls.
Not unusual.
They were like inseparable. You couldn't separate them, and they were just crying that they have to separate and leave. I mean, that's a bond. That's
Don't show up on the last day of camp, I'll tell you that much.
I felt like I had to take out my handkerchief, and I was about to start crying as well.
It's an important piece. I mean, when Rav Chaim started out Oorah, going door to door in Staten Island, I believe it was, handing out menorahs, that was kiruv for adults and for families. But the real, I see it from everybody has a different vantage point. But one of the biggest missions of Oorah and their ways of achieving their goal is through kids. We have a huge tuition program, and camp was one of Oorah's first brainchilds. It was one of the first programs that they threw their weight and their finances behind, because it's the kids that can create the tone of a family. We have kids who come to camp. They have Torah mates. They'll go home. They'll want their parents to have Torah mates. I know a kid, somebody just told me today, a camper. She comes to Chill Zone, which is our year-round kind of like Avu Subanim type style learning games prizes. And then her mom would come, and they had a mom's Chill Zone with babies. And now her mom has a Torah mate. And the whole family. And it just brings the whole family together. So you take one thing, summer camp, it's more than just a camp. That's our slogan. But we are about the kid. We're about the relationship and the connection. And we follow that through 100%.
What every parent wouldn't do for a child. When they see a child that's so inspired and motivated, it gets the parents engaged.
100%. Yeah, our alma mater song, that's the story it tells, is about a boy who says, this is the relationship I have. I want my father to have it too.
So that's a unique formula that Oorah has, that there's many organizations that do wonderful stuff, but they have this whole all-encompassing package where you get into the family. I mean, Kiruv is very hard. How do you break in?
Exactly.
There's so many barriers. And here you go ahead and you bring the kid in. The kid has an amazing summer. Suddenly, the parents get intrigued by it. And not only do you get the parents involved with Torah mates, there was someone the last, we have reflections all the way at the end of events, and someone got up and said that they became religious after their son, and this was a boy that went to camp, their mother-in-law started getting a Torah mate, their brother-in-law got a Torah mate. I mean, this is contagious.
It is. And happily so. That's what we market ourselves as. We're kosher Disneyland. The parents come, they're amazed, they're entranced with what goes on, and then we show them, this is what we're about. We are real. We are true. Their kids love it, and by default, they end up loving it.
So you mentioned the word kosher Disneyland.
Yes.
And the way you walk into the zone, you really feel that.
Yeah.
What about the zone, about the activities that you see there, do you think really gets the kids excited?
So everyone's different. Every kid's different. I think it's the energy, the positivity. I mean, there are some kids who like the sports, some who love the swimming and the pools and the slide. There are some who love the horseback riding or the zip line. But really what gets them is the positive energy. It's the singing, the dancing. You walk in, it's happy. Everyone's happy. And there's something for everyone. So it's not per se any exact activity because you have so many varied kids with varied ages and varied likes. But really, it's that excitement and that energy. It's the new song every year, the breakout. What are we doing now? What's the song? What's the theme? What are we dressing up as? Everybody's wearing tutus and their flower hairbands. It's the excitement that you walk in and it's just like, wow, I'm in a happy place. Happiest place on earth.
But it's like the ATV and the horseback riding that initially attracts the kids. It pulls them in. I mean, how many other camps do you have ATVs, ESPN zones, zip line, attractions like a Disneyland that pull them in? The kid gets all excited and suddenly they get caught in the web of, you said, the motion, the singing, the dancing, and the ruach.
That's really, the activities are the first thing that they see. So you're absolutely, they see the zip line. Who has a zip line? You'd have to go to ropes course. The horseback riding, you could take a workshop I think we call it equestrian workshop, where they actually learn how to groom and take care of horses. Then you have the laser tag, you have the ATVs, you have all your different sports, you have the game room, the culinary arts workshop. So the activities definitely are our biggest draw when we're selling camp in the first place. Once they've come to camp, it's the positivity and the relationship that keeps them going through the summer and through the year and into the next summer.
So the camp is really like bringing the horse to the water and then eventually getting him to drink on its own.
And the whole family as well. We bring everyone in.
It's really amazing. I mean, from all the summers that I've been in the zone and you've been in the zone, we really see that the effect throughout the entire year, the connection, the Torah mate connection, but it comes from funding all these activities and creating this Disneyland experience to draw them in, which costs money. And 1877 auction is the only way that we could finance all these activities. But the kiruv is everlasting.
Yeah, one of our campers got married about a week and a half ago. Her Torah mate from 5 years ago came. She dropped everything and ran to her. I know someone else, she just called her old Torah mate for a challah recipe. You have these examples of people that our campers are grown up. They have families of their own. And some of them are marrying kolal. Some of them are marrying bnei Torah. Some of them are marrying just plain old Jewish people. And that's not something that would have been a reality for them had they not come to camp. But they have a connection with Yiddishkeit. They have a connection with someone Jewish to Judaism, however that translates in their life. But we're doing something real. This is absolute. This is true. This is what we're here for. When she calls up her Torah mate, can I have your challah recipe? I'm doing hafresha tonight. This kid was wearing pants 7-8 years ago. She was nothing, and no one, nobody knew who she was. And now she's an Aim Yisrael.
It's amazing. I mean, campers not knowing Aleph Beis, walking into the zone,
exactly.
Getting involved in yeshiva from public school, switching in. It's really amazing.
Absolutely.
Well, I really appreciate you spending the time being here with us today. And 1877 auction. 1877 auction.
You can never forget that extra 7. Thank you so much.
Never
forget it. It's 1877.
Of course.
7 auction. You can put in for a prize like rental or mortgage. If you're looking to buy a house like maybe like my my wonderful Schwager, Dovidel and Brindy or something. They're looking to buy a house, and they, they give you rent or mortgage for a $1,000 subsidy towards your rent or mortgage for half a year. That's a lot. That's a lot. If you make a big payment or something like that, I could probably use that too for my thing. Or those are things that it's a wonderful, practical, really great prize, and it only costs $5 to put in. So if you just put a down payment down, you could still afford that $5 to do it. So 1-877-7-AUCTION or oorahauction.org. And now for a message from our sponsors.
In Chill Zone, we have food and we learn, and we get tickets for a raffle at the end, which is a lot of fun, and we dance and we talk and we chill.
What I like about Chill Zone is learning Torah, hanging out with my friends, and meeting new people.
I made a lot of new friends and I learned a lot. It's just a ton of fun.
I like Chill Zone because there's a lot of prizes there. I meet all my friends there, and there's a lot of cool things to do.
As the head show in Brooklyn, what makes me so proud is the atmosphere. Watching younger boys and older boys all bond with each other, and the togetherness is so beautiful.
In Chill Zone, everybody is really kind to you, and they always talk to you like they've known you for their entire life, even if you've just met them that night.
What I think is awesome about Chill Zone is that I come there and I see kids from all different types of backgrounds learning and enjoying and having fun. And it's amazing because at Chill Zone, everyone's accepted for who they are.
And the Chill Zone, oh, they're going straight there.
Continue celebrating our many siyumim. Our next siyum is from the women's department. And believe it or not, out of our 7,000 Torah mates, about half of them, straight down the middle, are women. And I'd like to call up Mrs. Schreiber, who joined our Torah mate department about 2 years ago, and ever since then, she's been firing away and setting up many chavrusashafts, many Torah mates, and keeping in touch with them to make sure that we can have this siyum and many other siyumim. Mrs. Schreiber.
It's my great and wonderful privilege and honor to introduce you to one of the very first Torah Mate partnerships that I set up. These two ladies have been learning together almost 2 years. They've been learning Sefer HaChinuch, not a like text for the two of them to be learning together. And they have worked their way through this text in almost 2 years. I would like to introduce you to Penina Fishman, who has been living in Lakewood for 17 years now, and to her Torah mate, Rahat Rakowitz. Rahat has lived in New Jersey for about a year now. She and her husband, Jordan, uprooted their family from Arizona and moved out to New Jersey for 2 reasons. First, for the chinuch, the education of their children, and second of all, to be closer to family. And the two of them have been learning together beautifully and wonderfully for 2 years now. So it's my privilege to introduce you to Penina Fishman and Rahat Rakowitz.
Thank you, Oorah. Thank you, Marcy, for the opportunity, and thank you, Rahat, for the opportunity to be here. I didn't grow up like this. I'm a Baal Tshuva since 1995, December 17th, 1995, when I kept my first Shabbos in Yerushalayim, having come from a full secular, socialist, communist, feminist, whatever background, having met Fidel Castro and having him kiss me right here, and Rebbetzin Kanievsky right here. And finally, he's not here anymore. But so I come to this, and I just want to say my fervor to do this. At the time that I became a Baal Tshuva, I was in Rahat's place. I had so much inspiration. I needed the structure. I had all the chiyas, but I needed the infrastructure. And I was at a place of receiving and taking from the community. And to come back to this place in my life where I can now give and be part of building is a tremendous thing. And Rahat is truly like my sister. She's like my holy sister. I love her so much. I'll just, start there. Her knowledge and receptivity, having grown up in Borough Park, and having her experiences and her openness and willingness to come to the table and share. She's so bright and intellectual and heartsick and feeling, and we have the best conversations. We start off with how are we doing, and we make our learning a merit for somebody to have a, healing from a sickness, and we talk about our personal lives, our children, and her relocation to this area. And I met her about 4 months ago in Teaneck. We met at the Dunkin' Donuts, and I walked in, it was like the dating game. He's like, where is she? And she was certainly the most beautiful person there. And I just wish that she lived next door so that we could really have more to do with each other. But Zvat Hashem, I'm getting married for a second time on June 11th in 21 days. To Rabbi Aaron Perry, who just relocated here from Los Angeles. And Bezrat Hashem, they're going to come to the Chasana down on Route 9. So I just hope that even through this transition and the busyness that she's my second partner. I have another partner who lives in San Diego. I think it's been about 5 years, and I've met her 2 or 3 times as I've traveled there. And she had a bar mitzvah recently that I really wanted to go to, but I couldn't get there because it was on Purim weekend. But I just wish we had more time together to learn and to become friends, and I think this will be a lifetime relationship, and I'm looking forward to the growth and the simchas of her family, and just all things good. And you should just be very, very blessed, continual blessings, and your learning should take you closer to Hashem and bring your family closer together, and you should truly rebuild Mishpachas Rakowitz and all the glory. And I just want to say my 9-year-old son we learned at night because she was on the West Coast, so it was like 10 o'clock and 7 o'clock there, and the times are really hard. But Marcy asked me at the Shabbaton if I would take on another West Coast person because I had a San Diego person. I'm from LA, so of course, I've got to do this. And I did it, and my 9-year-old wanted Yisrael Meir. Mommy, tell them I'm in bed with you, and I chime in, and I tell them the Meforshim, and I give them my commentary. I said, she hears you all the time, and we eat you up. So Yisrael Meir wanted me to mention him. Thank you to my children for their support, because it's always bedtime when I learn with my ladies, and they go to sleep nicely. Thank you.
Oh, you know what? I can't see. It's better without. Okay. Okay. So hi. My name is Rahat Rakowitz, like you've heard. And my family's relationship with Oorah began a few years ago when my children were in public school in Phoenix. And it was actually Oorah's help that helped us transition them back to a Jewish setting. So at that time, my husband started learning with a Torah mate, and a few years before me. He studied a half hour every week, and I really thought nothing of it. It was just him studying. Sometimes he shared some of the topics that he studied with such excitement and enthusiasm, and I was just happy that he was happy. But over time, he just became so passionate about his study time and really looked forward to those sessions. It was intellectually and spiritually stimulating for him, and I was just happy that he was able to gain all that from that. So initially, I was a little more than apprehensive about committing to studying on a regular basis because I come from a traditional Mizrahi background, and I felt not that I know everything, but I'm comfortable. But I know enough and I'm comfortable where I am, so I didn't see the point in having to study this. My children are in Jewish schools, and that's all I was happy about. But seeing how much Jordan gained from it, and I wanted to share in that I was willing to give Torah mates a try. And that's when I was introduced to Penina. She's been an amazing Torah mate for the last 2 years. And it's almost, seriously, it's almost as if Marcy knew just the right person to pair with me. We both manage very full plates in our lives with children and such, and to share various experiences with her made my connection to her even more meaningful. She's always so warm and never judgmental, and never, ever pushy, which were really some of the things that I was worried about even before I agreed to study through Torah Mates. And she made it so much easier. She brings enormous passion to Torah learning, which made it easy to be enthusiastic about my learning, like Jordan's, with her. So I'm so grateful. Now, when they asked me, what do you want to learn? I said, well, you know what? Okay, if I'm going to do this, let me do this right. And I'm going to start from the beginning. So I want the basics. I want to know what the mitzvot are. I want to know where they come from. I want to know why I'm doing it. So I'm not just doing it by rote because they did it, because my grandfather did it. I wanted to know. And so Sefer Chinuch, the book of mitzvot, was suggested, and I think it was an excellent one because, as you all know, probably, it breaks down the mitzvot according to the way they appear in the Torah. So that sounded perfect for me, and I figured we'll start from there. Pnina and I don't really divert from the text. We haven't diverted other than like Chagim, where it was important to bring up the relevance of the Chag that's coming. So that was actually a change up in our sessions, but it made it exciting as well. Now, this text, this Sefer, is a hardcore book of laws, yet it leaves room for discussion beyond the black and white of the details of the laws. For instance, the prohibition to swear in vain, which was actually quite a long section in the book. Not that I was surprised, just compared to other areas about Pesach, it was very long, a big chunk of the book. To me, ultimately, it really conveyed the power of words and the awareness that should be placed on anything that one utters. So we were able to take this text, which is maybe not to term it dry, but really take it and bring it to relevant things in our lives. Now let me just go back to Pnina for a second, okay? She's taught me many things, beautiful things along the way. Like you mentioned, making those dedications each time we study to the merit of someone who needs it. I mean, how beautiful is that? And from that to teaching me what it means, Kol Yisrael Aravim Zeh Lazeh. This translates to Israel being responsible for one another. Here is someone who took precious time out of her busy day to learn with me someone she doesn't know, only because she believes it matters. I mean, how beautiful. I feel so fortunate that I'm studying with her. So thank you with all my heart, Pnina, for your friendship and your time. And thank you, Torah Mates, for putting this all together and getting it just right.
Okay, just a reminder again, before we start the music with the Yaakov Zionist Band together with Yitenkin, please, if you're keeping the second half of Sphira, please lower the volume.
Party Mazel Tov to Benita Fishman and Rahat Rakowitz, many more.
Miss Ruchel Lerner, $500. $250 by the following people: Avram Gottlieb, Miss Fagi Ritterman, Mr. and Mrs. Ilya Sokolin, Dovie Pines, Ellie Robinson, Mr. Dov Kurlander, Mr. and Mrs. Anchi Freund, Rabbi and Mrs. Peretz Scheineman, Ellie Halperin. $150 for Mr. and Mrs. Akiva Pluchak and Mr. Israel Rottenstein. Also $100 from Yaakov Heilgelman, Rabbi Shmuel Kanarik, and Mrs. Malki Friedman, $100. Mr. and Mrs. Penny Ostreicher, Mrs. Esther Tabak, Mr. and Mrs. Levi Danziger, Michael Kanarik, Yaakov Beer, Mr. Alik Yakutilov, and Miss Shoshana Normatova, and Mr. and Mrs. Moshe Kaplinsky, Mr. Yoeli Becker, Mrs. Hannah Hirsch, Rabbi Mrs. Morris Rosenblum, Rabbi and Mrs. Yossi Ullman, and Rabbi Moshe Lowy.
For $100, Mr. Ephraim Leitner, Rabbi Chaim Green, Mrs. Connie Demetzer, Mr. Moshe Fromwitz, Mr. David Rosenfeld, Rabbi and Mrs. Gabriel Einhorn. 8777 auction, 8777 auction, Oorah.org. The website is closing soon. Mr. Chaim Halberstam, $100. Mr. Steve Friedman, $100. For $100, Mrs. Mordechai Becher, Rivki Nussbaum, Yisrael Brag, Mr. and Mrs. Enrique Gottlieb, Rabbi and Mrs. Elio Azachi, Moshe Jacobs, Chaim Kartile, Rabbi and Mrs. Ari Seinfeld, Mrs. Rose Borenstein, Michael Honig, Michal Honig, Mr. and Mrs. Yoli Klein, Mr. Moshe Fromwitz, Mr. and Mrs. Elchanan Katz, S. Nyman, Bela Bick, Mr. and Mrs. Yosef Weldler, Mr. and Mrs. Yoli Klein, Mr. and Mrs. Elchanan Katz, Mr. and Mrs. Rachel Isaacowitz. All these again are $100. Mr. Moshe Baum, Mr. Chaim Shuk, Mr. Gitte Leib Mertz, Mr. Moshe Garfunkel, Mrs. Mordechai Becher, Mr. Mordechai Weinstock, Mr. and Mrs. Moshe Unger, Miss Miriam Friedberg, Mr. Mordechai Cohn, and Rabbi and Mrs. Dovie Chase. And now to Ellie.
We have Shoal Weingarten, $100. Mr. Moshe Weintraub, Mrs. Miri Weiss, Mr. Nussin Welder, Mr. Yechanan Wahlberg, Mr. Ben Yachtzel, Mr. Avi Ziegelman, Mr. Chaim Zanmaishi. Again, all these are $100. Mrs. Hannah Berger, Mr. Akiva Goldstein, Mr. Elazar Kaufman, Mr. Leon Sable, Mr. David Shore, Mr. Scott Zaret, Mr. Stephen Bruckstein, Mr. Ralph Dejmal, Chaim Friedman, Jerry Glazer, Mr. Michael Klein, Mrs. Leah Koot, all $100. Mr. Mendy Meyer, Mrs. Rivka Monaker, Mr. Tzvi Yifat, Chaim Goldenberg, Yeshua Hydrai, Rivka Strom, Abraham Tamber, Ben-Cian Walder, Esther Fried, Ian Kalfin, Heshi Klein, Manuel Wertman, Itzik Fima, Shana Muller, Aaron Ambula, Avram Beniel, Tuvia Goldstein, and Zev Kornboim, all $100.
18777 auction, 18777 auction.
I believe the website is closing at 2:20. 2:20, the website is closing. Oorah.org. Look at these fantastic, amazing prizes. All these prizes, and you could win for the still unbelievable price of just $5. It's been that way since the inception. 8777 auction, 8777 auction.
On 570 WMCA New York, 1079 WMDI Lakewood, and our flagship station 770 WABC New York. Also broadcasting live at Oorah.org, your most trusted source for auction coverage everywhere. Welcome to Oorah's 2000 2017 auction, home of 50 awesome prizes. 6 tickets to Israel, a new galley shekel, and dozens of piles of cash. A great Amex gift, a grocery bill lift, weekly winnings to add to your stash. A Leichter for Shabbos, new China for Yom Tov, a brand spanking new minivan. A family vacation, enrich an organization, a trip to Israel with the fam. Do it l'shma, or do it to win. Shotgun get so you'll get red. Circus in Israel, a Renaissance shekel, a college degree with no debt. Only $5 a prize. Your own safer Torah pays Rabbi Yeruchim, the world's biggest check in your hands. 5 KVs, a gift card, a MasterCard gift card, and once again 36 grand. Fly to Israel 12 times, that's a dozens of times. 600 a month is for spare. Helicopter of Israel, a Jacqueline Shake support your new couple for years. Ounces of gold, 24 karat gold. The shelves full of stories I've told. $18,000 and for you, math scholars, the jackpot is where you will fold. 18777 auction. Cash for a decade, a gift card that's prepaid, a necklace that adds to your look. Shopping in the city, a bracelet so pretty, a 5-hole K5 checkbook. 100 times your donation amount can win you a full 50 grand. Megabucks, what? Say that again. Can win you a full 50 grand. A bracha that's priceless, a car that's the nicest, new clothes for the whole family. Pay your mortgage or rent, or pay off your debt. A fine furniture shopping spree. Oorahauction.org. A kosher adventure vacation whenever, a saving bond from the U.S. An Amazon gift card, a 4K Discover, a shekel so you can impress. A grand 50 prizes is what this comprises, so choose all the ones that you like. It's so hard to pick from these prizes so awesome, so pick all of them if you like. Oh, Fiveish and Oorah here once again in auction 2017. Be smart, do your part, and maybe this time. Be in it to win it, it takes just a minute. Thousands of winnings, 5,000 ticket at Oorahauction.org.
Welcome back to the Oorahthon 2017. This is the last hour to call in and place your donation. So hurry up, go to 18777 auction or Oorahauction.org. And now we have someone on the phone. We have Ellie. Ellie, are you on the line, Ellie?
Yes, I am.
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Hi, Ellie. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
It's Elchanan Schwartz calling from the Oorah Auction Radiothon. How you doing this evening?
I'm doing well. I'm good.
Do you ever travel to Eretz Yisrael?
Yeah, a few years ago. 5 years ago.
5 years ago. Do you observe Sukkot, the Sukkot holiday?
Of course.
Well, would you like to observe the Sukkot holiday in Eretz Yisrael?
Of course.
Well, on behalf of Oorah, I am here to tell you that you can do that. We can make that happen for you because you are the winner of the Sukkot in Eretz Yisrael prize.
Oh, wow.
Mazel tov. V'samachta b'chagecha. So we are really, really excited for you. You can go back to Eretz Yisrael, and you can go back to Eretz Yisrael, and you can celebrate Sukkot. How do you feel?
Wow. Feel great. Surprised.
Okie doke, wonderful. So, mazel tov to you. We want to tell all the other people out there that we could be calling you soon and telling you you won a fabulous prize. If you go to Oorahauction.org, the online website is closing very, very shortly. The online website is closing very, very shortly. So you got to get there right now, whip up that laptop, press your buttons, and put in your donations for the Oorah auction. The lines will be closing shortly. The online auction website will be closing very shortly. And now, welcoming in for this for the rest of the way here tonight, a very dear friend of mine, a dear friend of Oorah, Rabbi Yisrael Freddie the Friedman, who is a shadchan who has made thousands of shidduchim and has been with us for the past few Oorahthons. He has asked us once again to mention that he is very talented, he's very outspoken, and of course extremely good looking. Though Rabbi Katz mentioned earlier.
Mention the talented part?
I mentioned the talented,
okay,
and Rabbi Katz said before that he believes he beats you on the good looks. But he has a great personality and sense of humor. So really, we have pumped you up pretty heavy here, so you got to deliver for us.
Right.
Yes, of course. Of course. So welcome. And how do you feel? I saw you looking at some of the prizes. What are your thoughts on some of these awesome prizes?
A lot of my thoughts are just being accumulated right now because I'm seeing these prizes for the first time.
I have no doubt you're going to go for the Shadchan Geld.
Yeah, the Shadchan
Geld is the best prize to put into.
Right.
Especially if Freddie becomes a Shadchan.
If I would win it, would that mean that I would...
We might have to up the prize, the value of the prize.
Well, the way the Shadchan Geld prize works, and this is a phenomenal prize. I mean, for those of you sitting at home out there who want to put in for something that's really good, that will really deliver, this is a prize that will actually, if you make a shidduch, or it doesn't have to be for you if you're married already. You know, it could be for an older single that you can designate that the shadchanim, we will pay shadchanis if the shadchanim.
Which lends me to my question. Let's say a shadchan would win that prize.
Yes.
Would the shadchan actually even have to make the shidduch, or would they just?
I believe you'd give it to tzaddik in that case.
No, the
immediately collect on the shadchan geld.
No, because they're shadchan. No, they actually have to make a shidduch. Now, if you made the shidduch yourself, you know, then you would get that shadchanis on behalf of Oorah.
I hope it's okay if I say this. In order to get Freddie to read you a shidduch, you'd have to win prize number 24 of $36,000 cash.
Correct.
That I hope it's okay if I say that.
Well, no, this actually gives you.
Which prize number is that?
That's
24.
prize number.
Oh.
Well, the shadchan geld is number 22, and that actually, you know, $25,000 to spend on shadchanis if a shadchan makes a shidduch for you in the coming year. So you basically win this prize.
Or you could just win 24 and just pay the shadchan direct.
You could do that. You could do that. There's lots of different ways to get your money. But I'm sure last year, Freddie, I'm sure you knew right away that someone had won the Oorah shadchan geld prize, and that if someone made their shidduch, you'd get a $25,000 shadchanis within the past
Is
year.
that the going rate these days? $25,000 for a shidduch?
And cucumber cards, maybe.
But that seems to going rate.
For Freddie shidduchim, definitely.
For Freddie,
this
at least.
Is a great, very revealing picture of me.
For tzaddik, you only have to win like the $5,000.
I always go back to my oldie but a goodie. The Lishmar prize really talks to me.
Really?
It means you're selflessly giving, you know, to a moisid, and you don't want anything back. When does that ever happen? So here, you just pick prize. When you put in for prize 24.
I put in for 25.
Yeah, so put in another one for 25. Don't forget.
And I'm going to throw in one shidduch lishma.
Really? You're
That's
going to just make a
wow.
That's like an applause thing.
You're going to make it.
Wow.
Would you, for who? I don't get how you're
just
giving
a random person. Just throw it out there.
You're giving out one free
lishma.
Yeah, how does that person reach you? But how does that person want to give out your number, maybe, or
no?
You know that
you'll have to just find my number.
So the next person, it could be someone that you read already.
Yes.
So someone out
there's
there.
There's a lot of fine print. There's a lot of fine print on this lishma prize.
Okay, I was looking for that disclaimer on the thing. I couldn't find it.
So far, Tzaddik offered you. I don't know, you weren't here before, but Tzaddik actually now volunteered, as he was the shark before, that he is going to donate. He donated his money to the tuition or to some other thing, but he donated his time.
His tuition money?
He donated his time to the Rebbitzins program, where he will physically now become involved in the Rebbitzin Shidduch program.
Wow.
That was what Tzaddik did.
He took the Lishma route. He took the Lishma route.
Yeah, the real question is, how do we get the Tzaddik's cash? And that's the real question. And where is it going?
He is. I know that he is definitely a shark.
He is a shark.
He is a great white.
How about looking for the support prize? You want to go ahead and you want a learning boy, but where are you going to support the learning boy? I mean, this is we give you support.
This is very weak support. $750 a month.
$750 a month.
This is just a supplemental.
That won't even cut for Lakewood standards.
$17.50. What is the standard? What would you say the going rate is?
This doesn't get you anywhere.
This doesn't get us anywhere.
$750 is not going anywhere.
What would you say is the number now?
That's a controversial question.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking it. I want to hear it. I want to stir some content. I mean, we've been talking about.
What is the going rate? That's a good question. I mean, I know what my shver gave me, and it was less than $750. But you know, and Elchanan, I'm assuming I speak for you as well that $750 was a nice amount of money back then.
Yes, well, back in our days, $750 was a lot, and you can win one of these prizes that we're talking about, or some other prize if you call right now. This second, we are closing the lines. There is a sense of urgency. Can you hear? Can you hear in my voice a sense of urgency? A sense of urgency that you must call now. 1-877-7-auction. 1-877-7-auction.
How long does this last? Is this
the
like
support?
As long as you're learning?
No.
Is it open-ended?
No, it's not really open-ended. It is.
Because I feel like when I ask that question, it's always like very open-ended. You know?
Really, like support forever, indefinite support.
We'll support as long as, you know, Mirz Hashem, as long as it's possible.
As long as it's possible.
So
if
I wonder
Hashem
if
is
Oorah
good
leaves
to us.
it open-ended like that, as long as
no,
it's possible.
Oorah is way too smart to do something like that. The support actually is $750 a month for a full year.
Oh.
For a full year. Now,
wow.
that means that means that obviously we you know
this is getting you a very weak bucher. $750 for 1 year. I wonder how that would work in negotiating a shidduch.
Well, they really weren't going to give anything, but
put
they
it
won.
right next to
But they
Shotgun
won.
Girl.
They won a prize in the auction that gives you $750 for a year. And if you want to be that person that can support your future Aiden for $750 a month for 1 year, you can call right now at 1-877-7-AUCTION, 1-877-7-AUCTION, or Oorahauction.org. The website's still open? Website is still open. 10 minutes, the website is closing. So if you're the type of person that's uncomfortable calling and speaking to a live person and would rather donate online, you have 10 minutes to do so. Oorahauction.org, Oorahauction.org, or 1-877-7-AUCTION. You can win a prize like Shotgun and Gel, $25,000 to anybody who makes the single that you designate. Shidduch, $750 a month of support for a year, a free Sefer Torah. I know Avram was very excited about this prize.
I am very excited about the prize. I just wanted to add to what Freddie said before. You could add to the $750 for support. It's subsidizing. It doesn't mean that it's
a supplemental thing.
It's a yeah. I do know that where I live by us, a friend of mine, Moshe Meir, actually gave a Sefer Torah, and I got to tell you, it uplifted the whole entire community. But any prize will uplift you, yourself.
Lieberman gave a Sefer
He gave his Zechus with his father to our shul in Somerset Walk. But I think any prize will really do the trick.
Is that because he won this prize last year, or he paid for it?
He did not win, but somebody could win it. And don't forget, 877-7-AUCTION, 877-7-AUCTION. We're looking at the screen. And Oorah, and we need you to support the Moisid, stitch the Moisid. If there is no Chinese auction, Oorahthon, I'm sorry, if there is no Oorahthon, there is no zone, there is no Rebbitzins, we need you, and this is your time that you can take part in the Oorah, in the zone, in all the various programs that we have over here. So it's 877-7-AUCTION. The website is closing in 9 minutes. For those of you who wait to see if we're going to extend the website will be closing on time. So it's the easier way. 877-7-AUCTION, 877-7-AUCTION.
Charity of Choice, another great prize that we have, where you could actually give the money, $5,000. We'll give you $5,000, and it will go towards a tzedakah of your choice. Okay, what would you do, Rabbi Bo?
I mean, I would say that since you could only put in $5, you want to go ahead and you want to get a shidduch. You could surround yourself, get yourself a wig, get a necklace, get yourself an ounce of gold, $36,000 cash, support. I mean, why get single-threaded?
Right.
Just put into a couple of things. You can win more than one prize.
And when
people could win more than one prize.
And with a sheitel, you are almost there.
Almost
a sheitel and a necklace.
Fine furniture.
Imagine that.
You get a deep a Grand Caravan, a minivan. You know, anybody coming in.
Imagine a guy on the market comes in. He has already a shotgun paid for. He already has the wig and the necklace.
There's a lot of
plus $750 for
plus $750 for support. Who wouldn't want that bacher?
That's right. There's a lot of preemptive planning here. That means you're coming with everything. You have the car, the minivan, not even the four-door car. You got the minivan.
Go right ahead.
You got the sheitel. You got support for a year. There's so much to do.
And Oorah will pay this out in a couple. Like if you don't want to collect on the minivan right now or the sheitel right now, you want to wait. You get the Jack Lewin. That's like a.
You want to get the 2020 model.
All right, that's like something you get like by the 5th anniversary. You know, the minivan and the upgraded sheitel. Oorah will hold paper on that. Am I right?
They may be. I'm actually looking over at our lawyer in the corner there, who's waving furiously. I don't know if he's saying yes or no, or just stop talking and talk about something else.
How about debt-free?
That would be nice.
I mean, a guy going into a marriage.
Right. We've all had chayvus going into marriage, right?
Yes, we all have.
Have we all?
We all have.
We've all been there.
We've all been there. And this will get you debt free.
So this just wipes away all of your debt.
Wipes away. Well, not all.
$5,000 of debt.
$5,000 of debt, which is probably about.
It's definitely
that's something.
It's definitely.
It moves the needle.
If you want to be covered, just take $5, put it into every one of the prizes.
So if you want to be debt free, you can call right now at 1-877-7-AUCTION, 1-877-7-AUCTION, or online at Oorah.
Or a priceless bracha.
We have this kind of 10-second thing here. I don't know if you guys remember. We did it last year, where we give you 10 seconds to answer some questions about some of our prizes. Okay, who wants to go first here?
I'll go first.
Avram will go first. Okay, one of our prizes is Vacation Anywhere. We'll set you up a beautiful vacation anywhere you want to go. Vacation Anywhere. 10 seconds, Avram. Name 5 hotels to stay at on a Vacation Anywhere.
Okay, Holiday Inn. Courtyard by Marriott. Red Roof Inn.
Motel 6.
Okay, we'll leave the light on for you. Motel 6. And the Waldorf Astoria in Yerushalayim.
Okay, there you go.
I was
going
to go more specific there. I was going to be like Ritz-Carlton, Herzliya.
Okay.
Waldorf would have been my place.
Park Hyatt Maldives.
Park Hyatt Maldives. Park Hyatt on 54th. Beautiful.
Okay, excellent. King David.
King David. I was just there last week.
Really?
I was just in the King David last week.
You know, Trump is there this week. It's a shame
yes.
you just missed
and
it.
I spoke to some of the waiters there.
Yeah.
And I was just, picking their brain. And one of my waiters, young man named Mohammed, I don't think he was Jewish, told me that he served coffee to Barack Obama on the last trip that he was there, interestingly enough.
That's fascinating. And if you want to go to a hotel, a vacation anywhere, maybe you'll go to the King David Hotel if you call 1-877-7-AUCTION.
Donald is checking in right
auction.
now.
Yeah,
into the
it's
King
happening
David.
right
It's
now.
happening right
Freddie,
now as we
10
speak.
seconds. Name 4 reasons to go to Israel for Sukkot.
For Sukkot, 4 reasons.
Shlem Yehuda Rechnitz.
I mean, he may be there, but I'm saying, I guess, first choice is Reagan, Yemenite, Moroccan. I mean, you're right there. You're on the front lines, Tremendous amount of travel. I think that's a reason not to go, right? Other reasons to go there is Israel. I was there last year, so.
So what did you do there?
Not so many. All right, here we go. 1-877-7-AUCTION. You could win Sukkot in Eretz Yisrael. Well, someone already won that, so you can't win that. But you could win 12 tickets to Eretz Yisrael. 12 tickets to Eretz Yisrael.
Okay, I don't want to put you on the spot, Al-Khanim. This one has your name written all over it. 6 tickets to Israel.
6 tickets to Israel. Okay.
Name 6 people you'd bring with you to Israel. No pressure, by the way.
I would bring my wife.
Okay, she got that out of the way. Go ahead.
And
really?
Then I couldn't bring any of my friends, so I would just bring
that would be an awkward trip.
That would be an awkward trip. So
Go ahead.
I would bring maybe I'd bring my wife and I'd bring my brother-in-law and sister. So I'd bring like 2 other couples. Like
I've never heard you so tongue-tied before.
Avram, give it to me. Let me.
So that's how we would do it.
This one's for Freddie.
Nice
Name 4 places you'd hide $18,000 cash.
Where would I hide $18,000 cash?
If you won the $18,000 prize. These are great questions, and just got to get the right person.
Right. I don't know. I would put cash in the bank. I feel like that's the safest place to hide it.
Wouldn't go under the mattress. Wouldn't go under the mattress.
I mean, where do you hide your money?
That wasn't the question.
I mean, in the bank. That's usually where it goes.
And now that you said that, where's the other 4 places?
Hiding cash in a Masechtas Yevamis. No one looks there in my house. I was going to say one of the Tyrus Masechtas, because no one, in my house. I was going to say under the mattress is an easy place, right? That's
always very good. No one looks there.
Mm-hmm.
No one looks there.
I would probably hide it in the shed in my backyard. That would be another place.
I once saw you digging I know you have.
Exactly.
The rumor is that in your backyard there's lots of holes.
I'm terrible at this game.
With big
Plus,
bags
these
of
things are totally not relevant to
We'll
me,
continue to play this game later. I remind everybody 1-877-7-AUCTION, 1-877-7-AUCTION, or Oorahauction.org, Oorahauction.org, 1-877-7-AUCTION. We are closing the phone lines shortly. You must call in now. I'm begging you. I'm pleading you. I'm sounding energized, and I'm asking you to call 1-877-7-AUCTION.
Are you allowed to text your donation? Because I'm getting a lot of text donations.
I'll have to call
877-7-AUCTION. Rabbi Bohm is here with us. He has what will probably be a very inspiring interview on the line. Rabbi Bohm, go ahead. Take it away.
Is he on the line now?
Yeah.
Binyamin.
Hello?
We have here on the line someone who I must say, talking about trips to Eretz Yisrael, so this past year I had the privilege to go along with Oorah to Eretz Yisrael. We have so many alumni that actually went through the Oorah system that are now in all different kiruv yeshivas throughout Eretz Yisrael. And not only kiruv yeshivas, what I found out, there's actually bachurim that made it to regular mainstream yeshivas, such as the Mir and other yeshivas from Tzvi Kaplan, yeshivas of people who started off in public school that went through our system, and they're learning in yeshivas. And one of the most inspiring things when I was there, we had this event where Oorah, being an international organization, we have employees, a whole office in Eretz Yisrael, and they wanted the office to feel what they're actually working for. And they had Binyamin come down there, and Binyamin gave a most inspiring few-minute speech about his life story and how Oorah changed his life. And now we have Binyamin on the phone. Binyamin, could you share with us your life story and how Oorah played a major role?
Yes, Shalom. Thank you so much for having me on the show. It's a really big plus.
And let me just add, Binyamin learns in the Meir Yeshiva. Not only does he learn in the Meir Yeshiva, from what I hear, you actually have a Chavrusashaft with the Rosh Yeshiva every single day.
Yeah, I do have a Chavrusashaft with the Rosh Yeshiva, yes.
Wow. Wow. So please tell us a little bit where you started from and when you first found out about Oorah. Where were you holding in your life at that point?
So I was in public school for most of my high school, from 10th grade to 12th grade. And I decided I wanted to come to Eretz Yisrael to learn in yeshiva, and I didn't know how I was going to be able to afford it. My parents weren't the most supportive of the whole idea. You know, they'd much rather me go to college, and that was when someone really set me up with Oorah and said you could come to camp, and they have scholarships for Bachram who want to go to Eretz Yisrael, and that's really where I first met Rabbi Mintz and met the whole team, and I came to camp, and afterwards I went to Eretz Yisrael, and ever since then, really, each year, they would come to visit me, they would make a Shabbaton in Eretz Yisrael, and I would come to camp. This is going to be my 5th summer in the zone, and I really can't express enough how much I tell you I have to Oorah, and anyone who gives money to Oorah. A lot of times people, when you give money to Amresa, when you give money to Chesed, so you don't see where your money goes. And sometimes you think, what's going to be? But I can testify that I am a walking Oorah auction ticket. I'm all my parents cut me off. I don't have money anymore. It's my 4th year in Yeshiva in Eretz Yisrael.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm just trying to digest the information you're saying over here. So your parents cut you off from spending, and yourself financially, and you're self-supporting yourself, and you were in public school as recent as 12th grade, and yet 12th grade, and you got involved in Oorah completely on your own, and Oorah got involved in your assistance and helping you with your tuition in Eretz Yisrael. You're learning now in the Meir Yeshiva. I mean, in such a short period of time, so much to happen. What would you say is like the main ingredient that really got you going?
I definitely feel that a lot of Bachrim who come from, I guess, from houses have a support system back home. They have family, they have parents, they have a father who's encouraged them to learn or whatever. And definitely for me, that I guess, I don't know, surrogate or that replacement support system has definitely been Oorah. That Rabbi Mintz is mamish like my baby, and he always checks in on me, and he calls me from America at 2 in the morning in America, so he knows it's better for me because it's before First Seder, and just to see how I'm doing, and do I have enough money, and how's everything going, and what are my parents saying, and mamish, I really feel like I was brought into a new type of family where I was able to, that my prior learning was able to be appreciated, and that it was really able to open up new doors for me, and they're always being big and worrying about me.
The website is closing in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, the website is closing, so go right now to oorahauction.org. The phone line will still be open after that, 1-877-7-AUCTION, 1-877-7-AUCTION. You got to call in right now. We are closing this down soon. We're going to get back to the interview in a second, but I just need everybody out there. I need you to pick up your phone, to call now, 1-877-7-AUCTION, or quickly get to your computer and go to oorahauction.org. That will be closing very, very shortly. So, guys, frantically, it's time to get frantic and call 1-877-7-AUCTION.
You know, we always discuss this, the people that wait around to the last minute, and I'm watching the screens now, and there are people that are picking up the phone, and let's all do this at the same time. Pick up your phone and dial 877-7-AUCTION. As I see the lines are starting to really
we're
get
closing
full.
down. What do we got? 20 minutes left
20
here until we
but
close
just
the
pick
line.
up the phone.
So let's go. 1-877-7-AUCTION.
of us.
That's right. We
Yeah,
can't
it does
process
not
a
work.
donation.
That does not work.
We'd
You
love
can-
to see the screens filling up, and as you see, it's
Go
going.
ahead and text your fashion tips, your critiques, your questions to us, but not your donations. For the donations, you got to pick up the phone and call 1-877-7-auction. 1-877-7-auction.
People like to be like the last one, so from this point on, everyone's considered the last one. Just pick up the phone.
We have
877-7
We have
auction.
an early bird prize. We have a late schluffer prize for those who call in.
And people are asking me, like, if they want to just donate their services or donate, items. Like Sonal Davis just texted me. He wants to give glow-in-the-dark Negelwasser cups to everybody in
I think we can use
Boise.
Sonal, that is really, really sweet of you,
Sonal. Thank you for that
Thank you.
generous pledge.
Thank you. So he's pledging, what is this for all
everybody in Oorah zone, a glow-in-the-dark
Negelwasser cup. Thank
We
you
will
very
definitely
much,
take him up on
Sonal.
that.
But you cannot, that's
And what an
something-
innovative concept that is.
But he
That
can call,
is.
Daddy can
That
call
is.
us Monday.
Because you wake up in the morning and you're trying to wash Negelwasser and you
just can't
you
find it.
step in the cup and it
Especially if
flips
you wake
over.
up early, like guys like me and you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or it's like
It's
totally
pitch
dark
black
outside. Yeah.
especially in the winter.
Or is it in
You
the
know,
summer?
Or in the
We
summer
got-
too.
we got about
no one really knows the answer to that.
We got about a minute left to the website. Before
Whenever
we
we come, it's like the website is done.
Oh, it's closed.
Website is closed.
Website
Website is
finished.
now closed.
So there's no
Website
live
finished.
stream anymore?
So the people, no.
more
They can still see
No,
you.
there's live stream. They,
Oh, they
can
can still see the
They can't
face.
donate online. They can still see the face. What that means is, like, say, the people who would not be part of the auction because there was internet involved, now they can call because there's no website anymore. Now it's like the Mahadran section of the Tower Air flight where there's no website anymore. You can only call. It's old school. So you call up, use your rotary phone or your touchstone phone, whatever it may be, and call in at 1-877-7-auction. I think we still have the interview on the
Yes, we still have Binyamin on the line, and I could just say, we have amazing prizes, but when you're hearing a story like this from Binyamin,
It inspires you to pick up.
you, and you
Absolutely.
got to pick up the phone.
Yeah.
You see your money is going to a good place. People are always asking, whoever I meet, what does Oorah do? What does Oorah do? They're always raising money. What does Oorah do? We have Binyamin here on the phone. You see a first-hand example what Oorah does. Somebody who was in public school and is now in Mir Yeshiva learning with Rosh Yeshiva every single day, and he's just one of many. Binyamin, are you still there?
Yes, so
1-877 auction. 1-877 auction. We need to be able to support and help more people like Binyamin that's on the phone right now. Now, Binyamin was just describing how Oorah really became the big part of his family. And it wasn't just helping him in Eretz Yisrael, but it was the full network, making him feel at home, making him have the support system. We have a chill zone program in Eretz Yisrael where there's over 100 people coming every Motzaei Shabbos to learn in Eretz Yisrael, and that Eretz Yisrael is just one of the many locations in the U.S. that we have. Binyamin, do you attend chill zone?
yes.
What could you tell us about chill zone in Eretz Yisrael?
I was never in chill zone in America, but I could definitely say that there's something special about the chill zone in Eretz Yisrael. When you have Bachrim with a lot of times Motzaei Shabbos, you have a Bachar that learned, or any of our other Oorah participants that learned the whole week. So you would think Motzaei Shabbos is the time that they want for themselves to relax. They have a busy week coming up, and instead they come out and are learning Torah and eating pizza and hanging out with their Oorah friends and talking about camp. And definitely when Oorah sends different staff members to Eretz Yisrael back to visit and whatever, it again is part of that framework and support system that Oorah gives to anyone who they send out. It's not just Oorah is not just giving you a check and then sending you to learn Eretz Yisrael. They're coming with you. They're giving you support. They're helping you as much as you can and as much as you need. And I think all of us in Eretz Yisrael have tremendous hakaras hatov, especially me, for everything that they do for us.
So from when I was in Eretz Yisrael just a couple of months ago with Oorah, we actually had Chill Zone by the Kaisel for that Motzaei Shabbos. And it's amazing that Oorah has so many volunteers, Bachrim that are learning, whether they're learning in Brisk, whether they're learning in all different yeshivas in Mir, and they come on Motzaei Shabbos together with all the Oorah alumni that went through our Kiruv programs, and they just connect over there, and they sit down on a Motzaei Shabbos learning b'chavrusa, and it's not only in Eretz Yisrael. Again, Chill Zone is in how many locations, Rabbi Kravitz, across the country?
40 plus.
40 plus locations across the United States. And it's really becoming an extended family. So when you ask the question, what does Oorah do? We pay tuition, we subsidize tuition, we become the extended family, we do events in the zone. You want to be able to support this. Your money is going to a great cause. 1877 auction. Binyamin.
8777
auction. Never forget that third 7.
8777
auction.
And while you're still on the line, and this is a very, very explosively inspirational interview, we still have to be able to support all the different programs of Oorah 8777 auction. The website is closed. So you have to pick up the phone the old-fashioned way, 8777 auction, and I'm watching people pick up the phone and making that move, take out your credit card, $5 a prize, never has been
$5.
It's inflation.
Give it up. Give it up. It's $5. And you can get in. What's this bracha? Priceless bracha. I mean, this is
we will send you to Eretz Yisrael. We will hook you up with one of the Gedolei Hadar, and they will give you a
like
bracha.
which one? I mean, it's very unspecified.
As you see fit.
As you see, whoever.
Which Rav? Which rabbi?
Whoever's your gadol.
I mean, in the picture, you know, you.
I'd love to get a bracha from Jared Kushner's Rav. He seems to come up with so many different.
You would love to fly Air Force One.
I don't think you need necessarily a bracha there. You know, you just need a.
Well, I'm saying he's obviously he has a lot of places on him. You know.
I mean, we do have a picture here of last year's winner with Reb Chaim Kanievsky.
Let me see that.
Who probably not going to be as liberal with the psak. So we'd like to thank you for coming on, and it was really nice to have you. We're going to go back to pushing some of the prizes here and getting people to call in. But thank you so much,
Binyamin. Really a pleasure talking to you, and let's definitely keep in touch. Binyamin is one of our favorites, but one of many. Help us out. 1877 auction. There are many Binyamins out there. 1877 auction.
No, 1877 auction. Now you got it.
Just keep on pressing that 7. 1877
no, don't keep pressing the 7. Just press it 3 times. Three times.
We're going to keep the Oorahthon running until Rabbi Bone can get it. 8777 auction. Granted, out a few years, heads up. But 8777 auction. You do that first. 877. Take a bet, 7 auction.
When I go to sleep tonight, all I'm going to be hearing in my head is 8777 auction.
That is the idea.
I won't get that number out of my head.
Listeners out there are going
and
to
when
sleep
you walk around Lakewood for
way.
the next week, you're going to be hearing the same thing.
I'm going to need 8777 auction therapy.
So you'll notice in that picture over there, they have that big yellow spot on that third 7 over there. I don't know if the camera can get it. If you look at our producer over there in the corner, Simon is going to show you. See, let's see that. Can we see that over there? We want that big 1877. We want the listener. We want the readers to see that. We can't see it. You got to move it over.
There we go.
There we go. 1877 auction. That big yellow 7 is to remind you about that third 7. So we want everybody calling in to win one of our 50 fabulous prizes. 3 of them have already been picked. So my numbers, people tell me that there are 47 left, 47 prizes left that we will be drawing in the next hour. We will be calling. Maybe Freddie can call the winner of the Schatzengeld prize, and wouldn't that be awesome?
On ear, he can bet a shit up.
Wouldn't you like Freddie waking you up at 3:30 in the morning to tell you that he is all in to read you a shidduch?
You have his undivided attention.
I could just call them up at 3:30 and tell them I have a shidduch, and they'll be just as happy.
There you go. There you go. They can get it started right away. Schatzengeld, priceless bracha from Jared Kushner's Rav. We've talked a lot about one of the actual prizes is help with tuition. I mean, we talked about that before. The tuition crisis that is facing us. We had 2 wonderful guests, Rabbi Silber, Rabbi Bane, both on the phone discussing that. I mean, Freddie, you've had a lot of time to think about the tuition crisis as someone who is really a supporter of so many
and has the tuition crisis himself. It's just getting really expensive out there.
So
I mean, there's bus fees and lunch fees and summer fee and then building fee and tuition fee and donation fee. So it's a crisis.
Let me ask you a question. How about your orthodontist fee? Do you understand you have to pay that?
Right. But
so why when it comes to tuition, do people have that? People don't bargain that the yeshivas are actually not using their money. You know, where I live in Somerset Walk, there's an afternoon kollel of Rebbeim, 22 Rebbeim from all random yeshivas in Lakewood. I don't know what they learned. I never got that close. But the point is, that's what they do in the afternoon because they need to supplement their income. So we always, another fee, another fee, another fee. these are the aristocracy of, we think we see Trump, Lahavdil, going on a plane and going to the King David. Maybe he'll stay for Shavuos. Maybe he'll be together with, some famous people for Shavuos. But at the end of the day, these are our aristocrats, our aristocracy, and there was a movement. One last thing, I was thinking about this today. There's a movement that we should give the Rebbeim a raise. I have a different movement. Actually be able to pay the Rebbeim.
Right.
How do you do that? By everybody.
I think all these crises, again, we have so many crises out there.
There are lots of crises.
We have to quantify, what does it mean, crisis?
That is a good question.
What's a crisis?
Something become a crisis?
When does it elevate to the level of crisis? I mean, this just seems like we all need more money. I mean, this is not a crisis. This is a more money crisis,
Yeah.
We all want to make more money.
There's two questions. When does something become a crisis? And then is the crisis really about the tuition, or is it just about money?
Then can we have an organization that can solve the crisis?
Well, apparently,
an organization that has never been created before.
Well, you're part of creating organizations that have never been created before. I leave that to you and your chaverim to figure that out.
Right.
The organization, and it helps, but there has to be an answer. I don't think that we solve the tuition crisis tonight, but I think it definitely gives food for thought. I think it needs a change of mindset. And some would say
the answer is really, there's only one solution: is more money. I mean, that's the only way to answer that crisis.
On both sides. I mean, people
need to make more money, and people need to give that money to the Rebbeim / schools, and that's the answer to the crisis.
877.
Nothing said here
Seven
could
auction. You could actually win the tuition prize. Maybe that's the answer to solve the crisis. You put in $5 for the tuition prize.
Right.
That could solve your individual personal.
What do you think, Freddie? I know this has become like we were talking this a crisis last year. You were on talking about the shidduch crisis. I mean, what do you think is the criteria to take something from just being kind of a nuisance to a problem to like a full-blown crisis? Full-blown crisis. I mean, like I'm overweight. Is that a nuisance? Is that a problem? Is that a crisis? How do you kind of?
That would be a crisis.
That would be a crisis.
That would be a big crisis. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, I could think of so many different crises out there. I mean, just the yard site crisis.
Oh, yes. We talked about the yard site crisis. The lines are closing in 9 minutes. And one of the things you can win is all this money. And we talked about the yard site crisis. And that is the problem that between Lezhensk and Uman, then you're pretty, but between Uman and Lezhensk, really, is what I'm saying, is there's not any yard sites. Because you got Lezhensk in like March, then you have Pesach, after that you have Kerestir, you have Meron, you have the summer, you can do whatever you want in the summer because your wife's in the bungalow colony anyways, and then in Rosh Hashanah.
But a yard site right then would be perfect. I mean, nobody.
But you don't need a yard site because you could just go for any old reason because she doesn't even,
But I'm saying there's got to be tzaddikim that have, been nifter at that period of time.
Possibly.
But then, like we spoke about, you can even get into more. There have to be tzaddikim that died in warmer climates. Right?
So what we're looking
for
is...
like Rabbi Ibiza. Or Rabbi Yankel me Rio de Janeiro.
The Bahamaruv also.
I mean, all those people were tzaddikim, and people disregard them.
But for $36,000, you can solve a lot of your crises.
For $36,000, one of that prize, if you call right now, 1-877
Vacation Anywhere, 48.
Vacation Anywhere could be a yard site. I think rather the good prize for next year
would be
that we will send you to all the yard sites. You will send you to Lezhensk for the yard site in Lezhensk, to Kerestir for Kerestir, to Meron for Reb Shimon, Uman for Rosh Hashanah. I hope Rabbi Mintz is listening. I think
this is a great idea.
And then we have to find it. Well, we have to pick between Rosh Hashanah
and then find
and
a
Uman.
fifth yard site of somewhere in an exotic location.
Right.
That was nifter.
Between Rosh Hashanah and Lezhensk. So between Rosh Hashanah and Purim, basically, you need to have in those winter months a good yard site trip to be able to go on.
In a good climate also would be helpful.
Ideally.
Right.
And a place
like
with
Rabbi Ibiza.
Or the Bahamaruv.
Right. I'm definitely willing.
I don't know why no one goes to Bahamaruv. Was very, very hailing. He took a lot of people.
Chaim Monaco also.
I was also.
He wrote the
seven auction. 1-877.
He wrote both versions
We
of
have
the
7 minutes left until we are shutting this down. So we're gonna kind of put all this crisis talk on hold because we're gonna come back and discuss and solve a lot of these crises, the yard site crisis, the crisis of epic proportions with tuition, but many other crises that Freddie is going to try and solve for us. But before that, we need to remind everybody you have only 7 minutes left to pick up the phone right now, and 6 minutes there. Oh my God, 6 minutes. 1-877-7 auction. 1-877-7 auction. You got to call right now.
You don't make something into a crisis. If you have a chance to win one of these prizes and you don't pick up the phone,
that's a
and
crisis.
Call 877-7 auction, you're going to be bothered tomorrow. Why didn't I make the call? I had a shot. I happen to think what makes something to a crisis is if you have good press. If you have good press,
Right.
you have connections with the press to get the word out there, you can make anything.
You need
to
a good
crisis.
administrator.
Well, I mean, I know this.
Preferably one that makes over $150,000 a year.
No, but some say that's the cost of the tuition crisis. Even though I don't know any administrators that make over $150,000.
Really?
Yeah, in yeshivas in Lakewood, I don't know. But the point is, that's a whole discussion by itself. But we still have room on the screen. 877-7 auction. 877-7 auction. 5 minutes left.
We have so many fascinating things to talk about, but we really need to get everybody donating. That's the most thing. And then we'll come
Text
back.
your donation. Can you text your donation?
You cannot text your donation.
No. But if you have like an item you want to donate.
Donation, like Nisanel Davis's donation of the
Ne-
Glow in the Dark
the
Negelwasser Schlüssels, which is just brilliant. I think he should get a patent on that ASAP. And also we're going to come back later and we'll talk about the title crisis and the crisis of people who join companies not getting enough press when they do so. Two big crises that
that's
can
a
happen.
major not picking the right title company.
Not picking the right title could be a
Before we
big
get
crisis
to that,
as
I
well.
want to talk about number 35, which hasn't gotten much attention. You always need that diamond necklace to fix up something that you did wrong, right? And that's something for the men out there. Pick up the phone, 877-7 auction.
That's the post-marriage crisis.
4 minutes left, Rabbi Side. 4 minutes left.
Get it in there.
A 2017 Dodge Caravan, a $6,000 MasterCard gift card, a Renaissance Shaitel. You can win a degree. Isn't that amazing? We give you just a free degree. How do
you do that?
We just give you a BA. I guess it's like
college of choice.
A BA. And now you're an official
from Harvard or from
BA.
like
BMG
from the Fiveish College?
No. From you'll get Excelsior College, a bachelor's from Excelsior College. I believe you.
And you don't have
they're
to
telling me you actually have to get they'll pay for the tuition for you to get the degree, but you actually have to go to school.
But then you can pay someone to do the schooling for you.
Right. You might be able to. If you win the $36,000, you can probably get one of these like honorary degrees. Like,
you know what? It's always,
they always
now that you're basically you have all the money in the world.
Right, they'll give you.
You have nothing.
I know people
you have no worries.
who've never. Right, you get honorary degrees from Harvard. 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left. You can win a degree. You can get monthly cash. We'll give you monthly cash. $500. $500
Where's
a month.
The prize list? I mean,
$500 a month. We got to get Freddie an auction booklet over here. An ounce of gold for every family member. An ounce of gold for every family member.
The grocery giveaway, number 49.
Very practical.
$4K from Amex and $6K from MasterCard. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, but how about the bond? No one talks about the savings bond. Is anybody practical out there? Pragmatic?
But there's no real way to cash those things out anyway.
Well, you lose it by the time.
The savings bond, you never ever get to the finish line.
How about the big fat check?
Those are like rebates.
So you have $36,000 cash, but you have a big fat check.
Right, a worthless
check. So the
check.
cash, they're paying it out in dollars, in coin, in nickels, dimes. How are you getting your $36 cash?
Your $36,000 in
it's
cash?
Not coming in, is it coming in a check? Because you have the big fat check.
Here's a good question. Charity of your choice. Where would you give your charity?
My charity of choice, I probably would give it to Oorah.
I mean, every dollar? I mean,
now, if I win that prize and I want to give it back to Oorah, how would that work?
Well, first you got to put in money in the auction.
Let's say Oorah was out of that. What other charities would you
What other charity would I do? Is there a charity that deals with the shidduchim crisis?
Just give it to me and I'll deal with that crisis.
Freddie will be my charity of choice.
Freddie will start an organization for any crisis, and you can give it right there. But you can also get a kosher adventure. That's a prize if you call now 1-877-7 auction 1-877-7 auction. You can put in for a kosher adventure, which would be a week-long camping adventure in either Yellowstone National Park, beautiful, or Glacier National Park in Montana. It comes with a beautiful tent, camping gear, your own campfire pit, car rental, 3 meals a day cooked by a professional on-site chef. The whole family can enjoy a worry-free, once-in-a-lifetime vacation. I would love that. And you get a daily minute for Shachas Mincha.
How do they pull that off in Yellowstone Park?
I have no
idea. How about the grocery giveaway?
I have no
idea. Talk about the grocery crisis of people can't pay for their grocery bills.
There's a different crisis in Lakewood. We don't know which grocery to go to. But anyway, we have about 2 minutes left. There's space for about another 10 phone calls. So be that one that gets in. Be one of the last 10 that actually get in. 8777
a family vacation to Grand Canyon or Disney World or touring wherever you want. That's one of our questions. One of our prizes. The Schatzengeld, a 4K Discover card, $36,000 in cash. A beautiful set of linen supporting your ADIM or support your Shver. An Amazon gift card, $4,000 at Amazon. 12 tickets to Israel. You can either give those 12 tickets to 11 other people besides yourself, or you can go back and forth to Israel 12 times a year. You know?
12 tickets.
12 tickets.
One business class ticket.
1 minute left.
A savings bond we discussed. You can go shopping in New York City. $10,000 to spend at select stores in New
If they call
York.
in now and they get on the phone, they can still give their donation past that 1 minute.
Yes, $10,000 to shop
call
in New
now.
York.
Just get your phone call in.
Just
1-877-7 auction.
A helicopter tour of Eretz Yisrael.
Pay off your rent and mortgage.
Pay off a tuition. Pay your tuition.
Look at the people.
Pay off all your debt.
A Leichter, gorgeous silver.
Wow,
a
phone calls
gali-
are coming in.
A
The
gali
dashboard's just lighting up.
A gali shetel. I mean, that's a nice shetel. I don't know
Ridiculous
shetel,
shetel.
but it's crazy. It's crazy good.
Even if you donated before, you could probably call in again and get another donation.
A wardrobe, family, $4,000 to spend, debt-free, priceless bracha.
Jacko and shetel.
Your Wheels, a sedan, not a lease. Your pick of a pre-owned late model minivan or sedan to own for good.
Pre-owned. That sounds fancy.
Yeah, it is 4K.
That means it worked out all the kinks.
Pre-owned is like a...
The lines are closed. Oh,
That's
dear
it.
God. I
Okay,
know there's
so-
some
just
guy
about to
there.
call.
There's some massive procrastinator out
Is
there.
there
It's
any
like,
way to
shoot.
just get
You know,
in?
he's been listening.
It's all over.
Could we get like last year, the last person?
Guys,
that
we're
called
going to have a lot more fun when we come back later.
Gotta go to
We're going to have a lot more fun. We're going to talk more crises, more with my co-host, with Rabbi Freddie Friedman, with Rabbi Eli Bohm, with Rabbi Avram Kravitz, discussing more crises. Crises.
Let's just call them
Synonymous.
And guys,
I like that.
and guys, when we come back, we're going to be picking some winners. So stay tuned. Don't go away. Now we're going to go back for another wonderful, beautiful, inspirational Siyum.
As our evening of Siyumim is coming to an end, I'd like to thank all the Messiahim and our whole Kiruv department for making it possible to have these Siyumim. Rabbi Shimon Beer, Rabbi Chaim Armelstein, Rabbi Yeshua Weinstein, and many others that made it possible. I'd also like to thank all of you Mishtatif, whether it was in person or from your home. I'd also like to thank especially our volunteers and donors that give us the schus and the opportunity to be able to be involved in this Avodas HaKodesh. And if you were inspired as much as we were, I hope you sign up to take a Torah Mate, either at torahmates.org or 877 Torah 123. There are many of Achinim B'nai Yisrael that are still waiting to be set up with Torah Mates, so please don't wait. If you're inspired, sign up right away. And for the final song that we'll be hearing from the Yaakov Zion's band, the Yaakov Zionist band, together with Mendy J on the vocals and Ezzy Spinner on the percussions, I would like to dedicate it to our over 7,000 Torah Mates that learn every single week, week in, week out. Rain or shine. Take it away.
Are you guys ready? 1, 2. Oh. Here we go. Hallel Hashem Elokim, v'yakalenu letodah. Hallel Hashem Elokim, v'yakalenu letodah. Oh, ve'vav, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Lecha. Oh, ve'vav, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Lecha. Hashem Melech, Hashem Olo, Hashem Yimlo,
Oorahthon, you know, you're my Chazam Shahatu, you're my Easy spinner on the percussion. Stick away. Oh yeah. Yeah. You're very old. Yaakov Zion.
Super Bargain Incorporated, $100. Everybody here gave $100. Mayor and Chaisari Glieberman, Aryeh Sanders, Binyamin Lefkowitz, Chaim Savin, Chaim Zon Moshe, Chana Ligawertz, Chani Rosenberg, Chaya Cohn, Dr. and Mrs. Nussin Goldfarb, Eisenstein, Esther Pesach, Mayor Fisher, Miri Weiss, Miss Mindy B. Geller, Moshe Weiss, Mr. Akiva Hamnick, Mr. and Mrs. Aaron Mandelbaum, Mr. and Mrs. Arnold Elstein, Mr. and Mrs. Avi Rosengarten, Mr. and Mrs. Avram Reich, Mr. and Mrs. Avram Schwab, Mr. and Mrs. Brian Gassman, Mr. and Mrs. David Salomon, Mr. and Mrs. David Silverman, Mr. and Mrs. David Taub, Mr. and Mrs. David Weinberger, Mr. and Mrs. David Rothstein, Mr. and Mrs. David Yaakov Rubanowitz, Mr. and Mrs. Ellie Nagel, Mr. and Mrs. Eliezer Grossman, Mr. and Mrs. Elliot Sabo, Mr. and Mrs. Isaac Shapiro, Mr. and Mrs. Jeffrey Bayer, Mr. and Mrs. Joel Klim, Mr. and Mrs. Lyman, Mr. and Mrs. Leo Fekete, Mr. and Mrs. Mark Brodsky, Mr. and Mrs. Mendel Fishman, Mr. and Mrs. Michael Schoenfeld, Mr. and Mrs. Moshe Paulson, Mr. and Mrs. Moshe Pollack, Mr. and Mrs. Moshe Tieberg, Mr. and Mrs. Moshe Weinrib, Mr. and Mrs. Naftali Schwartz, Mr. and Mrs. Nelson Wedler, Mr. and Mrs. Shaya Dov Schreiber, Mr. and Mrs. Shimon Bender, Mr. and Mrs. Shlomo Nissenbaum, Mr. and Mrs. Simcha Fishman, Mr. and Mrs. Wilma Schechter, Mr. and Mrs. Yaakov Naftaliev, Mr. and Mrs. Yisrael Deitcher, Mr. and Mrs. Yisrael Shapiro, Mr. and Mrs. Yochanan Wahlberg, Mr. and Mrs. Yosef Silverstein, Mr. and Mrs. Yossi Spitzer, Mr. and Mrs. Yehuda Schwartz, Mr. and Mrs. Tzvi Cohn, Mr. Aryeh Litvinoachak, Mr. Avi Ziegelman, Mr. Ben Yachtzel, Mr. David Breitel, Mr. Dov Schreiner, Mr. David Udman, Mr. Harsh Rubenfeld, Mr. Israel Auspresser, Mr. Israel Itzkowitz, Mr. Joshua Gluck, Mr. Kobe Schachnow, Mr. Maya Nissen, Mr. Naomi Schlenger, Mr. Pinky Phillip, Mr. Shmuel Silver, Mr. Schneier Levine.
Mr. and Mrs. Levy Dessler, $150. Mr. Moshe Osher, $150. Mr. Mordechai Kahana, $150. Mrs. Moshe Altusk, $150. Mr. and Mrs. Shlomo Ingber, thank you, $150. for $200. Mr. and Miss Gabriel Friedman for $250. Miss Malky Mintz, Mr. Samuel Redick, Mr. Yechiel Malamed, Mr. and Mrs. Avi Weisvogel, Rabbi and Rabbi Moshe Rosenblum, Miss EZ, $500. Mr. and Mrs. Yitzchak Ben Rachel, and for $750. Mr. Norman Rousman for $100. Mr. and Mrs. Yankee Borch, Mr. Moshe Rachberg, Mr. Elisheva Rubin, Mr. Neil Gellis, Mr. Leah Licht, Rabbi Eli Shor, Mr. and Miss Daniel Blatt, Jacob Horowitz, Mr. Jacob Goldstein, $150. Mr. Yechiel Wenger, Mr. and Mrs. Nathaniel Schwab for $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Yitzchak Kornbull, thank you very much. Mr. Alicia Guttiner, Yeshua Montana, Mr. and Mrs. David Newstad, Life Gold, Mr. and Mrs. J. Camplin, Moshe Dahari, Mr. and Mrs. Devin Adler, Rabbi Shlomo Pinter, $100. Mr. and Mrs. Yitzchak Chepach, $100. Mrs. Zahavi Enoch, thank you, $100. Mr. Shimon Shane, $100. Mr. and Mrs. Yehuda Goldish, $100. Mr. David Demitzer, $100 in honor of Elchanan Schwartz.
I like it.
Mr. Hiller Boyer, Mr. $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Joseph Zitter, $100. Miss Miriam Buxbaum, $100. Mr. Jacob Goldstein, $100. $150. Mr. Abraham Tversky, Mr. and Mrs. Nathaniel Schwab, Rabbi and Mrs. Moshe Sokolov, Rabbi and Mrs. Moshe Sokolov again for $250. Mr. Ari Greiber, Mr. Ronnie Levy, Rabbi and Mordechai Eisenberg, Rabbi and Mr. Mordechai Eisenberg, Mr. and Mrs. Yehuda Rosenblum, Mr. and Mrs. Sammy Misri, Mr. Akiva Holdman for $500, Mr. and Mrs. again, unbelievable, Tammy Mastery, thank you very much. Your donations help Oorah. Your donations help Oorah get and do its avodah. Elchanan, take it away.
Mr. Tzvi Pinson, Mr. Tzvi Skate, Mr. Yaakov Landau, Mr. Yaakov Sussman, Mr. Yitzi Framowitz, Mr. Yitzi Rosenberg, Mr. Yoeli Brody, Mr. Yomi Schwartz, Mrs. Ahuv Rosenblatt, Mrs. Chana Judowitz, Mrs. Chava Mathre, Mrs. Chaya Stam, Mrs. Chaya Stern, Mrs. Goldie Berkowitz, Mrs. Mendy Shomner, Mrs. Menucha Davidowitz, Ari and Ruthie Parnas, Mark Levinger, Yehuda Ellis, Matis Gluck, Mrs. Panina Greenman, Mrs. Razy Brisman, Mrs. Rifki Kaganoff, Mrs. Sarah Lestein, Mrs. Sarah Brody, Mrs. Shoshana Abramson, Mrs. Shalamet Heller, Mrs. Tova Gastworth, Mrs. Eliza Berenholtz, Mrs. Hannah Steiger, Mrs. Eliza Garfunkel, Mrs. Elisheva Pollock, Miss Esty Hefter, Miss Liba Weinberger, Miss Linda Gamoran, Miss Razel Rothenberg, Miss Sarah Kerner.
Miss Shippy Weinkrantz, $100. Miss Stephanie Stitzky, $100. Mr. Chavi Karlinsky, $100. Naomi Rafal, $100. Rabbi Moshe Shimoni, $100. Rabbi Shimon Abud, $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Ari Zabratsky, $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Avi Davidowitz, $100. Thank you, Rabbi D. Rabbi and Mrs. Baruch Adam Safer, $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Chaim Nuaf, $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Chaim Pachman, $100. Rabbi and Chaim Paneth, $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Menachem Shmukla, $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Mordechai Friedman, $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Moshe Damascus, $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Shlomo Farkas, $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Ellie Lesson, $360. Thank you very much. Rabbi and Mrs. Yosef Akiva Abramson, $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Yeshua Leib Kanarik, $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Yoel Gertzman, $100. Rabbi Benjamin Jacobson, $100. The rest are $100. Rabbi Ephraim Shapiro, Rabbi Shmuel Alon, Rabbi Yaakov Morgenbesser, Rabbi Yehuda Lefkowitz, Shal Simcha Weingarten, Shmuel Klein, Tzipor Donner, Yaakov Moshe Babad, Yirmiyahu Bash, Zev Wiener, Zevi Nager, Dr. Kiva Goldshine, Hannah Berger, Mr. and Mrs. Label Leon Sobel, Mr. David Shore, Rabbi Mr. Lazar Kaufman, Leah Kott, and Mr. and Mrs. Rafal Jamal, Mr. Moshe Kupawasser, $140, Israel Chase, $140, Miss Lati Weimer, $135, Miss Esther Freeman, $130, and the following gave over $100. Mr. and Mrs. Scott Zared, $110, Mr. Chaim Friedman, Mr. Jerry Glazer, Mr. Stephen Brookstein, Mr. Tzvi Yafat, Ms. Rivka Maneker, Rabbi Mr. Michal Klein, Rabbi Mendy Meir, Mr. and Mrs. Yeshua Hadari, Mr. Ben-Zion Wallander, Mr. Chaim Goldenberg, Ms. Rivka Straub, Rabbi Abraham Tambor, Mr. and Mrs. Ashley Klein, Mr. and Mrs. Manuel Wertman, Mrs. Esther Free, Rabbi Ian Califon, Mr. and Mrs. Aaron Ambula. And now, back to Elchanan.
And these are over $250. Alan Arenthal, Eliezer Chaim and Shani Abramson, Shani Deer, Yosef and Deborah Ezerin, Shimon Feldman, Schneer Grossman, Meir Hopstein, Rochelle Jacobs, Heshi and Rifki Klein, Eliezer Markowitz, Malky Mintz, Yaakov Yisrael and Hendy Privalski, Moshe and Nina Rubin. And now it's time for a station ID. You're listening to the
Oorah Auction on 570 WMCA New York, 1079 WMDI Lakewood, and our flagship station 770 WABC New York. Also broadcasting live at Oorah.org, your most trusted source for auction coverage everywhere.
The following Oorahthon programming is brought to you by Oorah's Chill Zone, learning fun and pizza in 48 locations spanning the globe. Torah Mates, who doesn't have 30 minutes a week? Oorah's Rebbitzins program, guiding Balei Tshuva as they navigate through the Shidduch process.
Okay, as we are getting a lot of happy people finding out how they won oodles of cash and cars and Sefer Torahs, you know, so even though I can't ask you to call in now because we're not ready yet to take money for the next auction, although of course people are already behind the scenes planning it and getting even more exciting prizes for next year, but now is the time to talk to you about how you could get involved in Oorah throughout the year. That's right. One of Oorah's most exciting things is Torah Mates. I mean, you know, a lot of people, they're bored. And they have a Sunday, they have time to do something. And, you know, at the end of the day, they feel, you know, I didn't do much today. Or they have a Motzaei Shabbos or a night during the week. Do you know that you could be a Torah mate and you could start a study session with someone who is desperate to know, let's say, some rudimentary laws? You could learn with them Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, or you could study with them a Musar work, one of Rabbi Miller's books, or Mesilas Yesharim, or Orchos Chaim LaRosh, or you could learn with them Chumash. And you'll say, well, you know, I'm not a trained professional. You don't have to be a trained professional. You just have to be a good, caring friend. And I've heard from many Torah mates that more than the student gets, the mentor gets. And I've heard that it's created friendships that are like one of life's greatest treasures to both partners. So think about becoming a Torah mate. Think about making a difference. Think about giving an hour a week. Now, the way to do it is to call 1-877-TORAH-123. That's it. It's easy as 123. 1-877-TORAH-123 or www.torahmates.org. Now, let's say you want to help. You heard, yeah, they make packages for Hanukkah. Thousands of them? You want to help make packages? That's your thing? 732-730-1000. Of course, if you have a card to donate, you could do that too. You know, and by the way, you could give donations anytime to Oorah. You could donate a yacht. You could make an endowment. 732-730-1000. Or let's say you want to help build sukkahs. That's your thing. I can put up a sukkah for a family? Yay! 732-730-1000. You want to be a Rebbitzin and get involved in mentoring a young lady or finding shidduchim for someone that doesn't have family to help them. They could call you after the date and speak about the experience. What do you think? 732-730-1000. I mean, there's so many opportunities. Get involved in the chill zone. Get involved in the zone. You know, the zone needs EMTs, nurses for the summer. 732-730-1000. Now, as we wrap up, you know, we first of all want to thank all of you that participated in this auction and makes it the worldwide successful event that it is. Of course, Elchanan Schwartz, who lends his special flavor, Rabbi Kravitz, and the other hosts that are with us, and the people behind the scenes like Mrs. Berman, like Mrs. Gewurtz, like Rabbi Weinstein. Of course, the ones that started Oorah from the very beginning, our leader, Rav Chaim Mintz, and his wife, who makes it all possible, Rebbitzin Katzia Mintz. They should have long, long years till Mashiach to see the nachas from this wonderful Oorah organization. And then, of course, the one who brought Oorah to the 21st century, who made Oorah the mega charity that it is, and that's Rabbi Eliyahu Mintz and his wife, Gitti, who behind the scenes makes it all possible. all the volunteers. I mean, you should see this room. You should see the hundreds of volunteers, of men and women who answer the phone, who process it. All the people that gave and donated the prizes. I mean, it's amazing what's been done. And let me end off this Oorahthon on my part with a vart. You know, it says tzedakah tatzim amavis. Why does tzedakah save from death? Because when we give charity, when we give money, it takes us time to make that money. It takes us, if we get paid $50 an hour. So then when we give to Oorah $200, we're giving away 4 hours of our life. Hashem says, you're giving away your life, then I'll give you extra life. And I want to thank you all for being part of this Oorahthon. Next year, B'Yerushalayim Habanuya. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss. Thank you so much for your time this year. As in every year, Rabbi Weiss has been with us since the inception of the Oorahthon. Thank you so much for your words of inspiration, for your explosive inspiration. And now, everybody, this is the moment that you've all been waiting for. This is the final hour of the Oorahthon. No more requests for donations, but you can still donate lishma if you want. But the prizes are all in. They're being tabulated and mixed up in the big barrels with all the tickets outside in the parking lot, and they're going to start drawing those prizes very soon. We have one winner already, and that's for the jackpot prize. Jackpot prize is you win this prize, and we automatically put 100 ticket entries into each of this year's prizes.
But all the prizes were already pricked. Am I wrong?
No. This one gets picked first.
That's why
and then they pick this, and then they won quickly and put the 100 tickets into all the big barrels. And that makes you 4,900 times more likely to win any of the. Many years we've had that the jackpot winner has won a prize, sometimes even two. And the winner of the jackpot prize is Avram and Toby Friedman.
Yes, that's my father.
From North Miami Beach, Florida. Ooh. Not so much.
Well, maybe they have a house in North Miami Beach.
I have a feeling that any Friedman...
Jerry Springer.
The uncle he never met.
Who's Toby? I don't know who that is. Avram is my father.
Avram and Toby Friedman are the winners of the jackpot. Yeah. They will have, as right now, the little elves that work for Rav and David Monk are running around putting 100 tickets into every single prize.
Something tells me that any Freeman that wins tonight is going to be Freddie's relative. That's for sure.
For sure. Or someone that I'm going to reach out to and try to,
try and create
a relative shaykhs with them.
And that is really, really wonderful. So
I just want to warn Avram and Toby, you need a Friedman. Freddie's coming for you sometime soon.
I'm going to want some of those jackpot prizes.
Okay, so Freddie, I have a question for you. Usually at this time, we ask you to reach out to Shlomo Yehuda Rechnitz, and over the years, he's really donated generously to the Oorahthon.
Last year he did the weight thing, and that backfired.
No, but last year he did Shir 2, I believe.
Oh, and what were the proceeds for that?
I don't know. That I don't know.
Unclear.
It's a beautiful. He's got a lot of great songs on there.
A lot of great songs. The question is,
but did it sell? That's the question.
I don't know. I don't know. You should know these things, don't you?
I will speak to the people and get the amounts.
Interesting that I've heard only rave reviews of the whole CD.
And I'm sure Oorah is getting royalty checks monthly.
Right. Now, question. If you can reach out to him, maybe ask him what he'd like to continue the tradition of helping out by the Oorahthon.
I mean, what time is it right now in Los Angeles? It is 12:15. He's probably sleeping right now.
Oh yeah, right.
But something tells me that you have a keen understanding of his thought process. What would you say he would give if we got him on the phone?
I would say, and again, this is without speaking to him, but I would assume that I could probably get this out of him, and this would be a thing that he would do. What was something that he would do? He would let you name a song. You know what? Shlomo Yehuda gets thousands and thousands. I know this firsthand, and you know this, Avram, because you have somewhat of a shaykhus to him. He actually helps facilitate, get thousands and thousands of children into schools. So I would say that if he were to give a prize, he would say, the prize would be, I will get your child into any Jewish, or maybe even non-Jewish, institution in the world.
So you're talking about just elementary, high school, Brisk. Is Brisk on the table?
Maybe with a capital A.
Brisk is definitely on the table.
Brisk is on the table.
I would assume.
Yeah,
That one might be a close call. I don't know. You know?
Are we going? So first of all, I want to know if you in the.
What
past-
about if someone like
Like
get
Harvard?
my kid into like Satmar Cheder in Monroe?
I mean, I would assume that there are some fine print, but again, you know, assuming, can I get your son into Harvard if he's 12 years old? No.
But can you get his kid into Orchis Chaim?
Yes.
He's moving to Lakewood. Can you
I
get
would
it?
assume yes.
By the way, Orchis Chaim, a fine institution.
Again, you have to fit into school. Oorahthon fits right into Orchis Chaim.
It's
tailor-made for that place. So if it's just a matter of making a phone call, he will do it, and I can pledge that on his behalf.
It's never just a matter of making a phone call.
But before we go further with this, are you, do you, as a custom, do you usually offer prizes or things like that on his behalf?
Usually I do not, but I'm pretty sure that I can get this done.
So we're gonna. So what we'll do is we're gonna have the Avram David Monk's elves who run around and take care of the big prize.
Pick
barrel.
any winner.
What we're gonna do is we're take from all the winners that came in and put another prize aside from all the tickets that we've had to go to this prize of getting. I'm seriously doing this. Getting that Shlomi Yehuda will get you, your kid or you, whoever, into any yeshiva institution.
Which institution would you want to get into?
Me?
Yeah, I'm saying you have one prize, you have one place you want to go. Where would it be?
You know what?
He's
I'm
already been everywhere.
I'm
He
gonna
went
go.
to
I'm gonna put this back at Oorahthon. This is a very tough question.
Very tough question.
Yeah.
Baruch Hashem,
Most of the people at this table have already gone to Brisk.
Not me.
Oorahthon
Maybe he can.
And Rabbi Bohm.
So maybe
two out of
see
four.
if he can get me.
50%.
He can get me into like Brisker Keitel or something. Maybe
Yeah,
I would.
Brisker
maybe I
You
would
can
go
always
back.
go again.
I would
Would
do
you
that.
like to go to Brist next year?
No,
Or if you have a
I
child,
think
we
Brisker
can
Keitel.
try. I mean, how old is your oldest?
Huh?
My oldest is 7. So even
And it's a
at-
girl. I don't think that would go to
Okay,
Brist.
but how about a high school in
Lakewood?
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Getting that.
Excellent. So you're taking care of it. Yes, they're telling me absolutely. They are doing that right now. They're putting that away. Yes, they are doing that right now. We are going to pick that prize.
What
that
if
winner.
Shlomi Yehuda doesn't want anything to do with this prize? And he
No,
says, Freddie, it's your issue.
speaks on his behalf.
Freddie has
That's
a
correct.
shadchan. His famous words, I could get that done for you.
I can get it done.
I could get it done.
So that's
Okay.
great. So everybody
my
who
famous
donated
words?
gets an
You get
extra
shidduchim
prize.
done.
Right.
An
You get
extra
shidduchim
prize.
done. You
Extra
want
shidduchim.
that-
Extra
you want
prize.
that
That's just
shidduch,
wonderful.
He'll get it done for you.
I'm seeing over here that this is really, really working out. People are very excited. I'm getting very good feedback about this. People are wishing now that they didn't put in, that they would have put in, just to be able to get this prize. Of
Can we
getting
open
into
the
any
lines
place.
again and just allow a couple more people?
You have the winner on the phone for this?
Oh, we have a. Is that
That's
for
quick.
This is the winner of the. Is this the winner of the
Let me see. I'll tell
Shlomi
you.
Yehuda?
I'll tell you.
No, it's not.
Oh, this isn't. Oh, this is the winner of Ticket to Israel. The
6
winner.
tickets.
Well, she's
Wait, he's on the phone.
6 tickets.
Oh, to 6.
On the phone,
Oh,
on the phone.
he's on the phone right now. I won't say the day. Devorah, are you there?
It's my daughter.
Devorah.
This is her mother.
It's her daughter. How old is your daughter, by the way?
Can't even hear. Is there something
22.
in the air?
22. And you don't mind me asking, why is she not on the phone and you're representing her?
Are you hearing it?
Yes,
Yeah.
she's
My earpiece is not working.
What do you say? She's sleeping?
Yes.
You probably want to wake her up. You know, mothers have to be there for their daughters, but at this time, I think it's worthwhile waking her up and getting her on the phone. Do you know what she put in for in the Oorahthon?
Not sure.
You're not sure? Okay,
I
so
think she put in for Israel.
she put in for
And
Israel.
For a car, actually.
For a car.
A car in Israel.
And you're okay if she wins like a Lexus and stuff like that?
More than okay.
Okay, listen, I don't think we're raffling off a Lexus.
Does she have a driver's license?
She does.
Well, you're not going to believe it. Are you sure she has a driver's license?
Should I put her on the phone?
Yeah, get her on the
Get
phone.
her on the phone.
What? Hello?
Hi, are you Devorah?
Yes,
Devorah, do you have a driver's license?
I do.
Because you are going to need to drive to the airport 6 times to go to Israel. I'm not sure if was that a deflating?
No.
or-
Did you really want the car or the 6 tickets to Israel? Are you okay with the 6 tickets to Israel?
Very, more than okay.
Okay, what are you going to do with the 6 tickets?
I should take the whole family.
The whole family.
In one trip.
Question, is your last name Friedman?
No.
Okay, don't say your last name, but that's great. By the way, do you know who called you on the phone, by the way? Not me. You know who made the original phone call?
No.
Freddie Friedman. You ever heard of Freddie Friedman?
Yeah.
So,
Yes! This is amazing.
So Freddie Friedman is sitting here hosting the Radiothon with us, and he actually made the phone call, and I hope it's okay that I told your mother to wake you up on national radio so you can...
There's over 140,000 viewers and listeners, by the way.
Okay, I just wanted to tell you that the tickets are on... Freddie, here's the one disclaimer. Freddie, the tickets are on Wow Ear.
You will be flying through Norway with a slight stopover in Istanbul.
You can bring the whole family. Not at all. Not at all. Tremendous. You should really, really enjoy it. Enjoy bringing the family to Eretz Yisrael.
Thank you.
Okay, enjoy.
Have a good night. And go back to sleep now.
I think she really wanted that car. You heard them getting excited?
Yes, let's keep doing that. Let's keep getting people all excited about a prize and then give them something else.
Well, you just have to ask them what they put in for it, and you see the first answer.
What should I have said? Do you like a shaitel? Well, you're going to Israel.
Oh, we could do
Get
the
Huh?
you know, did you want to win the Lishma prize?
How are we doing with the Rechnitz prize? Anything doing on that one?
Did they draw that yet?
Did you draw the Rechnitz prize? Any school institution. I hope Shlomo Yehuda's not going to kill me on this one, but...
Did he confirm with you yet?
He did not confirm anything yet. Part of the prize is you have to get through to him and actually claim it.
We have another prize coming up. Okay. Excellent. Excellente.
Bow, 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 bow. Is she on the line or no? Get her on the line. I love making these phone calls. You know, hello.
Hi.
Is this Mrs. Gelbwax?
Yes, it is. Who is this?
This is Freddie Friedman calling from the Oorah Radiothon.
Hello, Freddie Friedman. How are you?
How are you?
I am very glad to hear your voice.
Yes.
It could only mean something good.
Actually, I think he's just calling for the survey of how you found this is Oorah Oorahthon experience.
Right. Very, very inspiring. Like everything Oorah does is mamish magnificent.
Really,
the work they do, the accomplishments, the many programs that they have. It is just a wonderful organization.
Wow, that's great. Thank you. Have a great night.
Mrs. Gelbwax, thank you so much for your time and your energy. We really appreciate it. And please just hang in there.
Okay.
Let me ask you, Mrs. Gelbwax, what is your favorite shaitel?
My favorite shaitel?
Yeah.
Let's see, which one could it be? Renaissance?
Oh. Renaissance. How much does that cost around?
I'd say $4,000, $3,000.
Well, how about if I were to tell you that you just won the monthly cash?
Oh,
You can buy like 50 of these shaitels, right? How much is this monthly cash?
$500 a month.
For how long?
For the whole year.
For a
the
year.
whole year.
So that's a total
I
value.
don't have a calculator in front of me, but that's a whole lot of shaitel.
Okay, great. That's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Mazel tov, nar simchas, oiv simchas.
You could afford a shaitel and a shaitel box.
Exactly. See how excited? You see that? She got even more excited this time, right?
Buzzkill prize.
Buzzkill prizes.
Okay, do we have any more winners? How are we doing in the winners?
They are bringing the winners. Do we have a winner yet for the Shlomo Yehuda prize? No, we do not.
Not yet.
We do not.
Yet.
We do not have that.
Give us some more prizes.
Elchanan, a little behind the scenes while we wait for the prizes.
Sure.
Tell us about the Oorahthon. When does next year start tonight? Like, is there a meeting right after?
Right, tomorrow morning there will be a meeting in which they will kind of really go over and dissect tonight's Oorahthon, figure out what worked, what didn't work, and then pretty much it'll be shelved until around 3-4 days before next year's. That's
Okay, and when will they talk about next year's Radiothon?
Around usually Lag Baimer is when it starts heating up. So it's around the week before.
Right, but we spoke about some good prizes. The Yard Site Tour is a good prize.
Yes, I really think they should do that.
Right?
I think that's a great prize.
You know, Freddie giving all the Shema Shidduch is great, by the way. There'll be nothing more painful for Freddie than having to do a Shidduch L'Shema, by the way.
Freddie might have to get you into the school of your choice if Shlomi Yehuda
I think that we can take suggestions now from people that want to think about what kind of prizes they'd want to see in the next year booklet. I think the Yahrzeit tour is great. You know, I'm sure there's all sorts of other prizes that people would be interested in. So that's you know, so that would really be great. We also of course, as we're waiting for the prizes to be pulled and the winners to be pulled, including of the new special Shlomo Yehuda prize. We have another prize right here coming into me. Okay, they are not on the. We do not have them on the phone, so this will just be an announcement. Oh, these are a bunch of prizes. So the Renaissance Shaitel, not on the phone, but the Renaissance Shaitel will go to Avi and Esther Wiederman from Cedarhurst, New York. You are the winner of the Renaissance Shaitel.
And for the, okay, so we're gonna hold off on this. We do have the Rechnitz
winner of the Rechnitz prize. Get you into yeshiva of your choice. Freddie, you want to take that? The winner of the Rechnitz prize.
Is he on the line?
Yes, he's on the line.
Take it away.
Hello, who is this?
Hello.
Yeah, who is this?
My name is Scoops. It's 2:30 in the morning. Who's calling?
This is Fred Friedman from the Oorah Radiothon.
Yeah, how can I help?
You just won something.
Oh my, what did I win?
You won a Do you like going to Eretz Yisrael?
Yeah, I love going to Eretz Yisrael.
Do you need a shaitel?
Do you need a shaitel?
Maybe in like 3-4 years.
Can you use some cash right now to clear up some of your debt?
Tons. I could use tons of cash right now.
Okay.
How about a Leichter?
How about a Leichter? Yeah, that's a good thing. How about if I were to tell you that you yourself or any one of your relatives or any one of your friends, I can get you into the school of your choice. Any school, any Mosid, any college, university maybe, Jewish, of your choice. You just won that prize. Subject to a lot of different...
I would say, is the Leichter still available?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mazel Tov. Congratulations.
Mazel Tov, we'll be
what yeshiva do you think you'll use it for?
What yeshiva would you use it for?
I don't know. I just think it's ironic because I've been thrown out of more yeshivas than an unfiltered cell phone, and now I'm getting...
So maybe we can get you back into one of your old places, or we can start you on something new.
Listen,
you know?
It's not for now. Think it through. And
I would say that if the great Shlomo Yehuda Rechnitz can get me back into Edison Yeshiva, he's truly a miracle worker.
There we go.
There we go.
Back to Edison it is. You think that's doable? Back to Edison?
I don't know. Let's see. We have to find out.
Let's see.
Well, let's see why he got kicked out.
Elchanan, could you get back to us? I think this should be seriously a yearly staple. Every year we should have such a prize that get it, because that's going to be a crisis. We were talking about crisis before. Forever and ever.
Not getting into yeshiva
not getting
of
to
your
yeshiva,
choice.
so.
But how do you quantify that in a prize?
Let's maybe reach out to him, ask him if we can do this as a yearly prize. We prize 50 and prize 51 will be the.
Let me see if I can get him.
Get into the moisid of your choice. You know, as long as it fits within the parameters. Meanwhile,
while Freddie's reaching out to try and get that prize to become a regular. To make a regular appearance on the Oorahthon. We have a couple more winners. We have the college degree. The college degree, someone from London, from the UK, Basheva Turkle, has won the college degree. Mazel Tov. Enjoy your education. Applause. Thank you. The rent and mortgage, which is paying your rent and mortgage for a year, is going to Moshe Ostreicher from Brooklyn, New York. And the Fiveish cash, which is, I think, $5,555, goes to David Klein from Cedarhurst, New York. David Klein from Cedarhurst, New York.
Okay, and our next prize winner, Oorahthon, you want to take this?
Hello. Oh, no. Hello. 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 We lost him. Oh
okay, we'll call him back.
Try and bring him back. Try and bring him back.
He's probably thinking.
Push
he's probably
happy.
thinking, what am I going to win? Right? They're calling me from.
Alrighty, so we're going to wait to get that amount. Meanwhile, Freddie's working the phones, trying to arrange our next year prizes.
So far, he has not picked up yet.
He has not picked up yet, really.
I'm
a little insulted that he's not watching. Little insulting that he's not watching. You would think, you know. What else could he have to do on a
3 o'clock in the morning on a
Motzaei Shabbos? So the next prize we have here, guys, is the weekly cash, and we're trying to get that person on the line. As the
While we're waiting for that person to get on the line,
we can discuss some of the other crises.
And we can name some. Let's go back to the naming game.
The 10
name
second
4
rule.
things that puts a person into debt. Elchanan.
Gambling, tuition, buying a house, and traveling too much.
Avram.
Spending too much money. Money that you don't have, number 1.
Well, that's a good one.
Number 2 is going out to eat too many times with too many people. Number 3, as Oorahthon said, going to Eretz Yisrael for every single yard site that they have. And number 4, not making enough money.
That's a crisis. We need to deal with that head on.
The not making enough money crisis.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a big crisis.
Freddie,
Is that a crisis in the title companies as well, Freddie? That type of crisis, not making enough money crisis.
Freddie knows the thing too about title company these days. By the way, I hear that you've recently joined Riverside Abstract. We wish you outside.
Really?
Fred at RSAbstract.com.
How did you know that? How did he know that?
I opened
Was it because of my tie? Or
no, I opened the Ated and gave it away.
The Ated. Oh.
Freddie, name 3 of the 4 shaitels being auctioned off tonight.
Jacqueline. Gali, Renaissance,
Great. Name 4 of the most popular minivans for From families.
Grand Caravan, Infiniti QX35, Yukon, and Suburban.
Okay, I put in the Windstar, and an oldie but a goodie, the Chevy Venture.
Ooh, that is an oldie but a
What is the most popular minivan in Lakewood?
The Toyota Camry.
Okay, here we go. We got a bunch of more prizes here, a bunch of more winners. We got the winner of the Gali Shaitel is Mayor and Sandy Newman from Brooklyn, New York, have won the Gali Shaitel.
And the Classic Jewels is won by Yoel Brownstein of Lakewood, New Jersey. Yoel Brownstein, you won the Classic Jewels.
Friends?
Ready?
What is this?
Your turn.
The winner. Is he on the line or not?
No,
it says no on the sheet.
Oh, no means not on the line.
Yes.
The winner of the Kosher Adventure. Bow, 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 bow. What is that?
That is an adventure across the world.
A
To Yellowstone, or to Glacial National Park.
With Minyanim.
With Minyanim.
So we're actually going to bring the minion. Can I be part of this Yellowstone minion? I mean, I'm assuming they're going to have to.
We may be able to arrange that.
The winner of the Kosher Adventure, Michael Buchman.
Michael Buchman from Passaic. And we have some more winners over here coming up. The Jewel Shaitel. The Jewel Shaitel is won by Shimshi and Bracha Buchholz from Passaic. Again from Passaic. Passaic really representing this this evening.
And here it goes. Another family vacation. This could be anywhere. It could be to Yellowstone National Park.
Or not.
Or to
Disney World.
Disney World, or an exotic hot location with a yard site inclusive.
But not the minion.
But without a minion. Yet unfortunately, this prize comes without a minion. You need to find And here goes, the winner.
Freddie, that's like, you know, when they used to do batteries not included?
Right.
Minion not included.
Minion not included. So if you are a minion person, make sure you have a minion on hand. And the winner of that is Yehuda. Oh, he's on the line?
No.
He's on the line. Yehuda Greenwood from Crown Heights Crescent, Thornhill, Ontario.
There we go.
Oh, and here it goes. We got a winner on the line. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Aaron?
Yes.
Are you up?
Hi, what's doing?
Are you up?
Yes, I am.
I think it's time that you should get out of bed right now.
What happened?
Go over to your window and look outside.
Can we ask him what he put in for?
What do you see outside your window right now?
It's dark.
It's dark.
It's dark. Turn on a flashlight.
Okay, I got a question. What did you put in for the, which prize did you want to win, you know, at the Radiothon?
I just put in a few, so any of them.
What's the big one that you want, that something that will change your life?
I don't know, say $6,000 cash.
If
this is more than that.
If it's not a cash prize.
This is a game changer. This is a total game changer. Again, look outside your window. What do you see right outside in your driveway?
A car?
Is it a pre-owned late model minivan?
Oh, wow.
It is not, because you just won a pre-owned late model minivan or sedan for yours to keep for good.
Mazel tov.
Mazel tov to you.
I got to ask you one question. Just share with us your feelings right now, in a sentence or two.
Really, really exciting. It's actually my first time winning an auction.
Winning an auction, okay. You want to come now to pick it up, or you want to wait till tomorrow?
No problem. What's that, Jeff?
Okay, we'll be in touch with you shortly. Thank you, and Tiskal Mitzvah.
Mazel tov.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have another prize here, not on the phone. The $4,000 Discover card is Yaakov and Esther Haitenian. You have won the $4,000 Discover card.
The winner of the Sefer Torah. The winner of the Sefer Torah from Lakewood, New Jersey. Hetty Saltz from Lakewood, New Jersey has won the Sefer Torah.
That's a great prize. Okay, the winner of Set to Impress, Shalom Khan. You have won Set to Impress, and enjoy it.
Shalom Khan, the Set to Impress. And now Freddie has another winner.
The Amazon gift card, won by none other than your very own Fred Skalka. We said all the Friedmans are related to me, but are all the Freds related to me?
Oh, so close.
Fred Skalkala.
So
and
close.
we got another winner. Rabbi Bohm will announce.
Wow, this is 12 tickets to Israel. We have Dov and Shani Daniel.
Yeah, 12 tickets to Israel. You can bring lots of people 12 times, or you can go yourself back and forth 12 times.
We got somebody on the phone, Elchanan.
Oh, I know who this is.
You want to do this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I know this guy.
Second ring.
He's like a Rosh Hashiva.
Yeah, he's like a Rosh Hashiva. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Rebbetzin Barkin.
Yeah, Mrs. Barkin.
Mrs. Barkin, how are you? My name is Elchanan Schwartz. I actually am from Cleveland. I know your husband from way back when.
Okay.
Very nice.
Okay. Yeah, that's nice.
That's
and I just wanted to call and let you know that. That's all. I'm kidding. I'm calling from the Oorah auction.
Oh, so you have some good news for me then.
Yes, I do. I do have. You won the Lishma prize.
I don't think I put in.
I'm kidding. I'm sure you won the Lishma prize also, but actually what you won was the Go for Gold prize, which is you win an ounce of gold for every member of your immediate family.
Oh, thank you.
I would just love to call the Lishma person.
Mazel tov, mazel tov, mazel tov. You should enjoy it.
Oh, Okay, thank you so much.
Okay,
I
good to
just
know.
want to get the Lishma guy right out of bed right now.
What is gold worth these days?
Gold is worth a lot of money.
Okay, another prize. The savings bond. Savings bond was won by Jason and Sylvia Mizrahi. You have won the savings bond.
Did we do this one already or no?
We did not. No. That's a big prize
That's a
right
big
there.
one. Is he on the line?
No.
Because it says call.
No, it says it's crossed out. See?
Oh. No, so that means it's not there.
It's not there.
The diamond
No
necklace.
call with crossed out, a symbol of a phone with an X over it, all those things.
Right. The diamond necklace is won by our very own and a close dear friend of everyone here on set.
Oh.
Gershon Harav, Reb Gershon and Naomi Miller.
From Gateshead.
Oh, that's a totally different Gershon Miller, no?
Yeah.
So,
Gateshead, also very questionable.
also a flash of a person who's
Yeah.
a Talmud Chacham in his own right.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think.
Something tells me that we're going to be giving out double prizes tonight with Freddie.
And what else? Oh, that's a big one there.
$36,000 cash.
Can I see that?
What would you do, Avram, with $36,000? It's game-changing money.
No, you gotta get this person on the phone. Can we try to reach this person again?
We tried already. They don't have a phone. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
They dispatched a messenger to
When
try
you
and get
don't-
them over
when you
there.
don't-
What's it called? Telegraph? Can we telegraph them?
Now with the $36,000 cash, they're
Private
going to be
courier.
buying a lot more than phones.
That's right. Now they can have a phone.
Let's try again. Let's put this aside and we'll try again. $36,000.
I would love to know what the ratio of the Lishma prize, put in versus all the other prizes.
I think it's just about 1 to 1.
I think.
Is it?
Yeah, 1 to 1 a million.
Yeah. The Leichter, that's a great prize right there. Leichter, beautiful, beautiful silver Leichter from Dallas, Texas. Hindi Fagenbaum has won the Leichter. Hindi Fagenbaum from Dallas, Texas.
And we just got in some very big news. Someone from Smoke Tree Road. Rabbi Yeruchim Silber lives on Smoke Tree Road.
That's right.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But he didn't win, though.
Rabbi Yeruchim
He just shot up.
So close.
I know in his office he just
So
shot
close.
up there.
One door away. Literally one door
Really?
away. Yeah. It's
Wow.
supposed to be his
Do you
neighbor.
mind if I text Rabbi Spiro close but not
Yeah,
close
you
enough?
You can text him right now, Rabbi Spiro. Thanks to you, your neighbor has just won tuition.
Wow.
In TA
Tuition.
probably.
Mazel tov. It could have been like a touch by tuition. Would be the next.
David and Beth Yudkowski.
Yeah, they have one.
From
They have
Smoke
one,
Tree
the
Road in Pikesville, Maryland.
Okay, and for the $36,000 winner.
36,000. Wow.
$36,000 winner is Yana Abayev. You have won $36,000.
Yeah. Yana. So we are really
you go to
making
sleep
our way.
one night, and you're just wondering how you're going to pay your bills, and the next morning,
These are all done.
$36,000.
What happened to the guy we couldn't
Game-changing
get on
money.
the phone?
You got someone on the phone?
What happened to the guy we couldn't get on the phone for the weekly cash? We got disconnected?
This one
We did all these already.
He doesn't
We did
want
all
his
these
prize.
I'm pretty sure we're done with all the prizes.
No, not really. There's
Oh.
50 prizes, so there's tons of prizes. We could be here all night long. We still have a bunch more coming as the elves
Anybody
are
want
working.
to talk politics for a little bit?
Politics? Yeah, why not?
Let's talk about Donald Trump.
You want about Donald Trump? You want to talk about how's he doing?
I think, you know what's an honest crisis?
Remember when WABC, guys.
The fact that he likes well-done steak with ketchup.
Right. No, I mean, he's
That's-
gonna be in Israel now, and there's gonna be a lot of things that he says and does that can be life-altering and
listen.
game-changing.
And we spoke about Jared Kushner's Rav before, right?
Exactly.
Yes, and I'm being told that to begin reading names of pledges immediately.
Immediately. Cut.
Immediately. Okay.
Well, why don't we just play our game
we
right
got,
now?
Tzvi Salaman. These are the following are $250. Tzvi Salaman, Shepsel and Fern Scheinberg, Connie Schultz, Helen Stark, Benjamin, Naftali and Reini Tyberg, Shmuel and Hannah Waldman, Shoshana Weiner, Shlomo Weinrib, Yaakov Zines, Eliezer Preisler, Betzalel Biatnik, Devorah Bernstein, Ruth Aburmad, and those are $250, $500, Bracha Sachs, $750, Yehuda Brisman, Ali Honigsfeld, and Michal and Chaya Goldstein. $100. Mr. and Mrs. Avrami Prower. Hey, look at that. Look at that, Avrami Prower. How you doing, Avrami? $100. Mr. and Mrs. Martin Reichman, $100. Mr. and Mrs. Daniel Batalov and Yosef Dov Ellenson, all $100. Rabbi and Mrs. Mordechai Shane, Miss Malki Hochberg, Mr. and Mrs. Isaac Goldberg, Rabbi and Mrs. Yuda Weiner, Rabbi Shmuel Kravitz, Mr. Ron Levovitz, Mr. and Mrs. Menachem Wolf, Mr. and Mrs. Mordechai Goldberger, Mr. and Mrs. Solomon Steinman, Rabbi and Rebbe Yisrael Grumer, Mr. and Mrs. Moshe Reichman, interesting, Mrs. Abigail Breidowitz, Mr. and Mrs. Rafal Emmert, hey Emmert, Rabbi and Mrs. Rafal Feller, Ms. Yaakov Diamond, Mr. Yoel Friedman, Mr. and Mrs. Yosef Engelson, Mr. Elliot Katz, Mr. Joshua Zlati, Mr. Aryeh Bauman, Miss Elisheva Sklars, Rabbi and Mrs. Ellie Lesson, Rabbi and Mrs. Chaim Sue Freelander, Rabbi and Mrs. Ben Sion Mermelstein, Mr. and Mrs. Nasi Hopstein, Simcha Gerstman, Mr. Ayer Ringel, Mrs. Shani Goldner, Mr. Aaron Leader, Mr. Shlomo Glassman, Harvey Whiter, Mr. and Mrs. Menachem Wolf, Mr. and Mrs. Mordechai Goldberger, Mr. and Mrs. Sholem Steinman, Rabbi and Mrs. Elimelech Kallersoner, and Rabbi and Mrs. Joseph Hyman, and Mr. and Mrs. Mordechai Fishberg from Montreal. Hey, Mordechai,
this is for you.
$100.
This is only in Hebrew, please. He only speaks Hebrew, and you're our Hebrew expert, our Ivrit expert.
And now the dentist is getting ready. שלום. שלום, זה מדבר אלחנן, מה נשמע?
בסדר.
יוסף בבית נמצא.
מי?
יוסף.
יוסף שטיינברג.
יוסף שטיינברג.
זה לא טעות.
טעות? איזה טעות?
תגיד לו שהוא...
This is a Brooklyn thing.
Are you sure? איפה אתה גר, יוסף?
לא קוראים יוסף בכלל.
זה לא יוסף, רגע, זה היה טעות, זה היה טעות. סליחה אדוני, סליחה. זה מדבר תמר או חיים?
שטיינוביץ?
כן.
שטיינוביץ, כן. אני, שם שלי אלחנן, אני משר הביטחון, ואני רוצה, אתה בארץ, כן?
כן.
אז הראש ממשלה של ארצות הברית הגיע כבר?
לא יודע.
לא יודע, איך אתה לא יודע? אתה נסעת כסף בשביל האקשן של אורה?
נסית.
של מי?
מה זה? אורה.
האם שמת לגורל של אוקשן של אורה?
או, זה ממש, משה דיין פה, לידי.
כן.
כן, שמת?
כן.
ניצחת.
ניצחת. אתה ניצחת $5.
לא $5.
כמה שמת?
שמנו 40.
כמה?
40.
מה אם אני אגיד לך שה$40 שלך עכשיו זה שווה פי 500? Well, let me just get a brief calculator. אתה ניצחת!
ניצחת 18.
He doesn't speak English.
How do you say
18? $18,000 זה מגיע לך חיים שטיינוביץ. עכשיו אתה ברדיו באמריקה וגם בארץ. כל העולם שומע אותך עכשיו, חיים. אתה ניצחת 18. I think we lost him, no? Or maybe he just passed out.
$18,000 you can say in English.
18,000 שקל.
לא שקל.
לא שקל?
לא שקל, אל תגיד לי שקל. לא שקל, אל תגיד לי שקל. זה דולר. זה צריך להיות דולר.
זה צריך להיות דולר. זה פי 4 של 18.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you still here? He's gone. Oh, you won $18,000.
דולרים, לא שקלים. אתה ניצחת.
You believe this or not?
Now with the shekel being like 3
באמת. I'm calling, you speak English?
לא.
מישהו
אז
אנחנו מתקשרים מאורה.
מאורה.
אתה שמת $40 בגורל?
140 שקל.
40 שקל.
40 שקל.
זה אחד.
וניצחת 18,000 דולר.
18,000 לירה.
לא, דולר, באמת.
רובל, זוזים.
באמת, צריך להיות, זה בסדר או לא?
כן.
כן, זה בסדר, אוקיי.
According to today's exchange rate, זה 60,000 שקל בערך.
רגע.
אתה ניצחת 60,000 שקל.
רגע, מישהו בבית שמדבר אנגלית?
לא, אני פשוט נמצא באיזה עבודה, אז אין מישהו שדבר.
אוקיי, אנחנו מתקשר לך.
אוקיי, אז בסדר, מזל טוב, תהיה לך הכל טוב, בסדר, אמן.
אנחנו נהיה בקשר.
בסדר.
אוקיי.
ביי.
Wow.
She totally did not understand that.
Wow, a lot of lack of excitement there. I think we might have just gotten the maid.
18 grand. All right.
No. Let me put you through.
No, I think we were so nuts in the beginning that she didn't know if it was serious.
Freddie, if somebody called you up in the middle of the night in French with $18,000,
like
you understand
18,000 in Israel. That's like
you would understand.
That's like 18.
Okay, here are some more non-phoners.
Oh, this is a phoner.
Not on the phone.
Not on the phone. Not on the phone.
It says call.
It's not on. Still not on the phone.
Still not on the phone. Okay. Yearly cash. Shmuel Schwinder. Shmuel and Esther Schwinder from Lakewood, New Jersey.
Every year you're going to be getting cash. Is that the yearly cash is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Priceless bracha. Now, this is somebody in London.
How'd you put that together?
Who would somebody in London want to go to for a priceless bracha?
I think you can go anywhere with this.
Yeah. You
Priceless bracha to Chanoch Teitelbaum. Priceless bracha from London, UK.
אוקיי, אנחנו צריכים להתקשר אליו מיד, זה מישהו בארץ. מנחל נחשון בבית שמש. אפשר להתקשר אליו עכשיו?
התקשרנו, וזה לא, זה הם לא מצלצלים.
נצינו.
הם בכולל עכשיו, נו.
הם בכולל, בעבודה.
אבל יש להם פלאפון גם.
זה גם בארץ. Big fat check.
Oh, wow, yeah. Just imagine calling somebody in Israel, going, you just want a big fat check. בשביל מה? לא, זה רק הצ'ק.
צ'ק שולמן.
צ'ק עם גדול.
צ'ק גדול, כן, אבל כמה זה בצ'ק? לא, זה צ'ק גדול. The big fat check means no money, right? It's just a check.
No. You get not. It's like an actual depositable check.
And what do you get? In what is the check amount?
Look in the book, man. It says right over here, dude. 37. That's what you do. Big fat check. $6,130. It's big in size and big in payout.
Wait a second. This sounds bigger. Am I reading this correctly? Megabucks. How much? Somebody from
Oh
Teaneck.
my goodness! This is crazy.
This is really mega.
The way this works, the Megabucks number 18 is that you win 1,000 times what your donation is, up 100. Sorry, not 1,000.
You gotta get him on the phone.
It's a disaster.
All right, we have to get this person on the
Get
phone.
him on the phone.
Well, I mean, it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, so
Teaneck,
you win
New Jersey.
100 times your total donation, up to $50,000. This person actually won $50,000. $50,000.
Could we try to get
This
them
prize is killing us every year. $50,000. You can't.
Call again.
Straight to
Call the
voicemail.
house phone. I mean,
WhatsApp
I think
him. Text him.
From Teaneck. Someone from Teaneck.
Call the
Whoever's
neighbor.
listening. We have to get these in. We've got 10 minutes.
We got somebody on the line?
Jackpot winner. On the phone?
He's on the winner or no? Jackpot just means you win a bunch of...
100 tickets into every
No,
prize.
but they won 3 times.
They won 3 times because of that.
Oh, wow.
They won the jackpot.
Wow.
They won the Lishma.
Wow.
And they won
the helicopter
tour of Israel. So they
So
got
Avram Friedman, not only did you win the jackpot, which is 0 prize value, you also won the Lishma prize, which is 0 prize value.
But
you won a helicopter tour of Israel.
So that's a great prize to put in a helicopter tour of Israel. Rabbi Sai,
You're definitely related to
Mega
him.
Bucks. This is winner of $50,000. Rabbi Sai, $50,000. Bensy Herbst from Teaneck, New Jersey. You have won Mega Bucks, 50 grand.
Okay, the clothing prize.
Hello, you tried calling Sir.
Guys, we got like 5 minutes.
The clothing prize was won by Tehila Chakansky. You won the clothing prize. Grocery giveaway. Yaakov Braun from Spring Valley, New York. You won the grocery giveaway. The Vacation Anywhere, Minion included, was won by Rachel Obadia of Brooklyn, New York. And the Art Scroll Library was won by Barry R. and Miriam Citron of Brooklyn, New York. You've won the Art Score Library.
Debt Free, won by Baruch and Gail Moskowitz from Richmond Hill, New York.
Shop in New York was won by Yechiel and Chana Klein. And the $5,000 Visa card, none other than my very close chaver, Rabbi Shlomo Meir Millworm from Borough Park, New York. Mazel tov. $5,000 Visa gift card.
MasterCard is actually more. It's $6,000, and the winner of that is David Yudkowski.
Mazel tov.
And the big fat check, we can't get the person on the phone, but it's all the way from Ashdod, Eretz Yisrael. Ashdod. Sarah Stark.
Sarah Stark. Very Stark.
Very Stark.
Charity of Choice. $5,000 to the Charity of Choice goes to Levi Novoseller from Lakewood, New Jersey.
Early bird bonus raffle for $5,000. The winner is Yecheskel May from Muncie, New York. You have won $5,000.
And there we go, everybody. I think that's all our prizes. Is that? Oh, we have some more. One more prize coming up. One more prize coming up. But as we wait for that one last prize, let me tell you that there's still some more people that we have to read who gave $150. Daniel Balabone, Esther Bosch, Baruch Bernie, Esther Bressler, Jonathan Platchik, Aviva Rubanowitz, Stephen and Eliza Siegel, Yisrael Yida and Perry Bando, Moshe and Chana Blum, Sylvia Fellender, Yosef and Chedva Fox, David and Ahuva Hyman, Sarah Stark, Chaim and Chana Weiss, Michelle Steinmetz, Yehuda Eisen, $200 and more, Joel and Zisi Rubin, Isar Birnbaum, Chayasara Dlin, David and Blimiga Wirtz, Mayor Grossinger, Moshe Kassover and Kevin Mintz, Atara Balaban, Esther Friedman, Mandy and Tamima Kupfer, Vivian Resnick, Zlati Weinberger, Israel Chait, and Moshe Kuperwasser, all $135, those last few. And I believe the winner of the weekly cash, Ariel Benifla, winner of the weekly cash. As we are getting ready to close up here, we have our last batch of prizes coming right up.
Yosef Steinberg. I think we got it through to that one already. Yechiel Schoen. Oh, I know who this is. This is a friend of mine. Yechiel Schoen. You have won Eretz Yisrael.
The whole country is all
I don't know. What is it?
Fine furniture. Fine furniture to Frank White. Frank and Rachel White. Support. Oh, this is support.
Well, just to specify, you did not win the whole Eretz Yisrael. You just won round-trip tickets and a week hotel stay and a 7-day car rental in the Leonardo Plaza.
Yosef Steinberg has won the Grand Caravan, the 2017 Grand Caravan. And we have
the winner of the support, $750 a month for your Aiden, Reb Aaron and Miriam Zelikovich. You're well on your way.
And that is all our winners tonight. Our winners will be posted up on the website. If you're not sure if you won or if it's really true, you can go up there as soon as you would like. We'd like to thank everyone, our donors, our guests, all our volunteers. Thank you so much to my co-hosts, Rabbi Avram Kravitz, Rabbi Avi Schnall, Rabbi Heshi Forster, Rabbi Eli Bohm, and of course, Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss. A special thanks to Oorah. Oh, I didn't say Freddie. I'm sorry. And Rabbi Freddie Friedman. Of course, I was saving you.
Let me just write it down on your paper so you know it right there.
Special thanks to Oorah marketing team, Rabbi Yosef Hartstein, Rabbi Yitzi Nissoff, Ms. Yocheved Zelishovsky, Mrs. Esti Respler, Ms. Rivki Gross, Ms. Hendy Pravalsky, Ms. Devorah Fleischer, Mrs. Esti Aben, Ms. Fegi Gewurz, Ms. Devorah Hamnick, Mrs. Chai Rivka Kerwan, Mrs. Zahavi Enoch, Mrs. Ita Gelwax, Mrs. Ruti Shapiro, Mrs. Shiffy Steinberg, and Mrs. Rena Berman. All those, thank you so much for all your assistance that made the Oorah auction possible.
And from me, I'd like to tell you, representing all of your co-hosts or your sidekicks, we thank Elchanan Schwartz, Rabbi Elchanan Schwartz, for an unbelievable job again. I say this every year, but you are the Oorahthon from its inception, I believe.
Yes.
And Tiskal Mitzvah, all that you do. Let's give another hand.
By the way, I just got a text message from Shlomi Yehuda. He just said, Freddie, I heard that you offered I'll get anyone into school. Halavai, I had the capability to do that, but I can't get even close. However, you can put me down for $10,000.
Whoa!
Thank you, Shlomi Yehuda.
$10,000.
Okay, special thanks to honorary Oorah producer Shir Framis, Simon Goldstein, Rabbi Moshe Meir Weiss, Akiva Kimmel, Penny Kornblut, Rabbi Avram David Monk, Rabbi Naftali Greenwald, ZK Zalman Kopel, our audio engineer, Rabbi Chaim Brisman, Rabbi Chanuk Fishman, Mrs. Janie Abramson, Rabbi Shlomo Tapler, Oorah's customer service, Rabbi Mordechai Kanchi, Mrs. Fady Jerusalem, and the entire family team. It feels like I just read the 10 names of Haman. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you
so much.
Tiskel or mitzvahs. We'll see you next
Remember
time.
Oorah. Remember Oorah at your next bar mitzvah. Oh, there we go.
It takes is a moment to forever change my life. Warm rays of sunlight peeking through the clouds, and passion that is for me that ignites all those around. A flash of inspiration, a moment in the light, the truth and liberation of knowing wrong from right. A new moment carries through a lifetime, elevating each and every day. The memories we share inspire me forever. A new moment never fades away. A new moment takes me on a journey. Step by step, it leads me on my way. My guiding light, I cherish you forever. A new moment never fades away. I've learned along this journey, en route to my return, that slips don't equal failure, but the way in which we learn. Now when I get caught in a moment so dark, I hold on so tight to what's deep inside my heart. When I'm sitting in a sukkah, or I wrap my tefillin proud, as I'm lighting my menorah, or to dance I join the crowd. Every moment brings me closer